Okay, Google, turn on light. Morning, y'all. Okay. We got to get rolling. Okay, Google, turn off light. Okay, Google, turn off light. Let's go check YouTube. Test 1, 2, 3. Now? 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 Let's see. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's better. Don't you just love when that happens? This the shift, huh? Well, that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Hi, baby.
This is your last.
Okay. A little behind, only because I was grooming. I was doing a little bit of grooming. Gonna get rolling. Cool. Want to listen to Babe's music again? Ooh. We'll get rolling in a moment, y'all. Cool. Oops. Okay, baby. I love you. Proud of you. I adore you. appreciate you. Appreciate your song. Appreciate everything about you. And have an amazing day together. I love you so much. I love you. Always with you, babe. Okay. All right. All right, me. I love me. Proud of you. Doing great. Let's have an amazing day. All right. Time for us to get rolling. Not bad. I got like it's weird how the phone battery is still at 98%. We're gonna be doing some more grooming. I did my first set of grooming earlier. Oh, son of a bitch. One sec. Did I not grab a bottle of water? What the hell did I go down for? I could have sworn I came with a bottle of water. What? What the hell did I go down for then? Okay. Just shift. You know, it's gonna be fascinating if that shows up on my feed to watch. All right, I'll grab some water. Ladies and gentlemen, we are another day. Oh man, okay. Now, with all that being said, we left about, 10 minutes later, 15, because I was grooming. Wanted to feel a little bit fresh. Whew. Okay. Spiraling, or spiral. It's actually inspired by my honey in her song, Shatter Me. Spiral into the unknown. Right? Spiral into the unknown. Spiral into the unknown. Now, you can spiral upwards or downwards, but just know when you're spiraling that it's temporary. Like even when you're going down, it's temporary. Even when you're going up, it's actually temporary. However, it depends on your state of being, of course, if you choose for it to be temporary, because it all comes down to your mind. Your mind is the most powerful asset you have. It's either gonna help you or hurt you. It's going to hinder you, or it's going to help you to transcend beyond your pain and your suffering that you're inflicting on yourself. So it really just comes down to like, well, how are you going to spiral the way you desire? You have to lock yourself in the present moment. The present moment is the only place where there is no, we're not going to cross. We'll just wait. I'm in no rush. The present moment is the only place where suffering does not exist. It only exists if you allow it to exist, but that's if you travel to the past. In every present moment, you have the opportunity to shift. And I remind myself of this. Look, really no cars. That'll happen here. The heck happened here? Seems like an accident happened here yesterday. Interesting. Hope everyone's okay. I trust everyone's all right. You know, when I was spiraling earlier this summer, I had people looking out for me, like T-Bray and Regina. You know, they did their best to keep me from spiraling super down, but I was spiraling downwards. It's all because I kept creating the suffering, and I kept perpetuating it. Now, of course, we're not here to not feel our feelings and whatnot. We're here to feel our feelings. We're here to shed our feelings because we were given it to use, right? But ultimately to let it go, to release it. 2222, very nice. Right? Not to linger in it. Good morning. We're not meant to hold on to these feelings for too long. We're meant to use it, but not hold on to it for too long. So like when we're going through our stuff, when you're spiraling out of control, right? When you're spiraling out of control, you have the opportunity in every present moment to shift. Now, you're gonna have to feel what you gotta feel, right? Again, we're not here to bypass our feelings, right? We're not here to bypass it whatsoever. Morning, sister.
Mommy, how are you?
Wonderful. Yourself? Have a great day. Enjoy it. Bye. And so, you know, we're here to shed our feelings, share it with others. We're not here to be robots and be stone cold, but at the same time, you know, it's a balance of having nuance on when to use it, how to use it, having emotional awareness, situational awareness, right? Like you don't want to be like crying in front of like, you know, well, actually you do whatever you choose to. Let me rephrase that. That was the third dimensional thinking mind. I caught it right away. Saw you, third dimensional thinking mind. You cry whenever you choose to. You know, yesterday there was another scene in the show, The Chosen. There's a couple scenes, in fact, that really caught my attention. And I know I was talking to Lindsay about it last night. I was telling her we should have the sound. Yep. That doesn't affect me whatsoever. That when, you know, wherever she is, I'm always going to be with her and I'm always going to love her because that's how much power I have for her. And that the way Jesus was speaking to, you know, to a few people, and he loves them. He has so much care and respect for them, and he knows their power, right? He knows exactly what they're capable of doing, even though they may not know, because he trusts in them, right? The apostles, no more of his disciples, and he was able to, you know, put that trust in them. In today's day and age, that's what we're doing with others. But those others have to also recognize that they are responsible for the people that they're sharing information with, like I am. Now, of course, they are where they are, and they're helping who they're helping, and they're supposed to be doing that. I'm helping who I'm supposed to be helping presently, and I'm refining my words. I'm refining my energy. I'm refining everything about my way of being. But really now it's just to be in the now. Good morning, brother. How are you? Wonderful. Yourself? Another beautiful day. Yeah, enjoy it. Thank you, I will. So we came here to like be in the now. And that's what my journey has basically been unfolding to show me that I must be in the now. What is going on here? There must be a lot of people about to like having like a little gathering here. The gathering of family. It's awesome. They're cooking up a storm. It reminds me of the olden days of in that show, of how people connected. We just have modern ways of doing it now. Anyway, so my journey through my downward spiral was to remind me, ooh, the now, right? Every time I think about something, it throws me into the past. But I don't think I can have this. But then when I put myself in the now, I know I can have everything. And I spiral myself right back up. The universe desires you to stay in that frequency, no matter what your eyes are telling you. But our eyes is what causes a lot of the suffering of what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, our senses. But you can then close your eyes, shut it out, and it doesn't exist. Because your inner world is so much more powerful than you realize. But too many people just don't spend enough time in their inner world. I can tell you that firsthand because I didn't, and I'm starting to spend a lot more time in my inner world. Even when we're all watching like content, like yesterday when we were watching the Wise Quote video, I did technically fall asleep, but I went inwards and I felt honey. I was holding her, I was loving her. It's funny how I'm focusing on love more than money, even though money is part of, you know, reality, right? I already know I'm a trillionaire, and I don't have to cultivate that feeling anymore. Like, I already know. The universe may think, no, you don't know what it feels like to be a trillionaire. You know what it feels like to be poor. Nope, I know exactly what it feels like to be a trillionaire. It's more of the same. Abundance everywhere. The thing is, there was a moment last night where I felt something different, where like nothing was impossible. Because this is my universe that I created. This isn't the universe that God created. This is the universe I created from my own inner world. So what I experience is based on my beliefs or my limitations that I've imposed on myself, and I'm literally smashing the barriers. And every time I smash the barriers, I spiral upwards, right? The moment I think of something that feels limited, guess what I do? I put a barrier of how far I can go, and I send myself right back down. We have the same thoughts. We have the ability to think positive thoughts and negative thoughts. But most of us focus on the negative thoughts simply because the collective hive mind is so strong, right? Like this is how it is, and you should buy into this because it's delusional to think that you're a trillionaire and that you're Lindsay Sterling and you're doing all these amazing things. No. You have to be delusional, and you must live in your own world. I don't care what anyone tells me. I don't care what anyone tells me. I am capable of all of those things because I have all those things in my inner world. Others like to impose their limitations onto you. Well, I will not be imposed by anyone's limitations. If I say I have this, I have it. And if any of you dare question me, well, it doesn't really matter if you dare. I simply will not listen. Because I know I have all these things. Because I focus on the now. I don't have a past. And my current future is being written in every present moment, which then my new past is being written. And again, past and future don't exist. So the egregore is attempting to do its best to self-sabotage because it's afraid it's going to die. And I keep telling it, hey, dude, you don't have to be afraid. I'm going to take you with me. You just have to chill the fuck out. I got you. I'm not here to smash or defeat anything. I'm here to master my mind to a point where I mean nothing, and nothing, I'm impenetrable. Because once you give yourself it within, the outward cannot be ever, the outward can never take away anything that's within. Once you give yourself everything within, that's it. Morning, sister. And so I choose to keep being in the now. The now is the only thing that matters. I'm curious about the movie that Olga sent. It's called Shift. I know I haven't seen it, but I feel like I've run into it before. That's another movie that I'll be watching. Frequency, The Chosen, Sunshine, The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I see 33 on the timer, and 3 people, 3 likes. Very nice. Lots of 3s. In my world, this is how it works. I am the sign. Synchronicities happen because I expect it to happen, because that's how my life is. quiet. I like it. I like when it's quiet. It's a Sunday morning at 8:16 in the now. Lots of people are still asleep. You can actually feel people's thoughts, especially if you're in a bigger city. Thought forms are a real thing. So like imagine you're in a big city like Toronto, like downtown right now. Downtown would be a little bit quieter at this present moment. But wait till it's like 10, 11, it'll be roaring with people. Because the weather's so good, people are going to be heading downtown and enjoying whatever is there. There's no carnival or anything at the present moment. Morning. However, they're probably going to go downtown and, shop or just look around. The financial district is usually quieter on the weekend, but during the weekday, like if it was the weekday right now, like tomorrow at this time, it'd be roaring with like at least over 1 million people. Millions of people head downtown for work, for shopping, for all kinds of stuff. We're gonna quickly go hang over there. It's part of our regiment. Morning.
What's up, morning, bro?
Doing good?
Yeah, 100%.
Good. Good stuff.
What about you?
I'm great, brother. Let's just quickly hang. Oops. Bring you all up. Oh. Okay, cool. All right, brother, have a great day. Whew. Cool beans. So, back to what I was saying. The now is where like a lot of the suffering incurs, the anxiety happens. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The now is where these things don't happen. It only happens when you start thinking and worrying about the past and future. Ruminating on past, worrying about future. But those things don't exist. And when you lock yourself into the now, you can spiral upwards. But your eyes are going to tell you everything that you think is real. Like right now, I can close my eyes. I don't have to close my eyes as much anymore to do it, but I can feel honey. I can feel the trillions. The universe has no choice but to collapse reality on basing on what you feel in the present moment. But you let go of the importance of like, when is it coming and how's it coming, or even if it comes, because you literally just let go of expectations. Yes, you have expectations for what you desire, but you also let go of it. And you see, our mind does not like holding two different things, like contradictory like thoughts, like, but you said to have expectation, but you said to let go of them, right? The mind does not like these things. But if you can master your mind, morning, sir. If you can master your mind to hold multiple things as true, I promise you, you will win this game of life. Because it's not, we've been so conditioned and programmed for black or white, light or dark, good or bad. Everything has an opposite. Everything is a paradox. Oh, I haven't seen our sister in like a week or so. It's good to see her. She's coming. How are you, sister? Very good. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too. It's good to see her. Hadn't seen her in a while. Weather's really spectacular. Let's see. Which way are we gonna go today? We go through the school direction. Yeah. We'll see. So like when I'm kissing my tablet, I'm kissing my wife. I can feel her. Last night we were sitting, cuddling. Luna was on her lap. She was in my arms. She put her head on my shoulder. And I could feel all that. And we were watching The Chosen. We were just watching a couple episodes. I was like, babe, you want to watch one more? She's like, I would love to, but unfortunately, I'm tired. I'm like, me too. And then we cuddled and we fell asleep. And you know, the thing is, like, because she's already here with me, I let go of the physical, because this is all illusionary. One way or another, whether it's her, actually her, or someone else, they're on their way, but I know it's her. I can feel it, and I don't doubt. This is where, you know, Jesus and all the other ascended masters, this is where they shined. They had zero doubt on their ability because they trusted and they knew. Doesn't mean they didn't have it. Doesn't mean that they had it easy. They suffered. Like, I was watching The Chosen, and you know, Jesus was a true badass in one of the synagogues. He was in his home in Nazareth, and he sat, and you know, he was supposed to deliver, like, not the sermon, but like he was gonna talk, right? He opened up the scroll of, I think it was Isaiah, and he stopped because everyone wanted him to read the scroll of Isaiah. And he started reading, but he stopped at a certain point. And then he closed the scroll, and everybody was like, what is he doing? And Jesus, this was pretty badass. He was like, we're going to be talking about something else. Now, he didn't say it like that, but he basically says, we're going to be talking about something else right now. And then he started delivering his own variation of why certain things are like this. And then he claimed to be the Messiah, the Savior, the Son of Man. And when he did that, right, everybody looked at him, and like the priest dude was like, Jesus, you must take back these words, otherwise we have no choice but to, you know, arrest you. He's like, go ahead, I'm not taking back my words. He had so much conviction that he was going to be all right, that he knew that he was gonna not be, you know, facing like any sort of like death or anything like that, because he knew the power of God that he has within him, the conviction, like he knew, right? And so when he finished with the priest, basically what happened, they took him to the hill and they're attempting to throw him off the hill, sentence him to death. But guess what happened? He's like, it's not happening, not today. And he paralyzed them all with his words. They weren't like paralyzed to the sense like he used his magical powers. No, he paralyzed them with his words because he had so much conviction. He wasn't spiraling downwards when he's being walked to the hill. He looked down and he's like, okay. And then the priest and all that, do you know what you've done? You brought shame onto your dad and your mom and the great people. And then like, are you still gonna hold on to these ideas? And he's like, you damn right I am. I'm using 2025 languaging. You damn right I'm gonna hold on to what I said. I'm not gonna falter. And guess what? He looked at them, he's like, get off the road, Bubba, hurry up. He looked at them and he was like, yeah, I'm not dying here. Not today. It's not that time yet. And he's like, it's not happening. Me and Honey were like, oh shit. Of course it's not happening. I thought he was gonna fly, like he was gonna jump, like if he was gonna, be thrown off, that he was gonna like grow angel wings and fly right back up. That's what I was thinking, but nope. He's like, nope, this is not happening. Ain't happening. Let me precautionary go this direction. Since they're tearing down the roof. Anyway, so he didn't spiral downwards. He kept spiraling up. He's like, nope. Now, of course, does that make it easy for him? Of course not, because now his mom has to leave Nazareth, and Lazarus also has to like be mindful, because anyone who's associated with Jesus is going to be considered like, someone to question. But the way he just walked past them when he says, it's not happening today. And he just walked. He didn't fight. He just had so much conviction. And so how does this lead towards spiraling for us? Well, when you know with absolute certainty that you are guided and you are protected and you are cared for, and you know with every fiber of your soul that everything is working out for you, how can you not have conviction and not keep spiraling up? Right? You respond instead of reacting. The third dimensional thinking mind is going to attempt to spiral you down in every present moment. And you have to be aware of that. Your mind, your third dimensional thinking mind, specifically wants to keep you safe. But in keeping you safe, guess what it's going to do? It's going to bring your ass down. It's going to do all kinds of shit. It's going to tell you all kinds of bullshit. It's going to say all kinds of bullshit. To keep you where you are. Because it wants to stay alive in you. And I told mine, well, let me rephrase, I told the one that resides with me that, hey, you either come with me and you chill out, or you get packing. I gave it an ultimatum. It has no choice but to listen to what I say, because I can literally smash it. and I have egregore of positivity, of more happiness. There's positive egregores and then there's negative egregores. So my positive ones are keeping me spiraling upwards right now. And you know how we stay positive? We stay in the now. You let go of all things doesn't mean you're giving them up. Letting go does not mean giving up. We have to come to this realization. You're just letting go of the importance of whatever it is. Like, I may not be exactly physically where I desire to be in San Diego, but that doesn't mean I'm not there. I'm already mentally and spiritually there. I already am helping billions of people on the planet unlocking their true power of who they are. That's who I am. Do you think when Jesus was struggling, do you think he faltered? Hell no, he didn't. That scene where he kept healing people even though he got beat up, and he came back to the... You think he quit? So like, whatever my current circumstances are, that doesn't define who I am. Just like whatever circumstance you may be facing in your life, it doesn't define who you are. You know who you are? You're fucking infinite. You cannot be defined. That's how powerful you are. That's how powerful every damn soul is. They are the fucking infinite. But will you believe in that or know in that? Or will you not? That's all up to you at this point. That's all up to me really as well too. The third dimensional thinking mind cannot comprehend what infinite is. So think about it like this. Well, actually not even think about it, because your third dimensional mind can't even think about this. Feel it. What does infinite feel to you? Go inwards, close your eyes, and feel what infinite feels like. Whatever that is, you wire that feeling in and etch it into your soul. Well, your soul already knows how to do it. Etch it into your core consciousness, into your mind, into your body. Because that's who you are. And if you can feel that feeling, that proves to me and to yourself that you are infinite. Because you can't feel a feeling that doesn't exist, that's outside of you. Because everything's within you, which means, and I didn't say that correctly, so let me rephrase that. You can only feel feelings. Hold on, let me see how I'm going to say this. You can't feel feelings that don't exist within you. So if you can feel that feeling, it exists. But if you can't feel that feeling, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just currently is unaware. That's spot on, right, universe? I have to double check with the universe on that one. Yes, it's spot on. I said it okay the first time. It said. Another thing is this. You know, our brother Soul Fam, I think he might be on. He would have said hello already, but if he's not on, then it's someone else. It could be the secret admirer. But yesterday, you know, he's been saying this for a couple days now. The library of all that is. Now yesterday, you know, when I was walking in the trail, heading to the second hanging post, like the, you know, the where I go hang for a bit, the word "no other way" showed up. The word, sorry, "no other way." Hi, Baba. No other way. That stands for the now. Because in the now, there is no other way but the now. And that's the acronym for now. No other way. N-O-W. No other way. So when I came back and we were chatting for a little bit, it dawned on to me when he started saying the library of all that is. I'm like, it hit me differently yesterday. You know, he said it a couple times before, and I've said it. But this time when he said it, and he typed it in the chat, and I read it, I'm like, the library of all that is. Yeah, we all have I'm accessing the library of all that is, which means that I have all the answers, which means you have all the answers. The only reason why others are not accessing the library of all that is because they don't know, or they're not aware of the library of all that is within them yet. Keyword there is yet. I'm aware of the library of all that is, or I also call it the wisdom well. The wisdom well resides in every single human, every single soul. All souls have all the answers. So the next question is, well, what about like companion souls? Don't they have the answers? They have the answers too. They chose to be companion souls, and they operate from a second dimension, like reality. They do operate in the third, but they don't have the rational thinking mind, the third dimensional thinking mind. They're just instinctual beings. But their souls have the answers too, because their souls are exactly like ours, but they chose to be a companion soul, to help the soul, like this soul, to be, you know, for example, some souls are very depressed, so they'll get a dog or a cat, and they're going to be living alone, and they're meant to be together. They made a soul contract. But the soul that's residing in a dog or a cat or a bird or a fish or whatever, they know. They may not know when they're in the third dimension, but they know. There are no accidents. But companion souls, they're not, when they leave the animal body, that doesn't mean that they go back to being an animal. They can choose to be human. But some souls do evolve from first dimensional beings to second to third. They're not newer souls. They're just souls that haven't had as much experience as other souls. Hence the whole conversation from yesterday about old souls. You're not an old soul. All souls were created at the same time in existence, even though time doesn't exist in the other dimension. It was all created. Even if one's being created right now, it's still in the now. So that means that it can't be an old soul. It's just a soul that has more experience. I don't just look at words, I question why people say things. That's what I have quecto, I'm quecto sane for that reason. Yeah, that's a word. I coined that terminology. I'm quecto sane. Your third dimensional thinking mind is going to do all it can to derail your progress. All the things that you desire, but guess what? You go back to any moment in your life where things just unfolded with flow, with ease and grace. The universe is helping you, which is you, because you locked yourself into the now unknowingly. But this time around, when your third dimensional thinking mind is screaming loud at you, you can't be this, you can't have that, you can't be with that person. Who are you? You're just some common human. You're attempting to date a superstar? Okay, sure. Right. First of all, if you consider yourself as some common human, and like someone like Lindsay, who's a superstar, and you put her on above you, like as a pedestal, then that's what you're gonna get. She's exactly like me. She's just another human. She's just a human, a soul that's in another human body, that is me, that I created as an aspect of myself. Just like every one of you, I created each and every one of you as an aspect of myself, just like you created me as an aspect of yourself. the mind does not like that though, because it's like, but if you created us, then, and we created you, then that doesn't make any sense. Exactly. The mind likes things to make sense. But the thing is, our third dimensional thinking mind doesn't know anything. It goes beyond rationality. Remember, frequency defies rationality. Logic is limited. LL. Logic is limited. That's the 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum that you're attempting to understand. The logic. Every time I think about the logic, the word logic, I think of Tam immediately, our brother. Love the dude. Glad he's gone though. I'm glad he made his choice. Only love and respect to the dude, but very, 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 very logical. You know, he owns a business. He's a very business-minded person. He came here to Canada and and he has an amazing girlfriend, and I'm super happy for him. But a lot of that stuff, he's thinking it's all logical, that everything happened in a logical sequence. He's taking action, action, result, action, result, action, result. Nope. Cause and effect. Cause is from the mental and spiritual. Effect is in the physical. But he was too much logic when he was here. I bring him up for a moment just to remind, like, there are people who will just simply not understand. No matter what you, whatever you say. Because they've been following the humanistic patterns of how the world works. You think that's how the way the world works, but that's not how it actually works. The world works from the mental and spiritual. The mental and spiritual is how the world works. The physical is just a byproduct, the effect of your mental and spiritual. That's why the universe keeps telling me every time, just keep looking at the live streams. You will see everything unfold. I don't know what's going to happen after November 25th. No idea. But I do know this, that a lot of stuff has happened mentally, spiritually, and physically on the live streams in these 10 months. Like Vanya showing up and reminding me about my physical body, keeping it flexible, my beard turning silver. Like, it was fully black. Yes, I was plucking here and there, but it wasn't that much gray, much silvers. But I was plucking the silvers, but my beard was completely black. And now it's like in half. All those drawings came through, and a lot of them came through of the now. There's a corgi, the corgis, plural, the bubbas. The corgi dogs. Good girl. He requires those companion souls. I currently don't require companion souls. That's why I didn't grow up with any pets. People don't buy dogs or get dogs and cats by accident, you know. That's why I said it's all companion souls. Like these are companion souls. But they know what they're doing. These babas, they know what they're doing. back to what I was saying though. There's a lot that has shown up. You know, the drawing showed up after my dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul showed up. You all saw it firsthand for those who were here during this early part of the summer. It started in early July and lasted for about a month. It's going down a really, really dark path. It's all because I was not in the now. Because all the suffering is happening when we think of the past and start getting tripped up with all these bullshit. The Mortal Kombat forest, as I call it. The leaves are falling again. Soon that entire thing will just be full of leaves. And I'll be making the crunch crunch sounds. I'll walk through there when there's a bunch of leaves. I have to undo my right shoe. It's a little tight. I gotta like untighten it a bit. Yeah. So back to what I was sharing earlier about the third dimensional thinking mind, you know, telling you that what you're seeing with your eyes is real. You can close your eyes and experience all kinds of things. You know, I give a simple example all the time. Close your eyes and imagine holding a lemon in your hand. Your mind will already start to form what the texture of the lemon is. And then you cut it open, you can smell it, and then you bite into it and you already know that your mouth is saliva. You have a lot more saliva now. Even mine's, just think about it. But is the lemon in my hand? No. So that goes to show you that you can do anything with your imagination. You just have to believe. Now, there's that billion-dollar question, trillion-dollar question that always pops up. Well, how do I feel a feeling that I've never felt before? What if I don't know what it feels like to hold a lemon? How do I experience a lemon? Right? What if I never bit into a lemon? How does that feel? Well, you take the next thing that is similar to a lemon, an orange. What if I've never bitten into an orange? Okay, then you take an apple. What if I never bit into an apple? You take the next thing, the banana. If you keep obfuscating it, which I know a lot of people are, but I never did, find something that's similar to what it is that you desire to feel and feel it. The water levels have returned almost back to normal. Welcome back once again to the daily water. And yesterday we had a great lesson here with the feather when it was stuck here and I put it into the water and it kept swirling around, and because it kept creating the difficulty of not flowing by not being in the now. So that feather kept going around and around in a circle here because it wanted to do it its way, but it kept spinning in circles. But all you gotta do is let go, and it then went down the stream. That's how life works. When you're in the now, things start to flow. When you're not in the now, because of your thinking, because of your past thinking or your past experience, you create the suffering. All right, let me unloosen my right side shoe. Tie the lace tight, but not the shoe tight. There we go. So much better. Cool. I did my left side too while I was at it. All right, I'm gonna do my back bend. Oh yeah, this shoe is like done. Like this yellow shoe. Like the glue is coming off the heel. But it's okay, because I appreciate the shoes. It's still very comfortable to wear. All right, my back bend commencing. Three, two, one, go. Wow. Phew. So it takes a moment for my ears. To regain the current effect of the water sound. But guess what? I've mentioned that these sounds, like what I'm hearing now, is different from when I was upside down for a moment. My perception changed. You change your perspective and your perception, you change your projection, it alters your present, which then creates a paradigm, and then it also forms a paradox, because there's an opposite always formed. So like when you're feeling high and feeling the way you're feeling now, there's an opposite feeling that always gets created. And you utilize that, knowing that if you're in the positive state, that you choose to keep entertaining this positive state and not let anything derail you. And your third dimensional thinking mind will find ways in random times, at random moments during your day, to think about something to bring you down. Because your third dimensional thinking mind is designed for one thing: safety. But if you can keep wiring into yourself that you are safe in every present moment, and that everything is unfolding for you in every present moment, no matter what it looks like, that the universe has got your back in every present moment, you wire that in, it will start to create safety, and you start to spiral upwards again. But the third dimensional thinking mind, because it sees what it sees, it's like, but we're not in San Diego yet, and it does that bullshit. But I don't have Lindsay Sterling in the physical yet. That's where you have to tell your third dimensional thinking mind to calm down and relax. You have to see your mind as part of you, but not part of you at the same time. So it's sort of like its own entity, and that you're separate from your mind. But at the same time, your mind and your reality has an invisible string together. So what your current third dimensional thinking mind is experiencing, that's what you're going to have in your outer world experience. You know, it's funny because before the dark night of the soul, There was no third dimensional thinking mind. I wasn't calling it that. No, for those who were on at the beginning of the summer, was I calling it third dimensional thinking mind? Hell no. One day I was sitting right where I am right now. I'm currently just stretching. And third dimensional thinking mind. That's interesting. Because I was accessing the library of all that is. I tapped into a frequency that allowed me to access the library of all that is that hasn't been showing up in my awareness yet. And remember, everything starts with awareness and being open-minded as well. So, third dimensional thinking mind, that's interesting. I guess I'll adopt that. Neville talks about the fourth dimensional thinking mind, but I don't call it fourth dimensional thinking. I call it multidimensional knowing mind, or multidimensional knowing, multidimensional embodiment. But anyways, you know, the universe was speaking through me and as me, because I'm the universe, in my own universe. I am my own universe. Saying it's a third dimensional thinking mind. I've never once called it that. When we were in San Diego, I wasn't calling it the third dimensional thinking mind. I had to go through my dark night of the soul to cultivate some gifts, ladies and gentlemen, to bring it back into the light. The wisdom, the library of all that is resides in both shadow and light. But you have to go so deep within yourself to know that you have all the answers. And it's not just a knowing, it's an embodiment, it's a feeling as well. And it's a perspective. Oh, look, there's a fish. There's a fishy. There's a fishy. Hi, fishy. Hi, fish. There goes a fishy. Bye, fishy. Bye, fish. That was cool. We don't see big fish like that in this water. That was pretty awesome. It came to see me. I love it. I love it. Yeah. That was awesome. It just swam downstream. It used the flow of the current to go down. That was awesome. I was like, what is that coming? It's not a bird, it's a fish. And it's a big fish. Bye, fishy. That was awesome. I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's okay. Yeah. You know, the third dimensional thinking mind wasn't an idea. And you better believe that even though it already existed in the library of all that is, just like Kwekto saying, just because something may not exist on the, and I keep, this is going to be my saying, just because something doesn't exist in the physical or in our current world, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist yet. Like Kwekto saying, I'm Kwekto saying. That goes beyond Omega, O Terra, O Tetra, O Peta. Kwekto is currently the highest known calculation or scale that we have in terms of like the IS scale. I forget what the IS stands for, but the IS scale. Kwekto sane. Of course, I can just say beyond sane or transcendent sane, but that Kwekto sane sounds cool. I'm Kwekto sane. There's hyper sane. Thanks to our brother Ray for bringing that terminology into my awareness and helping me remember what I forgot. Kwekto sane. I took it to another level beyond hyper sane. I'm Kwekto sane. or omega sane. I'm beyond the end. But yeah, the third dimensional thinking mind is coined by me. No other. And then I saw in that video of Wise quote using my languaging, even though it doesn't technically belong to me, but I'm the human that brought the third dimensional thinking mind into reality. So now when you hear other people talking about the third dimensional thinking mind, and it's going to catch on. So you better start utilizing it for what it is, because that's what it is. Your third dimensional thinking mind. Do not call your mind the mind. Your mind is third dimensional, and you have a multi-dimensional mind as well. Saying the mind implies that you don't know which mind you're talking about. Some will call it the higher mind. You can call it the higher mind if you like. I like to call it multi-dimensional mind because it sounds cooler and it has a better ring. Higher doesn't sound that great in my opinion. Higher just sounds like superior. And superior doesn't have a nice ring to it. I call it the multi-dimensional mind because you can see multi-dimensionally. You see layers basically. Higher mind doesn't really give that emphasis of seeing layers. So that's why I call it multi-dimensional knowing mind or multi-dimensional embodiment. Or, you can call it fifth as well. Fifth dimensional. Multi-dimensional knowing mind. Or multi-dimensional knowingness. Or multi-dimensional embodiment. Right? Those are terminologies that I've coined. That the universe desired to work through me. We were also here by the water one day when ego was changed from the mind to the body fully by calling it exploring God's oneness, encapsulating God's oneness, expanding God's oneness, enjoying God's oneness, experiencing God's oneness, elevating God's oneness, educating God's oneness. That's what the ego is, your body. You are still part of God, just in a separate form than what your current soul is in your multi-dimensional state. And you came here to explore, expand, enjoy, encompass, encapsulate, elevate, evolve God's oneness. And how do you do that? In the now. I figured out the answers to life. It's all about being in the now, y'all. It comes down to being in the now. Secret admirer, I know you're listening. I hope you're making notes. And if you're not, I hope you're at least remembering what I'm saying. This is the universe speaking to you, secret admirer, since you haven't said a word yet. Anytime I see someone on and they haven't said anything, it's a secret admirer. Just remember one thing, secret admirer, I'm already taken. Anyways, that's me having a little fun with you. No other way. Came flooding through yesterday. Of course, it then spurred me to go on ChatGPT and see what other acronyms I can make for God and now and joy and you. And some are good. Some are like, eh. But no other way. There is no other way but the now. Everything you think, do, say, be, respond, act, react is always happening in now, like right now. You're listening in the now. So all this past thinking of like, I listened to that in the past. No, you listen to it in the now. Because when you think about it, you're thinking of that thought in the now, even though it happened, in some other now, it happened in the now. But in our world, we use past and future, and we have words that create past tense and future tense. Like ing is like future and ed is past. But if you remove ing and ed from words, it brings you straight to the now. That's not true for every word, of course. But remove past tense words and future tense words and lock it into the now. You will see how your vocabulary, you're going to have a really difficult time to start to alter your languaging. Because we have been programmed with a program of past and future and not staying in the now. But you have the program of the now is just hiding under a bunch of other programs that you have to uninstall from your system. We might see our brother and sister today. We're gonna get rolling though. Water, I appreciate the time we got to spend here today. We came a little bit later than normal because I was grooming. So I started the stream slightly later. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. I love you, Water. And I'll see you tomorrow, Water. I'll see you tomorrow. Speaking of which, let's see how I look. Not bad. Not bad at all. Got them lines. I still have to fix here. And I still have to do like proper shaving, but we did it. We looking good. All right. Oh yeah. Peace out, Water. IWT? Sure, let's IWT for a little bit. Interval walking training. When you have the ability to master your mind, or when you have mastered your mind, you see when implies future. So now that you mastered, that's past, your mind. I like how the leaves are just falling. And they're just like hitting me. Now that you mastered your mind in the now, you will see how easy it is to really hone it and be able to think and feel multidimensionally. And that's by being in the now. It's the coolest feeling. Boy, oh boy, it's going to be an interesting conversation speaking with that soul brother of ours on October 22nd. Look at all the leaves. We're sloshing around. We're sloshing around. The secret admirer left. That or one of the accounts crashed. All good. It's gonna be interesting speaking to that brother of ours on October 22nd. It'd be funny if it's him actually spying on me on my live streams. He is technically subscribed to the channel. Probably might be him actually. You never know. The moment I mentioned his name, or his, like, that soul brother of ours, I was like, maybe it is him. Maybe he's a secret admirer. Knowing him, he probably checks in. He may not say anything. It could be him though. You never know. Could be Angel. Could be, oh no, that secret admirer number is back. Could be him, could be Angel, could be a lot of different people. Could be Jessa as well, technically, because they're all subscribed to the channel. It could be Margaret. Who knows who that mystery person is? They'll keep me in suspense, but it's okay. We'll have fun. Who knows what next drawing might come through? But Olga gave same with T-Bray, an idea of creating some sort of like calendar or book. I don't feel the requirement to write a book. There are already books out there that are doing it. I desire to create either a poster or some sort of thing and sell it to keep you in the now with those drawings. It's all the now. That's all you got to focus on is the now. Don't worry about anything. Your bills are irrelevant. The universe will always support you no matter what. You're always taken care of, always. You are always taken care of, no matter what. Morning, brother. You are always taken care of, you are always guided, you are always supported. You just have to wire that word safety in the now. Why, thank you for the like. I appreciate it. The third dimensional thinking mind, though, is going to do its best, though, to trample on your goals and dreams. I promise you, that's what the mind's going to do. And that's why you must, well, first of all, practice love. But you must do your best to separate your mind from yourself and see it as its own living being. You are not your mind. Hell, you're not your body either. But you respect and love your body that you have, that you were given. Your multi-dimensional mind is waiting for you in the now. With all the insights and wisdom that you possess already. This is why I keep saying to all of you, like when you hear someone else speaking on a podcast, you're reading a book, who do you think you're actually listening to? The other person or you're more of yourself? Right? Who are you listening to? More of yourself or the other person? No, you're listening to yourself speaking. Again, don't get it twisted. The third dimensional thinking mind is going to create the separation. Like that other sister over there is basically me riding on that bike. But the mind is going to create the separation that, oh, she's separate. Right? Like the brother that's running behind us, he ain't separate, he's one with us. He's not separate from us, he's one with us. Same with the couple that's coming. They're one with us too. But the third dimensional mind is going to project that this is separation. There is no separation. This is all one. Everything is one thing. Morning.
Morning.
Well, hello there, sister. It's just you at the present moment. But greetings to you too. During your time away, a lot has come through. Tap me back into the now. It's good to see you, by the way. If everyone just can get into the now, the world will change almost immediately. And all the chaos will come to a halt. Those others are me. But technically it could be maybe one of my accounts crashed on the computer. The only reason why I leave them on right now is simply because sometimes the live stream like ends on its own without me doing anything. So with at least the accounts watching it, it's sort of a way to, number one, know that the stream is working, and number two, because it's engaging on the stream, it will show that the stream is not like some like dead stream. So, but again, there was another person before you came on, but they don't say anything. So I call them the secret admirer. They've been showing up a lot, but they don't say anything. So my guesstimation is it's either Destiny, it may be Swati. I don't think it would be her though. Could be Eric. Highly doubt that. It's definitely not Jose. It's not Christopher. Maybe Catherine, but it's too early for Catherine to be on because it's 6:20 there. Or it was just 6:19 in San Diego. She's in LA though, which is the same time zone. So, but there might be someone else there, but they just don't say anything. Soul Fam, if he was on, he would have already said something. And if it was T-Bray, he would have already said, "What's up?" I know the patterns. Yours is greetings, chat. Soul Fam is usually Grand Rising. Unless he says something other than Grand Rising, and then T-Bray is what's up. Look, it's a heart. Yeah, it's just us. Unless that other person is listening. And YouTube's not showing the accurate numbers. Well, YouTube doesn't show the accurate numbers half the time anyways. So I'm speaking to 100,000 people. There we go. Yeah. since you're on, glad you started taking, or you're going to start violin lessons and playing the cello. This is going to be fascinating. You tap into that knowingness of yours, and you'll master it in no time, as if you were playing for years. Since you're accessing the library of all that is from within, when that person, the other mirrors back to you how to play those things. Yeah. Yesterday, I was around this spot, well, actually just a little bit further, when the acronym for the now came through, and I was speaking to Misha, and we were in quite the high vibration. Like it was talking all about the now. And the words "no other way" showed up. And that's the acronym for the now. No other way. Because everything else is an illusion. No other way but the now. All the suffering happens when we leave the now. All the anxiety happens when we leave the now. All the pain happens when we leave the now. Third dimensional thinking does not like being in the now. There's a YouTube channel called Wise Quote that we've been watching, and they've been pretty spot on with things that I've been saying. They started using my lingo because they access the library of all that is as well too. They're using third dimensional thinking. I was like, I had to laugh when I saw that. Neville calls his the fourth dimensional thinking. And I've studied a lot of Neville stuff, but I've never run into fourth dimensional thinking, or I was just oblivious to it because I tapped into an awareness that makes me aware of third dimensional and fourth dimensional thinking, but I call it multi-dimensional thinking or multi-dimensional knowing. These trees are losing their leaves. It's warm today. It's summer vibes. A little breezy at the present moment, but it's warm enough to be in t-shirt. There's a Bubba exploring the grass over there, finding some magic in the grass. One is tinier than the other. Morning. Let's see. My purpose is to learn so I can play for the nursing home. That would be awesome. They would really enjoy that. Not only with the current skills that you have in your awareness to help them, but that would also bring a lot of like joy to them. Morning. That's awesome. Playing in the parks, and also for the longing of playing for the elderly. I'm gonna quickly jump in the bathroom for a sec. So I'm just gonna mute myself and turn the camera off for a moment. A strong one is holding. I'm holding a strong one. See, there's another person here at the present moment. So if that person doesn't want to say anything, then they're the secret admirer. Okay, I'm good. Now I'll turn on the camera. There we go. So grateful they added that feature. Like muting. When we were in San Diego for the first time live streaming, I had to do all kinds of shenanigans to go use the bathroom without having it on. Like I had to like leave the camera outside or turn the stream off or like swipe up and all kinds of like silliness just so that y'all didn't see me doing my business. Funny. It's very fresh here. How was your tech break? Any insights showed up during your tech break? All right. I'm gonna go hang for a moment. Cool. That sounds wonderful. Is it already uploaded on your channel, or is it just has to be edited and sent on YouTube? Oh, you created a tarot channel. Very nice. Should leave the link in Cord so I can check it out. Okay. That was a nice crack right there. It was nice to see you, T-Bray, and SoulFam talking at the same time that night, because it's been very quiet. There's only been like one person at a time speaking with me, and not multiple people speaking with each other. So it was like, felt like old times, seeing the channel with a few people on chatting. But I know this is refinement period. Refinement and sowing. I'm sowing my seeds right now. Okay, got it. Haven't quite, I'm staying in the now. However, November 25th is coming up very, very soon. Less than 2 months away. I'll hit the year anniversary of when the stream started. Damn, so much has happened since then. Goodness gracious. Whew. And there's other new souls who showed up on my YouTube feed who are basically saying the same words that I'm saying. And I was like, okay, cool. These are the brothers and sisters that I was supposed to find and lead them at some point. Been watching the show The Chosen, which has Jesus in it. Lots of insights with that show. Universe desired me to watch that show. I downloaded the first 2 seasons thinking there was only 2 seasons of the show back last year, and I did not watch it up until now. Cannot connect the dots looking forward. Can only connect it looking backwards unless you have future sight. I think there's people playing. There's something going on over there. I can hear the people. probably like a gathering or something. There's a school over there, so. Let's see. I have a Westlife being made for the channel. It's almost finished. Awesome. All things are unfolding. That's good. That will be very successful. That's good. I'm glad you wrote the word busy in quotes. Basically, you were very productive. That's good. I've been pretty productive myself in my inner world. Doing my best to stay locked in the now, and anytime the third dimensional thinking mind desires to throw me out of the now, to remember to throw it back into the now, like drag it back into the now with love, and just stay in the now. It's funny how everything that I come to be aware of is the answer always comes back to the now. And that's all we have to know is the now. Everything else is irrelevant. All answers reside in the now. You know enough, you have enough, you've been enough, you were born enough, because that is enough. What else do you have to know? You know more than enough, you have more than enough, you've been more than enough, you were born more than enough, and that's because you are more than enough. And that's it. You, me, and everyone is born more than enough. And that's it. That's all you have to know is being more than enough. All you have to know is being more than enough. Beautiful white girl that just passed by. That was nice. If only she knew about the sun, though. But I also came to the conclusion as well about the layers. I mean, I've been aware of the layers. Everyone is on their own like layer of remembering / learning. The Tony Robbins phase to, let's see, maybe Danny Morel phase is when you continue the learning. When you go past the Danny Morel phase, that's when you start to do the remembering. Meeting people where they are. Letting go of, a lot of things. The Green Bay Packers. Very nice. Morning.
Good morning.
It's good. As it should. All things happen in the now. Yeah, it's when you left for a bit, a lot of basically all the answers have been always kept pointing me to the now. Just a lot of things start showing up. There was a movie called Frequency that I watched, and it's funny because Olga sent that in a text the night that I started watching it, but I fell asleep and I didn't realize she sent the text until I woke up the following morning and saw a text talking about the same movie I was just watching or attempted to watch. So I watched it on the stream. Then watching Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Then Ray and me having a synchronicity with his son's middle name, saying Jacob, because his daughter asked, I'm gonna actually run backwards. 3, 2, 1, go. He was asking, well, his daughter asked me, because she was typing in the chat, what's my brother's name? I'm like, I think it starts with a J, but I'm not sure. And then he typed and it's Riley. I'm like, oh yes, that's right, it's Riley. And I told him that I was thinking something like Jacob. And then he typed his full name and Jacob was his middle name. I was like, holy shit, dude. What a guess. It was my intuition kicking in. And then the same day, Brian showed up after a long time. And we had so much synchronicity. He made me aware of 2 words I hadn't been aware of in a while. Like anadromes and palindromes. Those are words that I haven't really been aware of. Anadromes and palindromes. And we had this synchronistic moment where he's like, I have a request. I'm like, sure, what's up? Can you write, look at the bubbas. Look at her faces. One's got a happy face. The other one's ready to eat me alive. Yeah. So he had me write down race car. Doesn't matter if it's capital letters or lowercase. If you spell race car backwards, it gives you race car. So now I can't unsee race car. Of course, that's the same thing with Hannah. And there's another word that does that. I believe that's the aniodrome or the palindrome. I think it's the palindrome. Then he found a music from The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, that basically when you play it backwards, it sounds the same as if you play it forwards. I think that's the aniodrome. And then what he was like, I don't know if anybody uploaded this video on YouTube of the reverse of The Legend of Zelda track. So he went looking for it. He found it. And in the comments, at the same time, him and I started looking at and listening to the video, someone in the comments wrote, race car spelled backwards is race car. I was like, bro, you see, this is how this shit works. This is beyond third dimensional thinking. This is what we call multi-dimensional knowing. He was blown away. So that all happened in a day. So it started with Olga with the movie, then Ray, then Brian, and then more stuff starts showing up. Like the video with saying third dimensional thinking. How dare they steal my words? But it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the library of all that is. Good morning. And so, like all those things were to just remind me of the now. Because that's all that matters is the now. Past and future are irrelevant. And you can recreate yourself anew in every present moment. But your third dimensional mind is going to do its best to lock you into the past and worry about the future and spin you downwards. A downward spiral. Yeah. That's why no matter, I had to go through the dark night of the soul because of all those drawings that came through to tap me back into the now. Because if I had not experienced this dark night of the soul, then the one from last year that I experienced, it wouldn't have, because I wasn't recording You know, I do remember all that had happened, but I can't prove, not that I have to prove anything, but you know, humans like third dimensional proof, right? That's the whole see it to believe it. I don't believe you went through a dark night of soul on your live stream. I don't believe it. There's no way you went through a dark night of soul on your live stream. Right? Because we've been programmed, or let me rephrase it, there's been a program installed into us called you gotta see it to believe it. But that's not how this works. So the world has been installed a program that is completely backwards. It's to know it, to see it. Because we've been so conditioned for our eyes to see, you know, the physical, but not to see that it starts in the mental. Like everything exists mentally and spiritually first before it exists physically. There's like all these cars, someone thought of these cars in their mind and they brought it into physical form. Same with these houses, right? It didn't just exist. It didn't just land and was built. Someone was planning the blueprint in their mind. Then they drew it out on the blueprint, and the architect had to like scale it and all kinds of stuff. And then ultimately, here we are. This car is like new, but not new, because this car hasn't been here before. So it's nice to see a nice, like old school kind of sports car. I dig it. I dig it. It's got the Supra vibe, the old Supras. And we have to uninstall these programs that have been installed into us, which starts with awareness. Awareness, and then the next thing is being open to changing the program. Because you can be aware of the program, but that doesn't mean you're open to change it. And that came back to my awareness recently, because all the things that I started in my journey was me being open-minded, much less being aware, being open to this idea of like shifts and changes. Is the grass wet? It is wet, but I'm gonna walk through it. Should be all right. My shoes has holes in it, but it's okay. It should be okay. And the now, which the third dimensional thinking mind does not like at all. It does not like it. And that's not just my third dimensional, let me rephrase it. It's not just the third dimensional thinking mind that resides with this vessel, but it's every other third dimensional thinking mind that resides with all other vessels. That does not like this idea of the now, and does not like the idea of holding dichotomies and paradoxes and dualistic beliefs that are both true. It does not like that. It likes one at a time. It likes logical. It likes linear. But like all those moments, like with Ray, with Olga, I mean, that's just you know, last week. Like there's been so many times on the live stream, like those cars that showed up in San Diego, the pink and the blue Supra. Like that's just another one of many that has shown up on the stream. Like that's breaking the rational and being in the now, that anything is possible in the now. And that the finite mind is saying to the infinite mind that I'm better than you and I know more than you and you don't know more than me because I can see and you can't see. But the thing is, the multidimensional mind, which is infinite, knows better, sees better, and does better than the third dimensional thinking mind can ever do. And so, for me, it's just being in this presence of the now. That's why I'm done reading books, because I have all the answers. And when the answers are meant to be made aware in my physical expression, it will be brought into my awareness, which alleviates this idea of having to chase and acquire and become. And eventually others will catch on to do the same. Some have already started to doing that. They already have enough, they know enough, they've been born enough, and that is enough. What else do you have to know? What else do you have to be? You already are whole and complete as you are now. That's why, like, there are layers to this journey. Those who are just starting out, they can't get to the layer I'm currently at because they have to go through a lot of the other layers. You can give them the shortcut, but they may not be ready to handle that shortcut yet. A great example is, I'll use Mario Kart. In Mario Kart 64, there's a massive time gap with a shortcut at the beginning of a stage called Wario Stadium. And if you perform it correctly, you can jump over and you will basically be leaps and bounds beyond your competitors, like the other racers. I've done this a lot with Mario and Peach. Back then I was more of a Mario dude. I didn't really entertain Peach, but now if I go back and play, I'm always picking Peach. And that's not just that game. There's other Mario Kart games that has a shortcut. Anyways, when I first performed a shortcut, I had no idea which way to go. Because I was like, oh shit. Because I thought, when I jumped over, I have to go like where my cart is facing, that's the forward direction. Nope. The you're going the wrong way guy showed up with the cloud. Not the shy guy. The dude who like throws those spike shell dudes, he showed up. Forget his name. He starts with an L. Lukita or some shit like that. Anyways, he kept showing up and I'm like, I'm going backwards. Oh, I gotta turn that way. And by the time I figured it out, a lot of the racers started to catch up, right? So that moment of when I jumped over is basically the same concept of you can take the shortcut, but if you don't have the depth or the understanding about the shortcut's gonna be irrelevant. And hence why all that I've had to grow through and be aware of was for simple awareness, so that I can help others know exactly where they are, and I have the depth to explain it so I know where they are and I can help them exactly on where they are in that journey. And I can tell them the shortcut, but the shortcut will be irrelevant if they don't know how to use the shortcut. And, as a mirror, we're not here to give the answers. We're here to create the space for others to feel safe so they can find the answers within themselves and come to that awareness. Yeah, the cloud guy. He holds a sign up saying wrong way, and it keeps flashing until you turn around. So like when I first performed the shortcut, I'm like, oh shit, cool. But because I was like going the wrong way, and I was still new at Mario Kart, still getting adjusted with like the joystick and all that of the N64 controller. I was like, oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. I have to like go this way. And then when I got more proficient at it, I did the shortcut 3 times where I basically overlapped the characters. It was hilarious. Overlapping the characters. Basically, it was an instant win for me. The moment you perform that like when I would play against others, because back then, multiplayer actually involved 4 people looking at one TV screen, actually playing on one console. Back in the day, that was what I would consider real multiplayer. I would perform the shortcut, and they'd be like, "You're cheating." I'm like, "It's not cheating. If you know how to do it, it ain't cheating. I'm not using anything that's I'm busting the rules, but I'm not cheating. I'm literally using a mushroom and I'm jumping over. If you can gain enough speed in the beginning, when you're first starting out, you could technically perform the jump, but you have to do it on the last bump before you continue the race. Otherwise, you have to spin backwards and do it again and hope for the best. I screwed up many times doing that thing. Many times. However, you know, because I've practiced so often, because that was my game back then, Mario Kart 64. Like I spent time on that game. Ooh, there's the shadow, Bubba. Is that the shadow? It is the shadow. Yep. It is the shadow, Bubba. The shadow, Bubba. Yeah, so we're back. Ooh. I'm gonna go get the power cord because battery got to low percentage. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, you know, telling someone the answer, like, you know, again, this also comes down to telling people that they're the creator. Not everybody is ready to hear that. Right? Like, because then it forces them to take responsibility that they're not ready to take responsibility for in their life. So I also have to recognize when I should say this, I already recognized, you know, all the times when I was telling people, you are the creator, right? That doesn't necessarily mean anything to those who are not ready to hear that. It means jack diddly to them. So, because if they're ready to hear it, they'll hear it, and they will embody that they are the one who's responsible. But for those who don't desire to be responsible, then I tell them now, all you got to do is be in the now. You want all your suffering to stop creating the suffering by being in the now. But again, there's layers to this, because telling someone to just be in the now, if they've never even known what being in the now is, because they've been so conditioned to seeing time as like forward and backwards and not in the now, how are they supposed to know to be in the now if they've never experienced it? Right? That's always been the billion-dollar question, the trillion-dollar question that I've always had. Well, how do you experience something that you never experienced before? I've asked this question countless of times. Oh, there's sister. Hi, Olga. How do you, you know, tell someone to be in the now if they never experienced the now? Just like how do you tell someone to feel like a billionaire if they never even had even $100 in their bank account? It's finding something that's relatable. By the way, I saw the message you sent, so that's going to be an interesting movie. I look forward to looking at that movie, Shift. Yeah, The Shift. I wonder if it's on YouTube. I'm going to quickly look it up. The Shift. There's 2 movies called The Shift. So one has Danny Glover, and the other one, unless that is the same movie. So well, this one's kind of short though, so this might be a different movie, but the one that you sent with the thumbnail is the one with Kevin Gardner. And you know what's funny, sister? Guess what? The girl whose name is Molly apparently, she's in the Chosen. I see her name, Elizabeth Tabish. She's in the Chosen. She is Mary. Not Mary as Mary, not his mom, but the other Mary, who follows him. One of his disciples. That's interesting. That's cool. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to see if I find this on Netflix or The Shift. I will, thank you, and you as well, Regina. The Shift. Nope, not on Netflix. What about on? It's funny because I just said Mary, and bye people. I'll be by myself for a bit, but enjoy your time, both of you. Love you both. Oh, before you go, sister, the Now has a new acronym. You're gonna love this. No other way. Remember those words. No other way. No, N, other, O, way, W. That came yesterday while I was on the trail. I accessed the library of all that is. The Now is no other way. You'll like that one. The movie is on YouTube. Okay. It just has Danny Glover instead of the other one. It's kind of confusing because there's a movie with Wayne Dyer. Is he in the movie? Because there's another movie called The Shift as well. There's like 3 movies called The Shift. Yeah. Okay, so that's not Wayne Dyer. So okay, so that's not a movie then. All right, so it's that one with Elizabeth Tabish. Elizabeth Tabish. Yeah. And yeah, The Chosen, the show, yeah, I saw a bunch of texts of it. Yeah, see on my thumbnail, there is this one called The Shift, and then there's this one called The Shift. But it's not this one. But there's 2 movies called The Shift. I know it's this one, but this one it looks like I have to pay or rent it. Whereas this one is free, but this is not the same as this. That's why I'm gonna go do my magic and get the movie. I'm gonna go do my magic. Send me the link if you can, so I know, because like the link you sent me is just to Google. It's not on YouTube. So if you can send it to me, the link for the free version on YouTube, cool, and I will watch it. Sounds good. Thank you. Enjoy your day. I'm gonna go grab my meal. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my meal. And I will watch it. Let's see this.
Actual news from Tokyo Game Show that isn't just a rehash of old stuff. So thank you, Audrey, for translating this. And this is coming from JP Games. In a recent interview with JP Games DE, Hamaguchi reveals a few details about FF7 Part 3. The title has been determined, reflects the gameplay and experience is much like the first two titles. Return or returns. Hopes to reveal news in the near future? I'm betting on the Game Awards. That's where we show something for the first time. That's where the first teaser is at TGA's. Part 3 is the last part of the trilogy, and he thinks they'll have a suitable finale for a great send-off, and wants to see Final Fantasy series moving forward beyond multi-platform for all. Kevin.
The shift.
Can't win it out here, man. Gotta get her back in the ring. Here we go.
35 seconds. How unique, how innovative. Blake Monroe trying to get herself out and somehow navigated her way free.
And right now,
It's disgusting. Blake Monroe wants to take everything from Jordan Grace. No, Booker. Monroe trying to muscle up.
oh, baby.
An airway crash. Table.
Also, another no one in the wrestling world thought was possible.
And Grace survives.
Also,
All right. Let me see if I can find this movie on my sources. Let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can do. The shift. The shift. Nice. Okay. Cool beans. Okay, I'm gonna go get my food. I'm gonna go get my food. Go get my food, people. Yeah. Let's go back to YouTube.
Also, another match that has been officially signed off on is the NXT Tag Team Champions Dark State versus the TNA Tag Team Champions, the Hardy Boys. Title for title, winner take all match. And also, after everything that has happened with Trick and Oba, everyone will be barred from ringside, so there will be no interruptions. There has to be a winner. Thank you. And I'll see you all October 7th at Invasion.
And if there is anybody who should lead the NXT women's team, there's only one choice. And she is me. Lash Legend, the bougie bully. That's right. Because I get things done and I handle my business. Matter of fact, Jada Parker would know about that. She would know. Because last time we stepped inside that ring, I picked her up, I bodied her, and I got the dub. But most importantly, right now, we can...
Well, right now, you better turn around, because Jada Parker looking for a receipt.
Biz is just picked up. Biz is just picked up, dog.
They're looking for that twisted grin, countered, backslide.
Whoa, oh.
Another near fall, back up and a big kick just connecting. And Ethan Page looking for maybe that ego's edge. Dropping Tavion. And, ooh, another kick up. Look at Ethan Page holding on. And a nice, deep, cinched-in Boston
Beautiful
crab.
combination by Ethan Page on the Olympian. Right there, turning the tide.
And remember that lower back, that's got to be on fire. It went down across the top turnbuckle on a backbreaker. It went against the hard steel of the ramp. And get into the ropes. Trying to look over, and if you're thinking of small victories, Fallon Henley's been wiped out. It's only Lola Vice now, and Lola connects with that kick. Is that it? Knockout
No way.
for the title. Yes!
Come
Mary
on.
Marcus, get her out of here!
I mean, when can't not have a conversation with the ref.
Not a conversation. She ripped the referee out of the ring. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, man.
My word, and it gets into strikes again. I got a side with Lola Vice, especially this late.
Oh, baby.
She remembers all that training from her father. Big! Rolling out for back fist. Back fist from Lola. Oh, her momentum carried her out of the ring.
JC's still out, though.
JC would be out. Lola's got to recover. Lola's got to get back up. Who in the
Oh my God. What the hell? I don't watch NXT.
slow, but
It's not me she lost. Lola Vice lost.
just breaking down. And at what point, Book, as we see him
This
just-
Oba Femi.
the challenger, at what point, Booker, is too much
No,
for the challenge?
Wait a minute. Ricky Sage just landed a shot.
We've seen him do it two or three times. It doesn't go anywhere,
He
Booker.
landed a big knee right now. Obafemi reeling just a little bit.
It
but
got caught, got hoisted, and got planted. That's what I mean. Does this man have a weakness? Answer that after the cover. Hook of the leg is, and this one's going to continue.
it's about dominance right here, Vic.
Certainly
It's
is.
about showing dominance.
And the referee showing discretion right now. He knows how much this match means. He knows what this is for. It's for the NXT Championship. Oh, but think about it.
He
A
thought
fall
about
from
it.
grace.
He thought about it, Vic. Here we go. Here we go, baby.
Destroy Ricky Sainz counter. DDT. There is still fight. There is still left in the challenger book. This is showing you for everyone that has questioned Ricky Sainz about his heart, where his head's at. He's bringing it here tonight. Second fall from grace. Another DDT. How many is that?
Now this kid is
2, 3.
everything he possibly can and try to slow him down. Oh, coup d'etat. Oh, coup d'etat.
DDT. One on the table, one on the floor, one in the ring. And Sainz did it. And you know what? It is yours. You did it. And move.
Okay. That's nice.
God created you as a replica. This is what it means to be created in God's image. You're a fractal replica of divinity. So you're a replica of God, your spirit, not your body. God is not a person. God has no name, no image, no form. It's the vibration of unconditional love, the wellspring of being and non-being. So you're not a person either. You're also created in God's image, which is source energy, no name, no image, no form, and no limitations as the ultimate creator being. So you're all mini gods running around in your own creation. And when you realize that, you're free. You're no longer a slave of the matrix. Because you realize that everything is within you. The version of you that has the dream job, that's in you. The version of you that has the drive in the Ferrari, that's in you. The version of you that has the $100 million or whatever you're trying to manifest, that's in you. The version of you that manifested their specific person, or better yet, their ideal person, the universe knows better for you than your ego knows, right? And any specificity is insistence on an outcome, which collapses infinite possibilities down to one specific possibility. That's not a way a master creates. So when you've transcended specific person and all the manifestation coaches, and you're ready to be a master creator, you don't manifest a specific person, you manifest the perfect person. And how do you do that? You embody your true vibration of unconditional love, and you radiate that. And then the universe mirrors and amplifies that with a so-called other. That's the way you manifest your dream partner or whatever. Again, all this stuff is broken down in my Magnetic to Money Masterclass. Best money masterclass ever.
Wake up.
You must understand this to become a master manifester. Number one, that everything is one thing. There are no locks and bolts to anything. You have access to everything. Once you understand that the all is in the one and the one is in the all. There is no one separate from you and no one outside of you. Not even the person you hate the most, right? No one, be it the one you admire or the one you despise, are separate from you or outside of you. Now, when you realize that that's true about everything, especially everything you desire to bring into manifestation, now you're on the right track. Now you're remembering who you are. Now you are remembering yourself as the creator, the one infinite creator that creates everything.
Let's not limit our thinking. Typically, whenever people think of abundance, it's always attached to finances. But abundance isn't just limited to finances until you say so, because the moment that you begin to limit or restrict something internally, you begin to restrict it externally. Because the truth of the matter is there's no truth in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. If you can only perceive abundance to be on one particular level, then you hinder or you restrict other aspects of your life where you
Nah, just leave it.
experience that same degree of abundance. So abundance, quite simply, to most people is having bare money, like having lots of money. But that's not what abundance is. Remember this definition of abundance, because all abundance comes down to this one level. And if you can understand this one sentence, you can unlock abundance.
More than
I'm
enough.
not saying that as an exaggeration. I'm saying that because this is the true alignment of what abundance is. All abundance comes down to is having more than enough. Anything that you have more than enough of, that is abundance, whether that's finances, whether that's
Bar.
opportunities, whether that's potential clients in your business, whether that's potential
I like my
dating
beard
partners,
now.
all of that
It's
stuff.
looking
All of
nice.
it comes down to having
Looking
more than
nice.
enough. Let's not limit our thinking.
Looking nice, boy. Yeah, boy. Let's go, boy. All right. I'm gonna go make me a peanut butter slice because that wasn't enough for me. I'm a growing boy. Where are you putting these? Okay. Our brother's gonna be releasing a video in a bit. Oh yeah, let's go. Honey, let's eat. Let's eat, baby. There's Honey Bunny. There's Honey. There she is. Hi, Honey. Let's go. Honey Bunny. Let me check my remote. Damn keyboard. Oops. Let's close up a bunch of these things. My babe.
What is the shadow self? How is it even created? Okay, let's talk about that first. So you essentially have two parts of your being. You have many parts, but it's split into two sides, essentially. You've got the shadow self, and then you've got your dominant identity. So you've got the part of you that's in the dark, it's unconscious, and then the part of you that's more conscious. It's who you would really identify as. I call this your protector identity. This protector self is the self that if somebody asked you who you were and you were describing yourself, you would be describing the traits of the protector self. The shadow self is your repressed aspects, and the protector self is your expressed aspects. What is the shadow self? How is it?
This Nintendo console was once illegal. In the year 2000, China implemented a ban on home game consoles due to fear of video game addiction negatively impacting the youth. So consoles like the Nintendo 64 were completely outlawed. This ban led to a ton of illegally imported consoles and piracy. However, the ban only applied to foreign game consoles. Anything developed by a Chinese company was generally still legal. So Nintendo took advantage of this loophole by partnering with a Chinese entrepreneur to create an all-new console specifically for the Chinese market, the iQ Player. This was basically just a Nintendo 64 clone. There were plans to put different console games on it, but only N64 ports ended up being released. The library consisted of only 14 games, all localized into Mandarin, and unlike the N64, it didn't use typical cartridges. Instead, you would purchase games at public kiosks in places like gas stations or electronics stores and download them. But eventually, they implemented a software that allowed you to purchase these games at home. This Nintendo console was once illegal. In the year 2000, China implemented a ban on home game consoles due to fear of video game addiction.
Such an illusionary world.
Negatively impacting.
Oh shit. This isn't. Is this in English? Nice. Nice. Ooh, the wind, the wind, the wind. Ugh. Even though it is warm, the wind is making it a little nippy, so I'm gonna go ahead and change my shirt. Actually, no, I'm gonna wear my sleepy shirt. My sleepy shirt. Glad I just had breakfast with Babe. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, Bubba. All right. Let's go ahead and put this on. I'm gonna go use the bathroom quickly. I'm sure the movie's done. Oh yeah, it's done. So I'm gonna do some of my training in between the time I start moving my body, so that way when we start to do our training or like our exercise and stuff, that I'm already done my stuff. So I'm gonna get some squats in, some push-ups in, some mobility training in. That way it's all done, son. So I'm gonna go ahead and get some push-ups in. The movie is done, by the way. The shift. So I'm gonna do 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. 3, 2, 1, go. 1. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. Whew. Yeah, let's go. Whew. Did it a little slower, but it's all good. Whew. Whew. Gundam Seed Destiny. The Archangel versus the Minerva. Fire! Fire! There's Lacus. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ah, yes, the triple team. Jetstream attack! Nice. Lacus is asking Athrun if he's all right, but not physically, but mentally. Because there's a girl that looks like Lacus, whose name is Mir Campbell, who is basically the fake Lacus, who All right, time to do squats. 55 squats. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, Lacus. Lacus is my Lindsay Sterling in the anime world. We'll start with L. It's scary when someone closes their mind. That's all there is, and they only see the end. Lacus with the motivation right there. It's not the end. This is only the beginning. You are Atherin. It's Mula Flaga. Mula Flaga. Mula Flaga. Destiny and legend, freedom and justice. Cool beans. Wackus. Justice taken off. There's a comment that basically said if Athrun, fun fact, the brother sister based on Luke and interesting. What's this?
There is no next thing. There's only this thing that you're doing right now.
Yep.
What I mean is, I was wiring a plug socket in my house the other day, and I always get agitated whenever
Not the
I'm
flower of
messing
life.
with electrics. I don't know what. It's those fiddly little things that you have to do, like stripping the wires and turning those tiny little screws. You're always hunched over at a mega awkward angle. I guess it's the posture you end up in. I remember reading a book on Zen once, and it said, if you can't control your posture, you can't control your mind. So maybe that's what makes you so agitated. Anyway, so I noticed that I was starting to feel this agitation that I always feel. And this time I made a mental effort to instead focus on just the one task at hand, because I could feel myself beginning to wish that I was doing anything else, and I just wanted this to be over. And that's when you start rushing things and making mistakes. So I caught myself, and I thought, at that moment I was attaching some wires to the back of the plug socket that I just ripped out the wall. And I thought to myself,
It's all about being in
this
the
is the
now.
only thing you have going on in your life right now, and therefore it's the most important thing that you have going on in your life right now. And then as soon as I thought that, the task was no longer tedious, it was no longer daunting, it was just what I was doing. That was all I had to do. I wasn't thinking about the next step in the process, or what I was going to do once all of this was over, or even things that had happened earlier in the day. All I was focusing on was what I was doing. And I decided that I was going to do that one step to the best of my ability and get those wires into the back of that socket. And then once that was done, and it was done perfectly, couldn't have been done better, I moved on to the next step in the process. This is the way you have to be with absolutely everything, all the time. You have to make a conscious effort to be present and do the thing that you're doing with full, total concentration. Because as soon as I did that, it became a joy. It might have actually taken me twice as long to get it done as it would have if I was just doing it, just doing what I needed to do. But it became my world, it became everything to me. As mundane of a task as it was everything. So certain things in life will bring you into that space that you need to be in without you having to think about it. Like any time you're in control of something moving at high speed and there's that element of danger, you naturally become focused on that one thing, and everything outside of that just ceases to exist. And if you want to get into that space when you're not flying across concrete at high speed, you have to make that conscious effort to put yourself into that space as if your life depended on it. Because when you do that, you do your best work and you enjoy it no matter what it is. And it's not just focusing on that thing that you're doing, it's getting really specific and breaking the thing you're doing down into the moment within the thing that you're doing. So you're not just doing the dishes, you're scrubbing the plate and you're rinsing the plate. You know what I mean? And all of this seems so obvious, but the hard part is catching yourself and actually sticking to it, because it's so easy to get distracted by another thought or to look forward to whatever is next, but there is no next, there's only now. And then once you've focused on the thing that you're doing, then you have to try not to think about the thing that you're doing. So instead of thinking, I'm turning the screw, you have to become one with the screw and the action of turning it. This is something that drawing mandalas has helped me train. Sometimes I think I'm getting bored of drawing mandalas. This is kind of a monotonous activity. Drawing a mandala and literally going around in circles. We keep coming back to them. And I guess it's not because I want to make something that looks cool or has a message or anything like that. I'm training that side of me that wants to be present when I'm not drawing mandalas. I mean, that's what you're doing with sitting meditation, isn't it? You're training your mind to be still, even outside of meditation. But when you're drawing a mandala, as repetitive as it may seem, you're training your mind while actually doing something. So really, it's probably more effective than sitting with your eyes closed. And after a while, it stops being repetitive and it becomes immersive. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take, because there's nothing else going on. This is the only thing in your life, drawing this mandala, and it's nourishing the spirit.
See, everything's in the now. It all is in the now. Gundam info. It's funny because I already have all the episodes. I love this. Geometric shapes at certain frequencies. You throw sand, 3,835 hertz. There might not be a neuro video today. Well, there might be actually. He's supposed to be traveling. Wow. Certain hertz, it creates quite something. Sound is of, it's 11:11, by the way. Cymatics. $4,444 hertz at 11:11. Nice. That was dope. Supposed to see this. This is awesome, by the way. I love it. Somebody made friends with a spider, a tiny spider. They did like a
So they kidnapped my dog Naruto. I know he was like, this is what I went through 720 episodes for? Nah, they can have this Hokage shit back. Had him posted up like Wolverine. So Momoshiki, being the only one with common sense, tries to chop his head off before he finishes eating. But it's too late and does absolutely zero damage. And then he transforms, but gets blocked twice. He swings at Sasuke, but Sasuke weaves Momoshiki, so he does an almighty push, hitting this pose thinking he's safe. But Sasuke is like,
I think we ain't done yet.
and a shuriken comes out of the ground, just for it to be Naruto the whole time. Shit almost got me shedding tears, bruh. I'm really out here reminiscing, walking through memory lane, for instance. So Naruto got the Rasen shuriken in his hand. He throws it at Momoshiki. Momoshiki is like, okay, this is ninjas. I'm gonna absorb that shit. But got his dumb ass again. Momoshiki quickly adapts though and tries to chain up Sasuke. I see an opportunity to make a joke here, but I'm not going to. Sasuke uses his teleportation to swap with Momoshiki. Nigga knew that shit was tough too, but I don't know why bro is looking at Sasuke. His problem is right in front of him. So he looks up, and Naruto comes in like a fucking bullet and rocks the shit out of him as hard as he possibly can. They always be giving Naruto these close-ups of when he punches the shit out of people.
yeah, because that's what Naruto's all about, bro. That's what the Naruto's all. Okay. The movie should have been done, so I'm going to go ahead and find the movies. It's called a shift. Yep, there it is. How long is this movie? Oh, it's made by the same people. Hey. It's made by the same people. No wonder she's in the movie. That makes sense. That makes total sense. It's a 2-hour movie. Okay, let me go grab my go get my walker. That's hilarious. I was like, the moment I see the angel thing, I'm like, ah, it's interesting. Let's go. Let's go. So I am going to do my leg raises, my ab leg raises here. Oops, I'm so sorry. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. So, Here we go. That leaf? No, it's not a leaf. It's not a leaf. Hi, Bubba. We gotta get you on the grass. Gotta get you going. You've taken the shape of a leaf, but you're not a leaf. Okay, Bubba. You need to rest here. You rest right here. You're gonna be okay. You'll be all right. I knew it. I was like, what the heck? That's definitely not a... It's like a grasshopper that looks like it's camouflaged into a leaf. Send healing. One sec, y'all. Heal. Heal, Bubba, heal. I don't know what happened to you. Heal. I hope I didn't step on you yesterday. You weren't there yesterday. It's working, Bubba. You will fly away. I put you on the sun, maybe? Let me put you on the sun. Let's put you on the sun. Let's go. There you go. There you go. There you go. You're gonna be okay. You're all right. Okay. The healing is commencing. There's a grasshopper looking like a, I don't know, it looks like a leaf. It's camouflaged into like a leaf looking thing, and yeah. All right, so I'm gonna do some of my mobility training as well. That way, I'm doing like little by little. This is for my knees. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 30 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay, these are done. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then hold. 11. Oh, there's some people here. Interesting. Oh man. Just doing some mobility training before we do our play out. I'm going to be watching a movie before that and getting lunch. So basically doing all my stuff early in between. So I'm not just sitting for like 2 hours and then having to do all that stuff. Whew. Now I'm going to start to feel hot. Okay, so we did knees, we must do ankles. What are we going to do for ankles? That's what we're doing for ankles. I'm wearing my sleepy shirt right now since it was hot, or it was chilly earlier. My raggedy shirt to sleep. Okay, against the wall. 1. My shoes are slipping off of me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Gotta do 20 more on the other side. We gotta unwolverine ourselves today. Got some grooming to do. I did some earlier this morning. My face. Still gotta kind of do the nice little blade. Whew. I'm looking very, very nice. Very, very nice. All right. 1, 2, 3. I trust that grasshopper or whatever that thing is okay. I sent healing to it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ankles are done. Hip and hamstrings must be done. Okay. Nope, the table's too close. Actually, intuition's like move the chair back. Move the chair back. Well, whoever's here, if you are the secret admirers, plural, welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, whoa, 20. Whew, damn. Whew. Standing on my shoes, I'm not in my shoes, I'm on my shoes, like I'm standing on top of my shoes. Oop. This leg, this hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oops, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, oops, 18, 19, 20. Whew. Hamstrings are done. Hips are next. Let me hey, you. Go. I save you to do all that? Come on. Come on now. Get up. I know you have to eat, but come on. You, get out of here. Go. Leave him alone. Go. If you don't go, get out of here. He's gonna eat you. Get out of here. Go. I'll literally throw water on you. Go. Go. I mean, if you continue to go there and he eats you, that's your prerogative. Go. He's being stubborn. Hey, universe, what's with this? Move it. I'm going to kick you in your face, you stupid little bee. Bubba, stop that. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. You get going. Okay, we have hips to do. Then I'm gonna watch a movie. What are we gonna do for hips? That's what we're gonna do. I'll move it on this side. Okay. Let's take off the shoes. One, two, three, four, five. Six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh. My fingers are actually getting it too. They're getting stronger when I do that as well. Because I have to put so much pressure on my fingers to hold my body weight. That's why I'm able to hang from my fingers more than I can with I can hang more with my fingers now. At the cost, of course. Kiss my wife. Hi, baby. Hi, Baba. Hi, Baba. Wife. There she is. Wife. She's not just a superstar, she's just my wife. To everyone else, she's a superstar. To me, she's my wife. Who I love very, very much. And I get to wake up to my princess, my queen, my empress, my goddess. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 more, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh. Ah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. This is cool. Getting this stuff done before my play out. And I can sit and watch stuff. I wonder if Nero released a video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. All right. We got that stretching to do in a bit. Mobility training complete. We'll be doing our play out in about an hour or two. When lunch is done, I'll go grab it. I'm gonna set up. Cool. I'll change back into my other shirt. God mode shirt. also went to use the bathroom. So we have cardio today. Pour some water, fill this bottle up. Look at that, full bottle of water. Now I can crush this one. I told that bee to not bother that cricket or whatever that is, because I saved it and it didn't want to listen. I was attempting to keep it away, but the cricket decided to eat it. So as much as I don't like seeing death, I did warn that bee not to get in its way. It was just, I put it there to rest and heal, but it wanted to go and create chaos, so that's its own doing, unfortunately. Can't save the bee now. Unless the bee is eating it, I don't know. Okay, wife. Let's watch this movie together, babe. If he just posted this, everything is a win, there are no losses in my reality. Yep. Bar. I lose money, that's a win. I lose people, that's a win. I lose opportunity, that's a win. In my reality, even release is reward. There are no losses. Here are only lessons, upgrades, and alignment. How can I be afraid of losing money? How could I be afraid of losing people? How could I be afraid of losing opportunity? Once fear is removed, true freedom unravels, and you are disconnected from the frequency that limits all. Nothing is lost in the divine economy of the universe. When you transcend polarity, you don't lose the game like others. You leave it and create your own. Yes, sir. That's how it's done. He did release it. He did release the video. So I feel inclined to watch the video. Ooh, this is going to be a good video of the 4D is weird. It's weird because your third dimensional thinking mind can't conceptualize it as normal. Okay, we got to start with him always tapping the board. He's got the David Hawkins scale going on. Well, whoever's here, you're in for a treat. Because he's about to drop some fire. Look at that. I'll actually screenshot that because I mean, I already know this scale very, very well. I'll turn it that way so there's less reflection.
If you don't understand frequency, then you will never be able to understand manifestation. And I say that for one mere truth. If you don't understand frequency, then you don't understand how you can maintain frequency. How many times on the journey to materializing your desired reality have you thought to yourself, how do I maintain frequency? I keep feeling like I keep getting thrown off. without realizing that, one, you don't understand what frequency is. Two, you don't understand how frequency plays a role in the realm of manifestation. Three, you don't understand how to recalibrate after being thrown off. And four, if you do not possess the ability to maintain your frequency, you will never maintain your reality. Now, bear in mind, when I say frequency is interchangeable with your state of consciousness, your self-concept, your mental attitude, your imagination. They're all interchangeable terms for the exact same thing. And your ability to maintain that is what separates those who have the capability to manifest and those who don't. Because what you don't realize is the universe has one desire. Well, reality, this third dimensional realm. It has the desire to distort the frequency that you're emitting to the universe. And until you have the ability to make sure that you're emitting the same frequency with crystal clear clarity, you will never be in your desired reality. And as you can see, this is one of the best drawings we've ever seen over here.
This took a good 45 minutes.
It took a good 45 minutes. Sometimes something speaks for itself, to be honest.
Colours are nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to wipe it away in a couple of seconds.
You know.
After 45 minutes of doing the same thing.
Yep, it's a practice. There's a practice in...
I just seen this comment, yeah. And I fully agree with Frank. They said, I cannot believe you do not like Interstellar.
It's not that I don't like Interstellar. It's just that when I tried to watch it the first time, I fell asleep. That's all. I might try to watch it this weekend, actually.
Please.
Yeah, you have to watch Game of Thrones, and then we're even.
You want me to dedicate 100 hours
If you ask somebody who's seen Interstellar and Game of Thrones, they will tell you they'll keep Game of Thrones.
Definitely not.
On my mom's life.
I don't trust niggas who put shit on their mom's life anyway.
They're always lying, innit?
Always lying.
Bro, there's niggas that lie on God, bro.
Starting off with a bang, people.
Reclusive. I put him on that new. Now he only fuck with excuses. She like, what's your name?
My name, Nick.
Where you from?
New York in this bitch.
Choose him here.
You got the right one.
Oh, no, the right one.
That song is a classic, legendary.
Baby, is you drunk? Is you had it now?
Everyone pull their weight in that song.
Are you here looking for love? At the club, you're going crazy.
You know what I seen the other day on a TikTok comment? They were like, they need to bring back old school rap where they had someone singing on the chorus and rap verses.
Yep, they don't do that anymore.
We need it back.
I'm telling you, man, those are the times. Now I need to see which pens I actually can use because most of them died for that drawing. This should be okay, and this should be okay. All right, cool. So there's a couple key points that we have to understand about frequency. Now, bear in mind, as I said, frequency is interchangeable with a bunch of things. State of consciousness.
Oh.
Still wet.
Always. Now, it's interchangeable with state of consciousness, self-concept, imagination, mental attitude. Different schools of philosophies all attribute it, but it's just the understanding that before reality is material, it is energetic. So energy precedes matter. Simple. Matter is what our world is made out of. It's what the third dimensional realm is made out of. Now, you take the energy with you wherever you go.
Yep.
And that's to borrow that down. You take your energy with you wherever you go. And because you take your energy with you wherever you go, that energy eventually
no matter where you are, there you are. No matter where you are, there you are.
The thing about frequency, state of consciousness, and self-concept is that all it is energy. But what type of energy it is a unique energy signature. Now, the easiest way for me to be able to convey the point that I'm trying to make here, think about when you order a product online. It has what's considered a product code. No product code is ever repeated because it has to be unique so that when it's distributed, they know what to send out. And it's the same thing with reality. Now, your desired reality has its own unique product code. And so long as you can match your frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept, imagination, with the unique product code of your desired reality, eventually the universe will seek to distribute that reality out to you through the process that we call manifestation or materialization. But here's the thing. In order for you to truly understand frequency, you have to understand what frequency is made out of. You have to understand what are the components of state of consciousness. You have to understand what are the components of your self-concept. And see, a lot of people never come to an understanding of what this is made out of. And because they don't understand what it's made out of, the information doesn't go too far. Once you know the components that it's made out of, then you can seek to align those components. And when you align those components, you align your frequency. When you align your frequency, you align to your desired reality. Now, it's made up of a few things. Number one, your beliefs.
Your thoughts.
Your emotionally charged thoughts. I'll just put ECT. Yep. Emotionally charged thoughts is made up out of your perception.
Yep.
Your expectations.
Yep.
Your focus.
Or attention.
What's missing there?
He always misses.
What's missing there? Expectations, perceptions, focus, your reactions.
Yep.
And what is the final thing? Your convictions.
Yeah.
What you deem to be a truth in reality. That's all conviction is. All the things that you have conviction in.
Whoa.
Your frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept is made out of these things. In order for you to align to your desired reality, you need the product code of your desired reality. In order to have the product code of your desired reality, you need to have the equivalent, the energetic equivalent of your frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept. And the way that you do that is by making sure you have the beliefs of that desired reality, the emotionally charged of that desired reality, the way that you look at life, of that desired reality, the expectations, the things you focus on, the way that you react to reality, and the convictions that you hold to be true about the world. They all need to be reflective of that desired reality. If you don't understand what frequency is made out of, then you don't have the capability to alter your frequency. Because here's the thing. In the Hermetic tradition, there's something known as the law of cause and effect. And let me go through cause and effect here because it's foundational. Now, bear in mind, we're going to get into how to maintain frequency, recalibrate frequency, and actually some of the tricks that your old frequency will play on you when it comes to frequency to actually distort your capability of materializing your desired reality. So just relax, you're going to get some. We just have to go through the foundations as always. And once again, if your mind is shifting towards, I already know this, Nero. If you already know it, nigga, then why are you still struggling to manifest?
Yep.
Ouch, Nero, that wasn't necessary.
The foundations are important. And the natural tendency for the mind is to always look for new information. You know, I had a guy message me the other day. Pause. What? How is that pause? How?
Bro, guy's messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me. And he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get new information. I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information. But the natural tendency of the mind is to think that something's missing. And ironically, when you think that something's missing, you internalize that something's missing. And when you internalize that something's missing, you don't have the capability of activating the knowledge that you already have to make that work because you still have the preconceived notion that there's something you're missing. You're still looking for some missing secret without realizing that you're the only missing secret in the universe. And when you have the capability of directing that conviction to a degree of understanding that you already know enough and you have everything that is necessary to materialize your desired reality.
I keep saying that.
Hamster wheel of shifting to looking for something new. Hence why I'm saying, oftentimes I repeat the same foundations because when I tell you this is all you need to know, this is truly what I mean. I even said to him, I said, bro, if you're looking for something new, then I refuse to work with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you don't need anything new.
We have to understand something. This is the Hermetic law of cause and effect, and this has a role in your frequency more than you think. Now, once again, oftentimes people think frequency is about what you eat and what you do and, you know, and this and that, but no. They have a misunderstanding in the role that frequency actually plays when it comes to the materialization of your desired reality. So I'm going to explain that. Make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments as usual. So, Hermetic law of cause and effect. Let's set up a nice little table here. And we have cause and effect. Let's keep it real simple. As Leonardo da Vinci said, simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication. Now, Cause and effect. The effect is what we attribute to be the physical plane. The cause is our frequency. But for simplicity's sake, I'll put our mind. Right? So the contents of your mind, which is your frequency, self-concept, imagination, which is all those attributes that I went through, it's your reactions, your expectations, your belief, your emotionally charged thoughts, your perception, and your focus.
And your
conviction. All of those attributes is what the mind is made out of, and that is what's cause. Now, cause is always on the mental plane, effect is on the physical plane. There's 3 planes of existence. Successful manifestation requires alignment across all 3 planes of existence.
Wow.
But, like I said, before you can understand frequency, understand that when I say mind here, we're talking about frequency. So, in our table of cause and effect, pay very close attention because this is very simple. It's very, very simple. Most people make the mistake of desiring a particular effect. So let's say that most people desire more money.
More money.
Most people desire a healthy relationship. Most people desire a particular career.
Or business.
Most people desire a promotion in that career. And all of those things are things that take place in the realm of effect because they take place in the world. People desire effects without already having the cause. If you have a particular cause, naturally, if you have apple seeds, you're going to get the fruit of apples. Meaning, and seeds in this instance can be reflective of frequency, right? Most people desire the reality of more money, but they're not in the frequency, or they don't have the seeds to produce more money. Most people desire a healthy relationship, but the seeds that they possess are seeds for toxicity and disharmonious relationships. Most people desire a particular career, but they hold the seed of unemployment. Most people desire promotion, but they hold the seeds of a lack of promotion. And bear in mind, that's through their characteristics, their attributes of beliefs, conviction, expectations, and everything else that you should have written down. The only way to get the effect, every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause, and their relationship is 1-to-1, which means they are identical. They are identical. Say it with me.
They are identical.
So the effect that you possess is reflective of a particular cause. So if you want to experience a reality where you have more money, your cause has to be
more money. More money.
But see,
money.
that
More
means
money.
your frequency, you have to be in a frequency, a state of consciousness, a self-concept, where you already possess more money before reality proves it to you. If you want a healthy relationship, you should already be at that frequency or that state of consciousness internally. If you want a career, certain career, you must already be in that career internally. If you want a promotion, you must already have that promotion internally before you can have it externally. And here's the thing about frequency. Most people make the mistake, please, I can't stress this enough, because no matter how many times I've explained the basics, we always get caught up in it because it's so basic. Our mind thinks, whatever. But if you actually look at your life and you analyze the things that you're going through, where you are versus what you want to materialize, bear in mind, you can only ever be where you are, right? And in order to be in the right destination, you must be in the right location already. And let me say that again. In order for you to end up in the right reality, you can only be in the right reality. In order to have more money, you can only have more money already. In order to have a healthy relationship, you must already have a healthy relationship. But the thing about reality is that most people wish to see these things externally before they possess them internally. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's essentially saying, I want my reality to change before I change. That doesn't make sense. That's saying I am unsatisfied with my world, but I'm satisfied with myself. No. The moment that you begin to truly be satisfied with yourself, then you'll be satisfied with your reality by altering all of those things in alignment. And the thing about frequency that people don't understand is this. You can't outrun your frequency. And this is what most people attempt to do. Most people, if we look at our table here, let me just extend it down. Most people will desire to have more money, but internally they will have no money. And if internally you have no money, then the only outcome that you can experience in the realm of effect, which I'm sure you've already come to the conclusion of, is no money. Most people also desire to have a healthy relationship, but internally they're in the state of consciousness of the exact opposite. You can't expect to experience anything in reality that you haven't experienced internally. And this is what frequency is. Frequency is nothing more than frequency is nothing more than immaterial reality. Frequency is immaterial reality. Reality is materialized frequency. If you want to experience a different reality, you must change your frequency. If you want to experience a different reality, you must change your frequency. If you want to experience a different reality, you must change your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, imagination, and mental attitude in order for reality to change. If you want a different fruit, you must put a different root. You understand what I'm saying? That makes sense. So please keep it at the top of your mind. Before I seek a change outside of me, let me seek to change myself internally. Before I want things to be different externally, make sure I am different internally. Ask yourself, am I different internally? And if you're not different internally, then how the fuck could you ever expect to see reality be different externally? It's not going to work like that. And I'm really trying to emphasize this because this is how people get caught up in these cycles where nothing changes because they're still focusing on the wrong place. They're still focusing on the effect without realizing that the effect is part 2. What determines part 2? Part 1. But nobody looks at part 1 because you can't see part 1. See, as human beings, we have this terrible association due to the fact that we live in the physical plane. And unfortunately, for most people, these are the only planes of existence that we can see. We think it's all that it exists. And because we think it's all that exists, we actually think what is a part 2 is a part 1. And when you think part 2 is part 1, you focus all your attention on part 1, trying to put all your focus there without realizing that you're focusing on part 2. If you don't know that if most people think that cause and effect happen in the same place. Most people think cause and effect simply exist on the physical plane, and that's it. But no, a cause takes place on the mental plane, which is the association of frequency, which is state of consciousness, self-concept, and the effect is always reality. Make sure for anything that you want in the realm of effect, see that you are implementing it in the realm of cause. Because if you're doing that, then things will be very easy for you. And just to go through how to do that, now that I showed you the order of how frequency works, now it's actually how to change your frequency. But it's not enough to know how to change your frequency. Then you have to know how to maintain your frequency. And then you need to be aware of all the bullshit that your old frequency is going to attempt to do to throw you off frequency. Because this is the question that people send me all the time. They're like, yo, I'm reading your book, Outsmarting Reality, Amazon bestseller in less than 24 hours in all 3 categories. Also #1 most gifted in the category of mysticism. People often are like, yo, I read your book, I watch your videos, and things are good. I'm just trying to maintain frequency. How do I do that? Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. You shall see.
I smell barbecue.
Hi, Nero.
Hi.
I just want to say thank you for your teachings.
Pleasure.
And all that you do online. And yes, I've learned a lot in the past 6 months. When I came across your profile, and I've manifested a lot more than I thought I could. Firstly, I've been able to buy my parents a house in Canada.
Oh, very nice.
Congratulations. The Canada currency is kind of like, it's like double ours. So yeah. That's sick. Secondly, I'm getting married to this amazing man.
Oh my God.
Great.
Oh my God. There was a woman that DM'd me on Instagram. There was a woman that DM'd me on Instagram from Kenya, Nairobi. She sent me a photo of an engagement ring. And she was like, Nero, I'm telling you before I told my family. I'll send you the screenshot so you can put it on the video. Yeah, I showed it to you the other day.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then this other guy from Texas invited us to their wedding.
Us?
Sent a wedding invite. I'm not bullshitting. Sent a wedding invite.
Woo!
Like a save the date thing. And a link where you register and all of that.
That's mad.
Anyways, I interrupted you. Sorry.
Thirdly, I manifested the job at Google, surprisingly. Ooh. And yes, I just feel around powered. And whenever I feel like I might be slipping back, I just go back to one of your videos and I rewatch it. And I feel great. And I just want to say thank you and keep doing what you do. And God bless. And yes, I also bought my first car, a whole Tesla.
Jeez!
You got some real money over there, boy.
Oh, you're balling. Congratulations. That's lovely.
Amazing. Congratulations to her.
anymore while I'm just writing this out?
The first name that comes to my mind for you, brother, is Young Tut. Who's that?
King Tut.
Straight Pharaoh.
Ancient Kemetic, see? Pharaoh.
Love you, bro. Pause. You and AJ's humbleness to share with us common folks, past tense, is an absolute blessing. We appreciate your every breath and your time. You just don't know. They also donated $20.
How lovely. Hey, listen, we're all common folk. All of us.
They don't even know where that $20 is going.
Oh, yeah. We're going to go buy a bottle of Hennessy after this.
Yeah, straight to Spa.
Yeah, straight to the shops. Or, as the Americans say, the store.
Conviction.
What's missing from here? I keep missing something. Beliefs. Yeah. Expectations, beliefs, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, convictions. Hey, it'll probably come to me. Who cares? So, either way. Perception. See that, guys? That's a real manifestation lesson right there.
Yep.
So, as I said, your frequency is made up out of these attributes. If you have the capability of altering each one of these, they all must be in alignment with your desired reality. So they all must be aligned with your desired reality. And more often than not, when people begin shifting their state of consciousness, their frequency, they do one and the others end up corrupting them. If they're not all in alignment, some are going to corrupt others. Imagine you're wanting to play the same song at every point. And then at some point, you got old school R&B, 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 heavy metal, old school R&B. That heavy metal is still going to throw off your frequency because it's going to lead to a particular distortion. And there can be no distortion. There must be, as I said at the start of the video, crystal clear clarity. So you must think to yourself, how would somebody in my desired reality look at life? Not only how would they look at life, how would they look at the particular thing that they want to materialize? So for example, let's say you want a healthy relationship. You wouldn't think all men are dogs and there's no good men left. And you wouldn't think all the good women were in 1943. That's just not that's not how somebody who's in a healthy relationship would look at life. So you need to make sure that your perception is aligned. How would someone in my DR look at things? And most people haven't come to a conclusion that you're not actually ready to see things differently. Most people don't want to see things differently. You don't. And if that's you, please be fucking honest with yourself, because it'll make everything that you do a bit easier, right? Somebody who's making a certain amount of money would see that certain amount of money as normal. They wouldn't see it as this gigantic thing. Somebody who's already in a particular position wouldn't see that position with this inflated sense of wow and awe. It's their normal position. In the same way that you put on an old pair of shoes, it's the same thing. Your beliefs must contribute and reflect your desired reality. Most people have beliefs that don't serve them. How does believing that there's no opportunities out here serve you when it comes to the potentiality to make opportunities be materialized? That just doesn't make sense. So the beliefs that you hold, you have to begin to analyze yourself and think, but this thing that I want to manifest, what beliefs have I adopted from those around me, and what beliefs have I experienced? Those are the two types of beliefs, adopted and experienced. Adopted are beliefs that were cast upon you by those around you when you didn't have a particular degree of awareness. You then internalized them and they became truths. And if you want to know what you believe, think about what you believe to be true about that particular industry. If you, once again, go back to the example of healthy relationships, if you believe that all men are dogs, then that's a reflection of something that you either have adopted or experienced. But either way, that belief doesn't serve you. So what it's there to do is just control you. It's the same thing extrapolated. With whatever your desired reality is, your beliefs must be able to contribute and reflect towards that. The idea that you must work hard for money doesn't particularly serve you unless you're an individual who wants to work themselves to the bone. So that belief is something that you shouldn't have. You still need to work, but you can work effortlessly and smoothly for money. But that doesn't sound like something that people can conceptualize. your expectations. Your expectations are the things that you find normal, because whatever you find normal will find you. So what are you expecting in that particular reality? If you want to be in a reality of financial abundance, then expecting yourself not to be able to afford something, expecting yourself to have the same money problems, expecting someone to break your trust, expecting yourself not to get the job, all of those things work in direct contradiction towards you. So make sure your expectations are aligned. Emotionally charged thoughts, the thoughts that you experience with emotion, make sure that they're reflective from the position of the attainment of your desired reality. So for example, AJ sat on a chair. He's not looking at the chair, he's looking from the chair, because your viewpoint determines what you see. And you can only see reality. And wait, let me say that again. Your viewpoint determines what you see. AJ sat on that chair, he's not looking at the chair, he's looking from that chair. And because he's looking from the chair, that's the indication that he's one with the chair at this particular moment in time. If you see reality from the lens of your desired reality, thinking the things you would think from that reality, then you indicate to the universe that you're one with that reality. If you're thinking, oh, I can't wait for one day, I will soon, those are all indications that you're not there right now. And the only time that exists outside of the illusionary time-space constraint that we operate within this third dimensional realm, you indicate that you're not in that state of consciousness. So the thoughts that you think must be reflective of things that you would think upon being in that desired reality. So you probably think, I'm so grateful to be in this relationship. You think to yourself, I knew I was going to get that job. I knew I was going to get that girl. I knew I was going to get that guy. Money's coming in so easy. I've closed so many clients. I'm getting so many sales, etc., etc., etc. Your focus, your attention has to be aligned to things that reflect your desired reality. And when reality attempts to get you to focus on things that don't reflect your desired reality, you must shift internally to your desired reality. The way that you react to reality is a confession of the state of consciousness that you're in. If you're in the shops and you see a tin of beans, and you see the tin of beans has risen in price, and you're like, oh my God, this is so expensive. That is a reflection of your particular state of consciousness in reflection to that price point, which is nothing more than a thought form. That's reflecting of your state of consciousness. If you get a parking ticket and you're like, fuck, it's the same thing again, right? So you have to make sure that you begin to react. Instead of react to reality, you respond. To respond is to go from your state of consciousness and think, how would the version of me respond to this? As opposed to being who you are now and reacting. When you react, you're operating from who you are now. When you respond, you're acting from the desired reality. When you act from the desired reality acts and unfolds from you. That's to borrow that down. And your conviction is dependent upon your confidence. Your confidence is dependent upon your self-trust. Your self-trust is just your ability to do the things that you know you should do. When you do the things that you know you need to do, you boost your confidence. When you boost your confidence, you boost your conviction. And then when you attempt to tell the universe to listen to you, the universe then listens to you. But if you don't even listen to yourself, then how the fuck did you get the universe to listen to you? Because you're one and the same. When you try to command the universe to be like, I'm making more money, I'm getting this, like, shut the fuck up, girl. Because you don't even listen to yourself. There's things that you know you should do them. There's things that you know you shouldn't do, don't do them. And this isn't even anything to do with, you know, one's own morals. I'm not talking about you shouldn't eat meat. I'm not talking about stuff like that. When you try to command the universe to be like, I'm making more money, I'm getting this, like, shut the fuck up, girl. Conviction is dependent upon your confidence. Your confidence is dependent upon your self-trust. Your self-trust is just your ability to do the things that you know you should. When you do the things that you know you need to do, you boost your confidence. When you boost your confidence, you boost your conviction. And then when you attempt to tell the universe to listen to you, the universe then listens to you. But if you don't even listen to yourself, then how the fuck did you get the universe to listen to you? Because you're one and the same. When you try to command the universe to be like, I'm making more money, I'm getting this, like, shut the fuck up, girl. Because you don't even listen to yourself. There's things that you know you should do them. There's things that you know you shouldn't do, don't do them. And this isn't even anything to do with, you know, one's own morals. I'm not talking about you shouldn't eat meat. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm talking about we all have our own standards and tasks that we've set for ourselves. We need to do them. We all have things that we shouldn't do. Now, for example, if you believe that, you know, you shouldn't drink, then drinking is going to affect your self-trust, which affects your confidence, which affects your conviction, because then you won't be able to declare a strong frequency to the universe. But if you got no issues with drinking, like me and AJ, then it doesn't bother you when it comes to manifestation. Does that make sense? Now, typically, whenever people hear spiritual, people talk about frequency, it's always in the context of what you should eat and this and the type of music you should listen to. I'm gonna tell you niggas right now, the music that you listen to doesn't affect your ability to materialize your desired reality. It doesn't. The food you eat doesn't affect your ability to materialize your desired reality. How do I know? Because there are fucking degenerates that are living their desired reality, and these niggas aren't on an alkaline diet. They're not drinking green juices every morning. They're not only listening to conscious rap music. You need to get this out your head, because what you don't realize is that you've taken the same psychological programming from religion in this idea that one should be rewarded for how pure and holy they are. It's the same thing, just in another context. The universe doesn't reward you for being super spiritual, nigga. The universe rewards those who reward themselves, and that's a bar, write that down. And the only way that you can reward yourself is by giving yourself the mental, emotional equivalent of your desired reality internally before reality proves it to you, by internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And at that point, by rewarding yourself, the universe will then begin to reward you by reflecting from you. It doesn't reward, it reflects. So if you're seeking a reward, seek within. You're not going to get it from doing all of these other things. And that's not me saying that listening to certain types of music and eating certain types of food doesn't affect one's physical health, and it doesn't affect the vibration that one emits. But when it comes to the realm of manifestation, it doesn't do any of that unless you begin to think it does. Due to the fact that there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, we make our own laws in reality. So if that's something that you believe, then you hinder your own ability to manifest. Once again, you hinder your ability to manifest. So you're still manifesting. You're just manifesting less power in your ability to manifest by your belief that doing certain things affects your ability to manifest.
Someone said, an interesting story happened to me after watching your videos. Me and my wife had an anniversary, and I promised I'll take her to a restaurant.
Congratulations. Love is so sweet.
He said, I promised I'll take her to a restaurant, already booked it. Then as the time approached, I realized I only have 20 euros in my bank account. That's getting you a drink. I was really worried, but I knew I'll make it. On that day, I asked my friends to borrow me money, but no one helped me. So I even told her maybe we should reschedule this when I have more money. Ooh, she was upset, but said okay.
What a lovely woman. What a lovely sweetheart.
I know, it's so nice, isn't it? Like, she's not throwing a...
Yeah, the way they make it seem online is that they put your ass on fucking TikTok, mate.
You know, like that.
Put you on a TL.
But then he goes, then I went to a casino.
What?
And won 100 euros from 20. We went to the restaurant like none of this happened.
Hold on. He took the money that was meant for him and his wife's anniversary.
Yeah.
I went to the casino.
Yeah. And he won. Okay.
That's the only thing that saved you.
Literally. We went to the restaurant like none of this happened and ordered the most expensive sushi, cocktails.
Sushi's great.
Love that situation. Have to say, I tried my luck again 2 weeks after and lost 50. Maybe I shouldn't rely on luck too much.
Now.
Oh my god.
Now that you know.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my food. That was hilarious. Okay, baby, let's go eat.
Know what frequency is made up out of. We have to understand how frequency expresses itself in us as human beings, because this is the true definition of frequency. Once again, frequency isn't some spiritual brownie points where, you know, how many namaste you fucking say and how many words you don't say and how often you sit outside and stare at the sun and all of this and all of that.
Well, the sun piece, she's right on, but I do it because I power up myself. I as an alien.
Frequency is expressed in us as our level of awareness. That's what frequency is. Write down, frequency is my level of awareness. That's a bar, write that down. Frequency is my level of awareness. Frequency is my level of awareness.
Yep.
Now, this changes the whole concept and what people think. Because like I said, people tend to think
All comes down to
that,
awareness.
you know, high frequency is the spiritual archetype of doing all of those things that I was just mentioning, and a low frequency has got to be somebody who eats meat all the time and somebody who drinks and somebody who doesn't fucking meditate and namaste and all of this. But that's not what it is, because your frequency is just your level of awareness. And I can simplify that further into saying your frequency is the lens through which you see reality. It's nothing more than a lens. If somebody has a high frequency, then that means they have a clear lens. If somebody has a low frequency, then that means they have a smudged lens.
Yep.
Now, imagine you've got glasses and you're walking through life. If you got clear lenses, you can see everything that's approaching you. You can move out of the way. You can move to the side. You can go here, go there, because you see clearly. If your shit is smudged and you can't see, and you got chocolate ice cream on your glasses lens, you walk in, hit a lamppost, ow. You walk in here, walk into a bench, walk into somebody, and then you begin to experience pain.
This is like the windshield example as well. Like what he's saying is, like, for example, you know, when it's raining or snowing and your wipers are not cleaning it clean, your driving visibility will be reduced by a lot. And I know because there's been times when I've driven in the blizzard where the windshield wipers are leaving a streak and it's not making it clear. It's actually making it hard. I have to use the windshield washer to like clear off that stuff, but then even then it leaves another streak, and then I'm like dealing with the streak, and then I would have to clean the lens because like I have to clean the wipers because the wipers are keeping the windshield all messed up. This is actually a bar right here because he's bringing this up. This is my example. Since he's talking about chocolate ice cream on your lens, I've actually physically had this experience where I'm driving and I can't see shit, but I have to like guess, and it's like that's not a great way of like driving. Just so you know, I did it and I was safe, but the thing is, because you know I'm a professional driver, but the problem is it was very challenging when driving through those kind of situations because I was also on the highway. For my Americans, my family, that's the freeway for y'all. Yeah. So what he's explaining about the clear lens, you can see more, see through a cleaner windshield. Absolutely. Even your side view mirrors, like when that stuff gets like frosted or it's like full of like, you know, like lots of like rain dots, like when it has like water spots essentially and it's not clean, it's harder to see. So yeah, bar. Let's go.
If somebody has a high frequency, it means that they have a clear lens. It means they have a high degree of awareness. And certain individuals that have incarnated on the physical plane, from the Christ to the Buddha to the Krishnas, you know, to the Lao Zus, to even the Sun Zus,
to the Orion.
These individuals had a high
That's
level
right.
of awareness. And because they had a high level of awareness, they saw a clear lens. And when I mean a clear lens, I mean true to the nature of reality. Because when one has a clear lens, you see the true nature of reality, and you're not caught up in the illusion. Not caught up in the illusion. But see, when you get caught up in the illusion, that's when you begin to run into pain. And even if you look at the levels of consciousness scale, you can see that the emotions at the top are reflective of peace, bliss, calm, enlightenment, and all of those things. And the emotions at the bottom are reflective. At the lowest is shame, then there's apathy, there's grief, there's guilt, there's fear, there's anger, there's pride, which pride is a bit more towards the center. But all of those things are things that you begin to experience based upon having a smudged lens. So when you have a smudged lens, you don't see clearly. When you don't see clearly, you walk into shit. You walk into shit, you feel pain.
Yep.
And then when you walk into shit and you feel pain, you don't know why you're experiencing pain because you're not seeing clearly. But you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. And that's metaphysically and scientifically.
Bar.
One, the eyes just take electrical signals and send them up to the brain, and the brain computes a guesstimation on what it's seeing. But then, metaphysically, you see with your mind.
How many times have I told you all that? I clearly said your mind is making a guesstimation of what your eyes are seeing based on the electrical signals that's being sent. He literally just said exactly bar for bar how I said it. I've been saying his stuff bar for bar, but now he's saying it bar for bar how I'm saying it. See how this shit works?
Because your level of awareness determines what you see. You see nothing in reality more than what you are. If you wish to see something different in reality, then you must wish to seek that you are different.
Change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. Change the way you look at life, life will look differently. Change the way you look at yourself, you will look at yourself differently.
Internally, it goes back to what I said. You can't outrun your frequency. Before there can be outer change, there must first be inner change, right? Before things can be different physically, they must be different vibrationally. And the only way they're different is based upon your level of awareness, and that's what frequency is. Frequency is your level of awareness. But here's the thing. When you have a misunderstanding into what frequency is, then you make the mistake that so many people make. And this mistake will destroy your manifestation, so listen to what I'm saying. Most people think being high frequency is feeling happy all the time like this.
Nope.
So what do they do? Yeah. What do? They try to hold themselves to the standard. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. You try to do it. I've tried to do it. We've all tried to do it. When I didn't have the correct understanding into what frequency was, I thought to myself, cool, I need to, make sure I need to stop eating this, I need to stop eating oxtail. This is, this is bad. This is no more jollof rice. This is, the plantains are fried, I should be eating them raw because, I need to be eating them raw. Pause. I need to make sure I'm happy all the time. I need to make sure that I'm so calm all the time. Without realizing that when you don't have a correct definition on high frequency, you attempt to maintain this elevated state. And without realizing, as Sir Isaac Newton said, for every force there's an equal and opposite force. If you try to keep yourself 100 feet into the air emotionally, for every force there's an equal and opposite force, you must eventually come down to a point due to the fact that the universe has its own degree of rhythm, a universal rhythm. And when you get brought down, you then descend into
hell,
guilt.
Oh.
You then descend into frustration, anger, annoyance.
Yep.
Because it's not normal to you. But the universe has a rhythm. Inhale, exhale, blood flows in and out. The universe has its own rhythm. And part of the universal rhythm isn't trying to maintain this degree. Because trying to maintain a high frequency is almost trying to say, I'm trying to be perfect. I'm trying to be perfect all the time. You're trying to be spiritually perfect. Without realizing that you don't need to be fucking high frequency. You just need to be in the right frequency. And that is a bar. You don't need to be in a high frequency. You just need to be in the right frequency reflective of your desired reality. And that isn't necessarily some degree of euphoric, because are you happy in the reality that you're living? Are you happy all the time in the reality you're living right now? I'm not, and nobody is. So why would you need to be happy all the time in your desired reality?
Bar.
You'd be in your desired reality. It'd get normal to you. And because they get normal to you, that's a process of neutralization. And that's when you internalize it and make it normal. So you can be happy all the time because you're not happy all the time now. Right now. Nobody is, because happiness is a fleeting emotion. Sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're calm, sometimes you're sad, sometimes you're grateful, sometimes you're an ignorant asshole. We all are. So why would you think that in your desired reality, you're going to be happy all the time and then try and maintain that? You're trying to maintain that perfection. And trying to maintain that perfection is a trap of the old frequency, because it knows what goes up has the potentiality to go down. And guess what? because it's not normal in your head and you fall off frequency, and I don't know, nigga, you eat a chicken wing or something. I'm fucking with you. You get caught out in frustration. Something in reality, you experience this degree of adversity, things go wrong, and then you're like, fuck. Then you're annoyed that you're angry. Because you're thinking, damn, I need to be, if I'm not high frequency, then I'm gonna end up creating this. You get angry about your anger. You get guilty about your guilt. You get frustrated about your frustration. And guess what?
I've been there.
To everything.
I've been there.
Doubles everything. And then the universe, based upon the 2 M's, seeks to do what? Magnify that frustration, that anger, resentment, frustration, and then maintain it. And now you're actually throwing off frequency for real.
For real.
And this is a trap that so many people get caught up in. I see it all the time. See it all the time. I've experienced it all the time. So I don't ever want you niggas to message me ever again talking about how do I maintain a high frequency. You don't need to maintain a high frequency. You just need to maintain the right frequency. And the right frequency is reflective of your desired reality. Okay, Nero, but how do I maintain that? All right, I'll show you. But there's something I need to show you first. Because remember, if you don't have the ability to maintain your frequency, you won't give it enough time to materialize into being a reality. Hence why this is very important.
There's a time delay.
I mean, everything that I say on this channel is important because it revolves around reality creation, but this is important because, it has to materialize.
Premise is do not feel guilty for what you do.
She don't want designer. She don't want Ferrari. She still want my lover. You belong to.
Basically, when you're doing something that you know you shouldn't be doing, that's the old frequency gonna tell you to, you see, you shouldn't be eating this meal before your playout. You should be eating after your playout. Or, you see, you shouldn't be watching these narrow videos. You should be meditating. Or some other bullshit that I call it the third dimensional thinking mind will attempt to do. You be in the now and you do whatever you choose to and you feel good about it.
Me and I belong to how?
Doesn't mean you have to be happy. It just means that you be how you desire to feel. And do your best to get yourself trapped in that illusion of perfection. You're already perfect as you are right now.
Come here, baby, and be my baby, and be my baby.
Oh, oh, oh.
Come here, baby, put your hands on my body.
Hands on my...
Oh, oh, oh.
Right there, keep it right there. I love the way you put it like that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh.
Look at me singing along
You
with
like
them.
the way, like... Goodness.
We need to bring back groups, like boy groups.
Even Pussycat Dolls.
I'm talking more like JLS, but yeah. Or Backstreet Boys.
You say Backstreet Boys?
Mm-hmm.
I only know Blackstreet Boys.
That's what I said, bro.
Don't leave me, girl. And Boys to Men, Jagged Edge. See, you're not even naming the real ones. Jagged Edge, Boys to Men. B2K for like a week. Understand one thing. Being thrown off isn't an issue. Being thrown off frequency is not an issue. What are you smiling at? What are you laughing at? I just see this guy laughing.
Scrolling through the comments, someone goes, bro, what is the secret to your skin being so shiny? Question mark. That's a genuine question. Like, they really want to know.
The way that you read it is probably how they thought of it in their head.
As you were saying?
Thank you. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue. It's not. It's really not. And I need you to know that that's okay. Because so long as it's an issue, You're attempting to go against the universal rhythm. And when you attempt to go against the universal rhythm, you go against yourself. And when you go against yourself, you then end up experiencing conflict outside of you. Because any time that you're against yourself internally, the world will feel like it's against you externally. Any particular degree of internal conflict will always be reflected in the world outside of you. Being thrown off isn't an issue because that's how the universe works. It's just what happens. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue.
It isn't an issue. Even though he didn't say, repeat after me. Oh.
Being thrown off is the issue. Wait, no, yikes, I said that. Yikes, I said that wrong. Rewind. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue. Staying thrown off is the issue. When you stay thrown off, that is when it becomes to be an issue. Because when you stay thrown off frequency, you allow that frequency to build momentum.
Yep.
You see, there's nothing wrong with being thrown off. Some days you might slip, that's okay. But just know, the longer that you stay slipped out, pause.
Ooh.
Oof. Slip back in. The longer that you stay off the frequency that you've been seeking to maintain, which is the one of your desired reality, the more opportunity you give the universe to then begin to magnify and maintain that frequency and that state of consciousness. That state of consciousness begins to solidify. Think about states of consciousness is like putting on a coat or a jacket. When you put on a certain frequency of your desired reality, the longer that you wear it, the more it begins to stick to you. And the longer that you wear it, the more it begins to stick to you. Which means, if you stay thrown off for a numerous amount of days, then you give yourself the potentiality to end up having this coat stick to you for such a long time that it becomes part of you. Even though it's not, but it presents the illusion that it is. And when you try to take it off, it tries to hurt because it sticks to your skin. So the best thing to do is your ability to recalibrate quickly.
Yep.
And the only way that you can recalibrate is awareness. You have to come to the recognition that I've been thrown off. Let me throw myself back on. Pause again.
And that is where the now resides, in awareness. Light bulb.
And truthfully, the only way that you can do that is by going back to the end. You should be dwelling in the state of consciousness of your desired reality, the end of it already being in that particular reality. When you get thrown off frequency, allow yourself to feel the emotions of whatever's throwing you off. Don't attempt to ignore them. Don't attempt to act as if they don't exist, because they just go to the behind the scenes of your reality and end up fucking things up, and we don't need that. Just make sure that at some point you say to yourself, okay, I know what this is going to continue to create. And all negative emotion is always built upon focus on an undesired reality.
Yep.
When you're thrown off, it's because somewhere in your concentration, your attention, your focus, you're focusing on what you don't want. All you need to do is to shift to what you do want, and then shift to being in a state of having it by declaring that you already have it. It's really that simple.
Yep.
It's really that simple. It's really that simple. It's really that simple unless you say otherwise. Because here's the thing.
Bar. And yes, it is just that simple.
Recalibration is easy. That's the first thing that you also need to understand. Make sure you write that down. That recalibration is easy because it's going to feel difficult for you to recalibrate if you believe that you've been thrown off and this is so terrible and, woe is you and this and this and that. It's normal. We all get thrown off. But it's about our ability to then shift from focusing on what we don't want to what we do want, and then internalizing that want to a have. So, for example, if you're focusing on how you went on a date with this fucking asshole guy and he's just like all the other guys that you come across, what do you want? You don't want to date asshole guys. You want to date a great guy. So then shift into a state of consciousness where you're already thinking from the end of possessing a great guy, and extrapolate this whatever you want. So if you apply for a job and for whatever reason you're met with rejection, no problem. What do you want? You want that job. So shift to a state of consciousness already having a job that reflects the particular reality you want. You didn't close that client? No problem. What did you want? You wanted to close that client. Why am I upset? Because an aspect of me is still misdirecting my concentration on a reality that then sets into motion a vibration and a frequency and a reality of me continuously experiencing clients that don't want to work with me. What do you want? I want to close a client. Then shift to a state of consciousness. I have closed the client. And this is all it is. It's quite literally rewriting reality in real time. This is true alchemy. Rewriting reality in real time to be reflective of your desired reality and then recalibrate.
That's a bar. That's a fucking bar. That is a bar right there. That is a bar. Rewriting reality in real time to be reflective of your desired reality and then recalibrating. That is a bar.
It's that simple. Because here's the thing.
That's what I've been saying.
And there's one last thing that I need you guys to know. And that's your old frequency will play one trick on you. Your old frequency, when you get thrown off,
it's going to be like, you see?
It wants you to think that all hope is lost.
Yep.
It wants you to think
see, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. See, it doesn't work, doesn't work, doesn't work, doesn't work.
You get thrown off frequency. This is what it wants you to
think.
Bang. Like you've now fallen like this.
Yep.
This is what your old frequency wants you to think. And it tricks you into thinking that, oh, now you're thrown off. You're doing so well. You're doing so well. Now look at you. Told you not to listen to them niggas on YouTube. Who you listening to two young niggas? You don't even see the other one. The other one's wearing shades and no one's wearing shades. Listen to these guys. You know they're young as well. Why do you think I'm thinking? Working so hard to do those meditations and visualizations, and now look, it's all gone. You know, you're thrown off frequency. There's no point. All progress has been lost. And the irony is this: there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. And if your old frequency can convince your subconscious mind that all progress is lost, then you actually fall back down to level 0 without realizing that you can never fall back to level 0 unless you begin to believe so.
Bar. That's how you master your mind.
What it more looks like is this.
Boop.
And see this right here?
Boom,
this
right there.
Area right here,
that's you catching
whether
it.
you go down or up is all dependent upon your ability to quickly come to the recognition that all progress is never lost.
Exactly.
And all progress can still be maintained.
Bar.
All progress is only lost when you internally begin to guilt yourself and beat yourself up for losing all progress. But it can be nothing more than a springboard for you to eventually come back up.
Boom,
so long
boom,
as you have the mental awareness of the trick of the old frequency. What separates those who fall all the way back down is awareness. And what is awareness? It's frequency. Because frequency is expressed in us human beings as awareness. So, now that you understand frequency, you understand the universe. Have fun.
We gotta go back. We gotta screenshot.
To quickly come to the recognition that all progress is never lost. And all progress can still be maintained. All progress is only lost when you internally begin to guilt yourself and beat yourself up for losing all progress. But it can be nothing more than a springboard for you to eventually come back up, so long as you have the mental awareness of the trick of the old frequency. What separates those who fall all the way back down is awareness. And what is awareness? It's frequency. Because frequency is...
There we go. There we go. See, the beautiful thing about my tablet, I can take screenshots.
In us human beings as awareness. So, now that you understand frequency, you understand the universe. Have fun.
Let's go, boy. Let's go. Bloopers.
Is you drunk? Is you had enough? Count all this money. Love with a... Look at you now. With love with a hitter. This was when rap was united. Bro. Is you drunk? Is you had enough? I put on a new now. He only fuck with excuses. He like, what's your name?
My name Nick.
Where you from?
New York and this bitch.
Choose and pick.
Get the right one.
Oh, then that's good.
All eyes on you.
He's tired. I love this. I love these two so damn much. Let's go. We gotta put that in bar. We made a playlist called Bar. Quectosane. This is what quectosane people are like. Very few, though, that are quectosane, like myself. We're quectosane. Yes, sir. That's how it's done. Someone was here with me while I went to use the bathroom. Oh well. I thought I took off the microphone. Oh well. You just heard me just use the business. Well, that's what you get when you don't. That's funny. All right. Now you're going to see me as you're not your secret admirer. That's the 4th time I did that. I thought I took my mic off. Oh well. We're family. You've seen everything. You've heard everything. As long as I don't do number 2, that's where, you know, that's where we draw the line. That's definitely where we draw the line. We draw the line on number 2. Number one is number 1, but number 2 is yeah, number 2 can stay number 2. Okay. Couple things. Hi baby. Hi baby. This is baby. So, we saved the screenshot. Yep. That's what the old frequency wants you to do. You're going all the way up. And this right here. And I got caught into this during the summer. And I got frustrated. And it's that frustration that he was talking about that throws you off your frequency. So like, for example, the dark night of the soul. When I was going through the dark night of the soul, I felt guilty, I felt mad, I felt frustrated, I felt annoyed, I felt angry, I felt all pissed, I felt all kinds of stuff. I felt sad, I felt like I'm losing hope because I hurt people and I was just considered a bad guy. I'm going to draw my own in a moment. And all the progress that I did for 5 friggin' years, 5 fucking years, felt like I was whoosh, whoosh, down. That all my manifestations power is gone and God hates me now and the universe is gonna destroy me and like everything's just falling apart and just every damn thing is just not working. But it's because we believe this thing, the mind. I'm not talking about the brain. The brain is not to be blamed here. The brain is just the vehicle. It's the gas. The gas is your 3rd dimensional thinking mind. It's the fuel. So think of your mind as the fuel and the brain as the car. The brain can't do anything without the fuel. And the fuel is your emotions. It's your, like he says, your thoughts, your emotional charged thoughts, your beliefs, your perceptions, your convictions, your expectations, your perceptions, and even I keep forgetting this one. There's 7 though. There's 7 things, and I mean the screenshot's there. I have a screenshot of it. Perceptions, beliefs, expectations, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, reactions. What you react to, and your conviction and confidence. I had him. And when I thought about all these things, I propelled myself back up. I spiraled back up. It didn't take, yes, it took a month. It took a month of me going, But in that month, I didn't stop doing my exercises. In fact, I was doing even more. I was like getting more physically in shape with my mobility training. So that's when it started, in July. I invested in myself. I paid for mirroring from Vanya on how to, help fix my body. Now, of course, could I watch all of it on YouTube? Absolutely, I could have done it. But I decided to pay her because she showed me something that a lot of people are missing in the fitness world. They're just focusing on strength, but they're not focusing on mobility. And like the fact that her and her partner Josh are over 40 and they're looking like they're in their 20s and their body's behaving like they're in their 20s, I'm like, I'm not falling apart. Like, I'm in great shape, but I'm not falling apart. There's no fucking way. And so that's the reason why every day I am committed to doing my mobility training. I don't care about telling my body that it needs rest. Fuck that. If you tell yourself your body needs rest and you have to take a couple days because your body needs rest, then your body needs rest. Your mind is the placebo to everything in your reality. You have to see that now. This is why when I listen to Nero, he's just basically refreshing refreshing the third dimensional mind to remind the third dimensional thinking mind that's residing with this body. The mind. You master your mind, you master reality. So when I was going down, by the way, 111, when I was going down, that's what it felt like, that chart where I was going. But all I had to do was right, yes, I might be feeling this thing. It's not about, he's saying in the video, like, about being happy all the time. It's not about being happy all the time. It's about being in the right frequency in the now. The one thing that he didn't mention, but he was basically saying, to simplify it, is the awareness always starts in the now. So if you can catch yourself and bring yourself to the now and recreate yourself anew in the now and not be guilty and beating yourself up, because that's what we all tend to do, I'm included in this. We tend to beat ourselves up when we're feeling like shit. And we feel like because we're feeling like shit that we're this bad, negative person and that we don't deserve this and that we're a victim or like we're awful and the universe is punishing us and all kinds of other bullshit starts. The third dimensional thinking mind starts to create all kinds of nonsense, which isn't true. You're born enough, you're more than enough, you know enough, you have enough, and because that is enough. And all of that it resides in the now, no other way. I get so passionate about this stuff because I, like Jesus, desires to help people. Those who are ready to listen. I'm not interested in those who are not ready to listen. I'm only interested in those who are ready to listen. I had a thought a while ago when I was seeing Zoe as a friend, and I was connecting with her and thinking we were gonna take it to the next level. Of course, I didn't know any of this stuff. Well, let me rephrase it. I wasn't aware of this stuff because all the wisdom is hiding inside of me, you, and everyone in the library of all that is. Thank you, Soul Fam, for that one. For the library of all that is that resides in each and every single one of us. But I wasn't aware. And that's the thing. A lot of people right now are thinking they have to go chase. And he even said this, that your old frequency is going to think that you may not know enough. He didn't say it exactly this way, but I'm paraphrasing. Your old frequency is going to tell you that you don't know enough, you don't have enough, that you have to keep seeking stuff, and that you have to do this, and think you have to keep doing this to do this. All you got to do is just be in the now. That's all you have to do is be in the now. Like, I'm gonna go back to that video. Let me see.
Internally, if you want a career, certain career, you must already be in that career internally. If you want a promotion, you must already have that promotion internally before you can have it externally. And here's the thing about frequency. Most people make the mistake, please,
I think this is
I
where
can't stress this enough, because no matter how many times I've explained the basics, we always get caught up in it because it's so basic. Our mind thinks, well. But if you actually look at your life and you analyze the things that you're going through, where you are versus what you want to materialize, bear in mind, you can only ever be where you are, right? And in order to be in the right destination, you must be in the right location already. And let me say that again. In order for you to end up in the right reality, you can only be in the right reality. In order to have more money, you can only have more money already. In order to have a healthy relationship, you must already have a healthy relationship. But the thing about reality is that most people wish to see these things externally before they possess them internally. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's essentially saying, I want my reality to change before I change. That doesn't make sense. That's saying I am unsatisfied with my world, but I'm satisfied with myself. No. The moment that you begin to truly be satisfied with yourself, then you'll be satisfied with your reality by altering all of those things in alignment. And the thing about frequency that people don't understand is this. You
I'm looking
can't
good, by the way.
outrun your frequency.
333 on the live stream.
And this is what most people attempt to do. Most people, if we look at our table here, let me just extend it down. Most people,
and there's 3,133 likes or views.
More money, but internally they will have no money. And if internally you have no money, then the only outcome that you can experience in the realm of effect,
I was looking for a part. 333.
No money. Most people also.
So I'm looking for a part in the video where he's talking about
identical. Say it with me. They are identical. So effect, every cause has an effect, and every effect has a cause, and their relationship is 1 to 1, which means they are
identical. I'm just going back and kind of finding that spot in the video.
identical. They are identical. Just to go through how to do that. Now that I showed you the order of how frequency works,
I think this is where he was starting to talk.
How to change your frequency, but it's not, because this is how people get caught up in these cycles where nothing changes because they're still focusing on the wrong place. They're still focusing on the effect without realizing that the effect is part 2.
This is not it.
What determines part 2? Part 1. But nobody looks at part 1 because you can't see part 1. See, as human beings, we have this terrible association due to the fact that we live in the physical plane, and unfortunately for most people, these are the only planes of existence that we can see. We think it's all that it exists. And because we think it's all that exists, we actually think what is a part 2 is a part 1. And when you think part 2 is part 1, you focus all your attention on part 1, trying to put all your focus there without realizing that you're focusing on part 2. If you don't know that if most people think that cause and effect happen in the same place. Most people think cause and effect simply exist on the physical plane.
Notice how he's saying most people, not all people, which is good, because that, you know, that's. And
that's it. But no, a cause takes place on the mental plane, which is the association.
I'm taking screenshots, but I'm looking for a specific spot in the video.
Self-concept, and the effect is always reality. Make sure for anything that you want in the realm of effect, see that you are implementing it in the realm of
cause. Bar.
Cause. Because if you're doing that, then things will be very easy for you. And just to go through how to do.
Let me see.
Hi, Nero. Invited us to their wedding. Us.
Just don't know. They also donated $20.
How lovely. Hey, listen, we're all common folk. All of us.
They don't even know where that $20 is going.
Oh, yeah. We're going to go buy a bottle of Hennessy after this.
Yeah, straight to Spa.
Yeah, straight to the shops. Or, as the Americans say, the store.
The store. Notice how they say the Americans and not the North Americans. Canada is just completely like not even existent. Canada's not even existent.
I keep missing something.
Reaction, bro. Oh no. Perception.
Expectations, beliefs, emotionally charged thoughts, focus, convictions. Hey, it'll probably come to me. Who cares? So,
I'm wondering where he's.
Perception.
Let me see. Is it in the beginning?
What's missing there? What's missing there? Expectations,
Anyways,
perception.
I'll find it. I'm gonna manifest it. When you tell yourself that something is hard, then it's gonna be hard. That's not what I'm looking for though, but I'm gonna just touch upon this. If you tell yourself that, like, this goes in hand with that whole, I think I have to go later in the video for this. Your old frequency is gonna do all kinds of bullshit to keep you playing small. And for example, when I was going through my dark night of the soul, again, thinking I was going downhill, backwards, losing hope. I just had to stop and propel myself up, slingshot myself up, spiral up. Awareness is in the present moment. It'll come to me what I desire to really say, but this is stuff that's coming through regardless. So the universe wants me to continue to talk about this. Your awareness is your frequency is your awareness. And where does that reside? In the now. So whatever you desire now, you have it now, because you can only have what you already have now. And so when you're in the now, all your suffering ends. That's what the mind's gonna do. It's gonna help you, it's gonna take you back and worry about the past and ruminate on the past and worry about the future. And like anytime I'm thinking about what I did during the summer in relation to all those other brothers and sisters, that's what the old frequency desires to do, is think about the past and past people and past this and past this. They don't exist anymore. They're gone. I'm left with whoever desires to still be here. They are not in my current present moment. Even Jessa and Huang, like, yes, I have memories of them, but they're not part of my present moment. Who's part of my present moment? The people that are here on the live stream. You all are the present moment. Huang and Jessa, though they shared lessons from the past, every time I think of the lessons, it's happening now. But the thing is, like, all the things that I had to be aware of, it all comes down to awareness, because you have all the answers. And when you know you have all the answers and you tap into a perspective, I was looking for that. The part where he says that you know enough already. And the old frequency is going to throw you off saying that you don't know enough and that you have to keep seeking information. That's what it's going to do. I have to find that part in the video. I don't know where it is. Maybe I can find one of the commenters. If you cannot maintain your frequency, you will never maintain your... Yeah, I'm just looking for something. Focalized attention. Beef CPR. Whoa. I like that. Beef CPR. This person came up with their own acronym for his thing. That's a bar. I'll take that. Good job, person. Good job. Good job. I'll take it. What the hell is up with some of these comments? It's crazy, crazy. Anyways, I will find that part in the video.
They don't do that anymore.
We need it back.
I wish there was a
Product code.
timestamp.
And so long as you can match your, understand one of the components of yourself, reality, the perceptive, the way that you look at life, of that desired reality, the expectations, the things you focus on, the way that you react to reality.
We'll have to like rewatch the entire video.
That you hold to be true about the world. They all need to be reflective of that desired reality. If you don't understand what frequency is made out of, then you don't have the capability to alter your frequency. Because here's the thing. In the Hermetic tradition, there's something known as the law of cause and effect. And let me go through cause and effect here because it's foundational. Now, bear in mind, we're going to get into how to maintain frequency, recalibrate frequency, and actually some of the tricks that your old frequency will play on you when it comes to frequency to actually distort your capability of materializing your desired reality. So just relax, you're going to get some. We just have cause is always on the mental plane, effect is on the physical plane. There's 3 planes of existence. Successful manifestation requires alignment across all 3 planes of existence.
Kind of like skimming through.
I'm
a manifested. I'm a manifested.
Bear in mind, that's through their characteristic. Most people wish to your frequency. If you want to experience a different reality, you must change your frequency, self-concept, state of consciousness, imagination, state of consciousness.
The currency is kind of like, it's like double R's. So
implementing it in the realm of cause. Because if you're doing that, then things will be very easy for you. And just to go through how to do that, you are frequency, because this is the question that people send me all the time. They're like, yo, I'm reading your book, Outsmarting Reality.
I think this is where it is.
Less than 24 hours in all 3 categories. Also #1 most gifted in the category of mysticism. People often are like, yo, I read your book, I watch your videos, and things are good. I'm just trying to maintain frequency. How do I do that? Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. You shall see.
I think this is where he's going to talk about what was looking for.
Hi, Nero.
Hi.
I just want to say thank you for your teachings
Pleasure.
and all that you do.
Skip through.
Us.
Sent a wedding invite. I'm not.
And you
Jeez.
got some
Yeah, I already passed
and
there.
your time. You just don't know. They also donated $20.
How lovely.
We went through that already.
Beliefs, emotionally charged thoughts, focus. At some point, you got old school R&B, 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 heavy metal, old school R&B. That heavy metal is still going to throw off your frequency because it's going to lead to a particular distortion. And there can be no distortion. There must be, as I said at the start of the video, crystal clear clarity. So you must think to yourself, how would somebody in my desired reality look at life? Not only how would they look at life, how would they look at the particular thing that they want to materialize? So for example, let's say you want a healthy relationship. You wouldn't think all men are dogs and there's no good men left.
Nope,
And you wouldn't
that's not
think
the
all
spot.
the good women were in 1943. That's just not that's not how somebody who's in a healthy relationship would look at life. So you need to make sure that your perception is aligned. How would someone in my DR look at things?
Where did he talk about this thing?
And most people haven't come to a conclusion that you're not actually ready to see things differently. Most people don't want to see things differently. You don't. And if that's you, please be fucking honest with yourself, because it'll make everything that you do a bit easier, right?
Bar.
Somebody who's making a certain amount of money would see that certain amount of money as normal. They wouldn't see it as this this gigantic thing. Somebody who's already in a particular position wouldn't see that position with this inflated sense of, wow, it's their normal position. In the same way that you put on an old pair of shoes, it's the same thing. Your beliefs must contribute and reflect your desired reality. Most people have beliefs that don't serve them. How does believing that there's no opportunities out here serve you when it comes to the potentiality to make opportunities
Universe,
be material?
show me the spot
It just doesn't make sense.
he starts talking about
the beliefs
this
that you hold,
thing
you have
that I
to begin
really want to talk
analyze
about, what I
yourself
want
and
to
think,
share.
but this thing that I want to manifest, what beliefs have I adopted from those around me, and what beliefs have I experienced? Those are the two types of beliefs. Adopted, you attempt to tell the universe to listen to you, the universe then listens to you. But if you don't even listen to yourself, then how the fuck did you get the universe to listen to you? Because you're one and the same. When you try to command the universe to be like, I'm making more money, I'm getting, it's like, shut the fuck up, no, you're not. Because you don't even listen to yourself. There's things that you know you should do them. There's things that you know you shouldn't do, don't do them. And this isn't even anything to do with, one's own morals. I'm not talking about you shouldn't eat meat. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm talking about we all have our own standards and tasks that we've set for ourselves. We need to do them. We all have things that we shouldn't do. Now, for example, if you believe that, you shouldn't drink, then drinking is going to affect your self-trust, which affects your confidence, which affects your conviction, because then
I think this is
you'll
where
be
we're
able
getting,
to
maybe.
declare a strong frequency to the universe. But if you got no issues with drinking,
Not feeling guilty for doing things that doesn't affect you, like eating cookies. Doesn't affect me. It used to. Be like, yeah, I shouldn't eat that cookie. He starts talking about that kind of stuff.
like me and AJ, then it doesn't bother you when it comes to manifestation. Does that make sense? Now, typically, whenever people hear spiritual people talk about frequency, it's always in the context of what you should eat and this and the type of music you should listen to. I'm going to tell you niggas right now, the music that you listen to doesn't affect your ability to materialize your desired reality. It doesn't. The food you eat doesn't affect your ability to materialize your desired reality. How do I know? Because there are fucking degenerates that are living their desired reality.
Bar.
And these niggas aren't on an alkaline diet. They're not drinking green juices every morning. They're not only listening to conscious rap music. You need to get this out your head, because what you don't realize is that you've taken the same psychological programming from religion in this idea that one should be rewarded for how pure and holy they are. It's the same thing, just in another context. The universe doesn't reward you for...
The universe does not reward you for being holy and noble. It rewards you by you rewarding yourself, and that's what he's about to say.
super spiritual, nigga. The universe rewards those who reward themselves, and that's a bar at that down. And the only way that you can reward yourself is by giving yourself the mental, emotional equivalent of your desired reality internally before reality proves it to you, by internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And at that point, by rewarding yourself, the universe will then begin to reward you by reflecting from you. It doesn't reward, it reflects. So if you're seeking a reward, seek within.
If you're seeking a reward, seek within. That's a bar. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that because
you're not going to get it from doing all of these other things. And that's not me saying that listening to certain types of music and eating certain types of food doesn't affect one's physical health, and it doesn't affect the vibration that one emits. But when it comes to the realm of manifestation, it doesn't do any of that.
yeah,
Unless you begin to think it does.
Yep.
Due to the fact that there are no truths in reality.
That right there. If you think something is going to affect you and your ability, then that's what you tell yourself, that's what you get, that's what you expect. But if you tell yourself it doesn't affect you, then it doesn't affect you.
Other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, we make our own laws in reality. So if that's something that you believe, then you hinder your own ability to manifest. Once again, you hinder your ability to manifest. So you're still manifesting, you're just manifesting less power in your ability to manifest by your belief that doing certain things affects your ability to manifest.
Yep, it's a paradox. It's a paradox. Let's see.
Understand how frequency expresses itself in us as human beings, because this is the true definition of frequency. Once again, frequency isn't some spiritual brownie points where, you know, how many namaste you fucking say and how many words you don't say and how often you sit outside and stare at the sun and all of this and all of that.
I do stare at the sun, but not for that. I stare at the sun to retain my powers, to not be bothered by like the sun when I'm driving, so that like I don't use the sun for manifestation. I'm like, sun, what information do you have for me? If you have any. If you do, cool. If you don't, no big deal. But I do know that it doesn't bother me when I'm driving. I don't have to put that damn visor down and wear sunglasses and all that.
In us as our level of awareness. That's what frequency is. Write down, frequency is my level of awareness.
And that's a bar. Please write that down. Huh? And in my case, please take a screenshot. That is a bar. Please.
Frequency is my level of awareness. Frequency is
my level of awareness.
Now, this changes the whole concept and what people think. Because like I said, people tend to think that, you know, high frequency is the spiritual archetype of doing all of those things that I was just mentioning, and a low frequency has got to be somebody who eats meat all the time and somebody who drinks and somebody who doesn't fucking meditate and namaste and all of this. But that's not what it is, because your frequency is just your level of awareness. And I can simplify that further into saying your frequency is the lens through which you see reality. It's nothing more than a lens. If somebody has a high frequency, then that means they have a clear lens. If somebody has a low frequency, then that means they have a smudged lens. Now, imagine you've got glasses and you're walking through life. If you've got clear lenses, you can see everything that's approaching you. You can move out of the way. You can move to the side. You can go here, go there, because you see clearly. If your shit is smudged and you can't see, and you got chocolate ice cream on your glasses lens, you walk in, hit a lamppost, ow! You walk in here, walk into a bench, walk into somebody, and then you begin to experience pain. If somebody has a high frequency, it means that they have a clear lens. It means they have a high degree of awareness. And certain individuals that have incarnated on the physical plane, from the Christ to the Buddha to the Krishnas, you know, to the Lao Tzus, to even the Sun Tzus, right? These individuals had a high level of awareness. And because they had a high level of awareness, they saw a clear lens. And when I mean a clear lens, I mean true to the nature of reality. Because when one has a clear lens, you see the true nature of reality, and you're not caught up in the illusion. Not caught up in the illusion. But see, when you get caught up in the illusion, that's when you begin to run into pain. And even if you look at the levels of consciousness scale, you can see that the emotions at the top are reflective of peace, bliss, calm, enlightenment, and all of those things. And the emotions at the bottom are reflective. At the lowest is shame, then there's apathy, there's grief, there's guilt, there's fear, there's anger, there's pride, which pride is a bit more towards the center. But all of those things are things that you begin to experience based upon having a smudged lens. So when you have a smudged lens, you don't see clearly. When you don't see clearly, you walk into shit. You walk into shit, you feel pain. And then when you walk into shit and you feel pain, you don't know why you're experiencing pain because you're not seeing clearly. But you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. And that's metaphysically and scientifically. One, the eyes just take electrical signals and send them up to the brain.
Helping someone with something right now.
Guesstimation of what it's seeing. But then, metaphysically,
yeah,
you see with your mind. Because your level of awareness determines what you see. You see nothing in reality more than what you are. If you wish to see something different in reality, then you must wish to see that you are different yourself internally. It goes back to what I said. You can't outrun your frequency. Before there can be outer change, there must first be inner change. Right? Before things can be different physically, they must be different vibrationally. And the only way they're different is based upon your level of awareness. And that's what frequency is. Frequency is your level of awareness. But here's the thing. When you have a misunderstanding into what frequency is, then you make the mistake that so many people make. And this mistake will destroy your manifestation. So listen to what I'm saying.
I think this is where he's going to talk about what I want.
Most people think being high frequency is feeling happy all the time like this. So what do they do?
We were just talking about
this. What do they do? They try to hold themselves to the standard. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. You try to do it. I've tried to do it. We've all tried to do it. When I didn't have the correct understanding into what frequency was, I thought to myself, cool, I need to, make sure I need to stop eating this. I need to stop eating oxtail. This is,
I have to stop eating ice cream.
This is no more jollof rice. This is
no
plantains are fried.
No more burgers. No more McDonald's.
Eating them raw, pause. I need to make sure I'm happy all the time. I need to make sure that I'm so calm all the time.
Make sure I don't play video games.
When you don't have a correct definition on high frequency, you attempt to maintain this elevated state. And without realizing, as Sir Isaac Newton said, for every force there's an equal and opposite force. If you're trying to keep yourself 100 feet into the air motion, for every force there's an equal and opposite force, you must eventually come down to a point due to the fact that the universe has its own degree of rhythm, a universal rhythm. And when
the law of rhythm,
down, you then descend
that's a universal law. Guilt.
You then descend into
frustration,
anger, annoyance, because it's not normal to you. But the universe has a rhythm. Inhale, exhale, blood flows in and out. The universe has its own rhythm. And part of the universal rhythm isn't trying to maintain this degree. Because trying to maintain a high frequency is almost trying to say, I'm trying to be perfect. I'm trying to be perfect all the time. You're trying to be spiritually perfect. Without realizing that you don't need to be fucking high frequency, you just need to be in the right frequency. And that is a bar. You don't need to be in a high frequency. You just need to be in the right frequency reflective of your desired reality. And that isn't necessarily some degree of euphoric, because are you happy in the reality that you're living? Are you happy all the time in the reality you're living right now? I'm not, and nobody is. So why would you need to be happy all the time in your desired reality? You'd be in your desired reality. It'd get normal to you. And because it get normal to you, that's a process of neutralization. And that's when you internalize it and make it normal. So you can be happy all the time because you're not happy all the time now. Right now, nobody is, because happiness is a fleeting emotion. Sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're calm, sometimes you're sad, sometimes you're grateful, sometimes you're an ignorant asshole. We all are. So why would you think that in your desired reality, you're going to be happy all the time and then try and maintain that? You're trying to maintain that perfection. And trying to maintain that perfection is a trap of the old frequency, because it knows what goes up has the potentiality to go down. And guess what? Because it's not normal in your head and you fall off frequency, and I don't know, nigga, you eat a chicken wing or something. I'm fucking with you. You get caught out in frustration. Something in reality, you experience this degree of adversity, things go wrong, and then you're like, fuck. Then you're annoyed that you're angry. Because you're thinking, damn, I need to be, if I'm not high frequency, then I'm gonna end up creating this. You get angry about your anger. You get guilty about your guilt. You get
the 3D has one desire.
And guess what? That times
to distort to distort the frequency that you are emitting to the universe. That is a bar.
Magnify that frustration, that anger, resentment, frustration, and then maintain it. And now you're actually throwing off frequency for real.
For real. For real, for real.
This is a trap that so many people get caught up in. I see it all the time. I see it all the time. I've experienced it all the time. So I don't ever want you niggas to message me ever again talking about how do I maintain a high frequency. You don't need to maintain a high frequency. You just need to maintain the right frequency.
Yep.
And the right frequency is reflective of your desired reality. Okay, Nira, but how do I maintain that? All right, I'll show you. But there's something I need to show you first. Because remember, if you don't have the ability to maintain your frequency, you won't give it enough time to materialize
I think
into
this is
being
potentially
a
where he
reality.
might talk about what
That's
I
why
want
this
to
is
hear.
very important. I mean, everything that I say on this channel is important because it revolves around reality creation, but this is important because, you know, it has to materialize. She don't want designer.
There is a dude in the comment here. This is funny. So I beamed my electrical consciousness into the intergalactic holographic room where God and some hooded guys control the universe, and they told me my order is in. It hasn't materialized yet because getting it now in the 3D would destroy me and disconnect me from God through dependence on the external. I asked if it was okay to know when, and they told me no one knows when. The master will return, so just keep watch. He put air quotes here. Then I respond, thanks guys, and beam myself back to my body. Cool, dude. Good that you had your experience like that. Everybody has their own unique experience when they go to the other side. That's funny. We're gonna do our play out shortly. I was just looking for a specific spot in the video where he talks about that you know enough, because you already have enough, but it hasn't materialized yet. So I don't want to rewatch the entire thing just right now. So I'm kind of like scrolling through.
Right there. Keep it right
I don't remember where in the video he started talking about this, at the end or at the beginning.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. When I can explain it regardless.
We need to bring back groups, like boy groups.
Even pussycat dolls.
Scroll a little bit.
I'm talking more like JLS, but yeah. Or Backstreet Boys.
I'm glad you said the Pussycat Dolls. I missed them, actually.
You say Backstreet Boys? Mm-hmm. I only know Blackstreet Boys.
That's what I said, bro.
Don't leave me, girl. Boys to Men, Jagged Edge. See, you're not even naming the real ones. Jagged Edge, Boys to Men. B2K for like a week.
I think... I keep saying it's here, but it's probably not here.
Understand one thing. Being thrown off isn't an issue. Being thrown off frequency is not an issue. What are you smiling at? What are you laughing at? I just see this guy laughing.
Scrolling through the comments, someone goes, bro, what is the secret to your skin being so shiny? Question mark. That's a genuine question. Like, they really want to know.
The way that you read it is probably how they thought of it in their head.
As you were saying.
Thank you. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue. It's not. It's really not. And I need you to know that that's okay. Because so long as it's an issue, you're attempting to go against the universal rhythm. And when you attempt to go against the universal rhythm, you go against yourself. And when you go against yourself, you then end up experiencing conflict outside of you. Because any time that you're against yourself internally, the world will feel like it's against you externally. Yep. Any particular degree of internal conflict will always be reflected in the world outside of you. Being thrown off isn't an issue because that's how the universe works. It's just what happens. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue.
Staying in the frequency is. Staying thrown off is.
Being thrown off is the issue.
Nope. No.
Wait, yes, I said that.
No.
I said that wrong. Rewind. Being thrown off frequency isn't an issue. Staying thrown off is the issue. When you stay thrown off, that is when it becomes to be an issue, because when you stay thrown off frequency, you allow that frequency to build momentum.
Yep.
You see, there's nothing wrong with being thrown off. Some days you might slip, that's okay. But just know, the longer that you stay slipped out, pause.
I was waiting for that again.
Slip back in. The longer that you stay off the frequency that you've been seeking to maintain, which is the one of your desired reality, the more opportunity you give the universe to then begin to magnify and maintain that frequency and that state of consciousness. That state of consciousness.
I'll have to look for that spot in the video.
Is like putting on a coat or a jacket. When you put on a certain frequency of your desired reality, the longer that you wear it, the more it begins to stick to you, and the longer that you wear it, the more it begins to stick to you.
Which means it's not that important.
If you stay thrown off for a numerous amount of days, then you give yourself the potentiality to end up having this coat stick to you for such a long time that it becomes part of you. Even though it's not, but it presents the illusion that it is. And when you try to take it off, it tries to hurt because it sticks to your skin. So the best thing to do is your ability to recalibrate quickly. And the only way that you can recalibrate is awareness. You have to come to the recognition that I've been thrown off. Let me throw myself back on. Pause again. And truthfully, the only way that you can do that is by going back to the end.
Yep.
You should be dwelling in the state of consciousness of your desired reality, the end of it already being in that particular reality. When you get thrown off frequency, allow yourself to feel the emotions of whatever's throwing you off. Don't attempt to ignore them. Don't attempt to act as if they don't exist, because they just go to the behind the scenes of your reality and end up fucking things up, and we don't need that. Just make sure that at some point you say to yourself, okay, I know what this is going to continue to create. And all negative emotion is always upon focus on an undesired reality. When you're thrown off, it's because somewhere in your concentration, your attention, your focus, you're focusing on what you don't want. All you need to do is to shift to what you do want, and then shift to being in a state of having it by declaring you already have it. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. It's really that simple unless you say otherwise. Because here's the thing. Recalibration is easy. That's the first thing that you also need to understand. Make sure you write that down. That recalibration is easy because it's going to feel difficult for you to recalibrate if you believe that you've been thrown off and this is so terrible and, woe is you and this and this and that. It's normal. We all get thrown off. But it's about our ability to then shift from focusing on what we don't want to what we do want, and then internalizing that want to a have. So, for example, if you're focusing on how you went on a date with this fucking asshole guy, and just like all the other guys that you come across, what do you want? You don't want to date asshole guys. You want to date a great guy. So then shift into a state of consciousness where you're already thinking from the end of possessing a great guy, and extrapolate this whenever you want. So if you apply for a job and for whatever reason you're met with rejection, no problem. What do you want? You want that job. So shift to a state of consciousness already having a job that reflects the particular reality you want. You didn't close that client? No problem. What did you want? You wanted to close that client. Why am I upset? Because an aspect of me is still misdirecting my concentration on a reality that then sets into motion a vibration and a frequency and a reality of me continuously experiencing clients that don't want to work with me. What do you want? I want to close a client. Then shift to a state of consciousness. I have closed the client. And this is all it is. It's quite literally rewriting reality in real time. This is true alchemy. Rewriting reality in real time to be reflective of your desired reality and then recalibrating. It's that simple. Because here's the thing. And there's one last thing that I need you guys to know. And that's your old frequency will play one trick on you.
Mm-hmm.
Your old frequency, when you get thrown off, it wants you to think that all hope is lost. It wants you to think things have been going like this. You've been progressing. You've been progressing. You get thrown off frequency. This is what it wants you to think.
Bang.
That you've now fallen like this. This is what your old frequency wants you to think. And it tricks you into thinking that, oh, now you're thrown off. You're doing so well. You're doing so well. Now look at you. Told you not to listen to. niggas on YouTube. Are you listening to? You listening to 2 young niggas? You don't even see the other one. And the other one's wearing shades indoors. Who the fuck wears shades indoors? Why do you listen to these guys? You know they're young as well. Why do you think you? People working so hard to do those meditations, those visualizations, and now look, it's all gone. You know, you're thrown off frequency. There's no point. All progress has been lost. And the irony is this: there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true. And if your old frequency can convince your subconscious mind that all progress is lost, then you actually fall back down to level 0 without realizing that you can never fall back to level 0 unless you begin to believe so. What it more looks like is this. And see, this right here, this area right here, whether you go down or up, is all dependent upon your ability to quickly come to the recognition that all progress is never lost. And all progress can still be maintained. All progress is only lost when you internally begin to guilt yourself and beat yourself up for losing all progress. But it can be nothing more than a springboard for you to eventually come back up, so long as you have the mental awareness of the trick of the old frequency. What separates those who fall all the way back down is awareness. And what is awareness? It's frequency, because frequency is expressed in us human beings as awareness. So, now that you understand frequency...
I can't find what I'm looking for, but it's okay. Oh my god, what the hell? Okay, it's 2:06. Couldn't find what I was looking for, but I will find it.
And that's to borrow that down. You take your energy with you wherever you go. And because you made out of, it's what the third dimensional realm is made out of. Now, you take the energy with you wherever you
You take the energy wherever you go. I'm gonna have to play the beginning.
go. And that's to borrow that down. You take your energy with you wherever you go. And because you take your energy with you wherever you go, that energy eventually seeks to materialize itself into matter. Because the thing about frequency, state of consciousness, and self-concept is that all it is energy. But what type of energy it is a unique energy signature. Now, the easiest way for me to be able to convey the point that I'm trying to make here, think about your focus.
The Baba.
What's missing? What's missing? Expectations, perceptions, focus, your reactions. And what is the final thing? Your convictions. What you deem to be a truth in reality. That's all conviction is. All the things that you have conviction in. Your frequency, state of consciousness, or concept is made out of these things. In order for you to align to your desired reality, you need the product code of your desired reality. In order to have the product code of your desired reality, you need to have the equivalent, the energetic equivalent of your frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept. And the way that you do that is by making sure you have the beliefs of that desired reality, the emotionally charged of that desired reality, the perceptive, the way that you look at life of that desired reality, the expectations, the things you focus on, the way that you react to reality, and the convictions that you hold to be true about the world. They all need to be reflective of that desired reality. If you don't understand what frequency is made out of, then you don't have the capability to alter your frequency. Because here's the thing. In the Hermetic tradition, there's something known as the law of cause and effect. And let me go through cause and effect here because it's foundational. Now, bear in mind, we're going to get into how to maintain frequency, recalibrate frequency, and actually some of the tricks that your old frequency will play on you when it comes to frequency to actually distort your capability of materializing your desired reality. So just relax, you're going to get some. We just have to go through the foundations as always. And once again, if your mind is shifting towards, I already know this, Nero. If you already know it, then why are you still struggling to manifest?
Ouch, Nero, that wasn't necessary.
The foundations are important. And the natural tendency for the mind is to always look for new information.
Oh, right here.
You know,
Right here. I knew it. Here we go. Listen carefully. So our tendency is to always look for new information. So 809.
I had a guy message me the other day, of course, with your desired reality of materializing your desire. The natural tendency for the mind is to always look for new information.
Yep.
You know, I had a guy message me the other day, of course. What? Like, what? How is that pause? How?
Bro, guy's messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me, and he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get
It was
new
at the
information.
beginning.
I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information.
I found it.
But the natural tendency of the mind is to think that something's missing. And ironically, when you think...
Yeah, the natural tendency is for the mind to think that something is missing. That's a bar. I have to write that one down myself. The thing is, our minds are not missing anything, but when we believe that it's missing something, then we think that we're missing something. And if we're thinking we're missing something, then we normalize that we're missing something. And because we normalize that we're missing something, guess what happens? You're missing something. That's why life is a fucking paradox. It's a paradox, dichotomy, it's all kinds of stuff. Our mind's natural inclination is to think that we are missing something. I'm gonna write that shit down. Because that really was a bar. Our third dimensional mind.
How is that pause? How?
Bro, guy's messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me, and he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get new information. I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information. But the natural tendency of the mind is
Our third dimensional thinking mind natural inclinations tendency is that
think that something's missing.
is to think that something. This one's a bar. It's missing.
And ironically, when you think that something's missing, you internalize.
If you think that something is missing,
That something's missing.
let's go back a little bit.
The natural tendency for the mind is to always look for new information. You know,
I want to rewrite the entire thing.
to maintain frequency, recalibrate frequency, and actually some of the tricks that your old frequency will play on you when it comes to frequency to actually distort your capability of materializing your desired reality. So just relax, you're going to get some. We just have to go through the foundations as always. And once again, if your mind is shifting towards, I already know this, Nero. If you already know it, nigga, then why are you still struggling to manifest?
Ouch, Nero, that wasn't necessary.
The foundations are important. And the natural tendency for the mind is to always for new information.
Let's go back.
And once again, if your mind is shifting towards, I already know this, Nero. If you already know it, nigga, then why are you still struggling to manifest?
Ouch, Nero, that wasn't necessary.
The foundations are important. And the natural tendency for the mind is to always look for new information. know, I had a guy message me the other day.
Pause.
What? How is that pause? How?
Bro, guy's messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me, and he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get new information. I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information. But the natural tendency of the mind is to think that something's missing. And ironically, you think that something's missing, you internalize that something. Things missing. And when you internalize something's missing, you don't have the
Let's see.
ability of activating the knowledge that you already have. I had a guy message me the other day.
Pause.
What? How is that pause? How?
Bro, guy's messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me, and he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get new information. I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information. But the natural tendency of the mind is to think that something's missing. And ironically, when you think that something's missing, you internalize that something's missing. And when you internalize that something's missing, you don't have the capability of activating the knowledge that you already have.
You now don't have that capability to activating the knowledge. It's not missing. Let's go back just a couple seconds.
That something's missing. And when you internalize that something's missing, you don't have the capability of activating the knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you started. How is that pause? How?
222.
Bro,
Look at
guys
that.
messaging him. What time?
Anyways, this guy was messaging me saying that he wants to work with me, and he was like, I just want to make sure I'm going to get new information. I said, nigga, you ain't getting new information. But the natural tendency of the mind is to think that something's missing. And ironically, when you think that something's missing, you internalize that something's missing. And when you internalize that something's missing, you don't have the capability of activating the knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you. That something's missing. And when you internalize that something's missing, you don't have the capability of activating the knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you started the preconceived. That there's something you're missing, the knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you started the preconceived notion that there's something you're missing. You're still looking for some. Missing secret. Without realizing that you are the only missing secret in the universe. And when you have the capability.
Wow, this is an bar. I'm writing it all out.
Is directing that conviction to a degree.
Let's go back a little moment.
The knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you got the preconceived notion that there's something you're missing. You're still looking for some missing secret without realizing that you are the only missing secret in the universe. And when you have the capability of directing that conviction to a degree, of understanding that you already know enough and you have everything that is necessary to materialize your desire. At reality, you'll get off this cyclical hamster wheel. Of shifting to looking for something new. Hence why
Let's go back a little moment.
understanding that you already know enough and you have everything that is necessary to materialize your desired reality, you'll get off this cyclical hamster wheel of shifting to looking for something new. Hence why
You will get off this cyclical of shifting.
understanding that you already know enough and you have everything that is necessary to materialize your desired reality, you'll get off this cyclical hamster wheel of shifting to looking for.
You'll get off the cyclical hamster wheel of shifting to looking for something. You will get off this hamster wheel of get off this hamster wheel.
Understanding that you already know enough and you have everything that is necessary to materialize your desired reality, you'll get off this cyclical hamster wheel of shifting to looking for something new. Hence why I'm saying
That was all a bar. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for something, is to look for new information. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to think that something is missing. And ironically, when we think that something is missing, you internalize that something is missing. When you internalize that something is missing, you now don't have the capabilities to activate the knowledge that you already have to make that work. Because you have the preconceived notions that there is something you are missing. You are looking for something. You are still looking for something. You are still looking for some missing secret, not realizing you are the only secret in the universe. When you have the capabilities directing that conviction to a desired of when you have that capabilities of directing that conviction to a degree of understanding that you already know enough and you have all that is necessary to materialize your desired reality, you will get off this cyclical hamster wheel of shifting to looking for something new.
Oftentimes, I repeat the same foundations because when I tell you this is all you need to know, this is truly what I mean.
Cool. That was all a bar. That's what I required. Found it. And I stopped it at 9:16. Oops. Hi, baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, Baba. Hi, Baba. Okay. Cute Baba. Cute Baba. Cute Baba. I love you, Baba. I love you so much, Baba.
I offered you $10 million. I just wanted. I offered you $10 million. Would you take it? Yes? Yes. And what would you say? Thank you? I would. But the only catch is you don't get to wake up tomorrow. Would you still take it? No. Exactly. So that means waking up tomorrow is worth more than $10 million. So wake up with a smile on your face every day and say that you're worth $1 million.
That is some high quality advice. That was amazing. That was really good. Thank you so much.
I just.
Now, to tap into okay, that was all of our. So, am I missing something here? Oh, right. All right, I'm gonna read something that I just got from a video, and I just require you to make this more simplified and digestible, so just bear with me as I read it out.
Of course, I'm here and ready whenever you are. Just go ahead and read it out, and I'll help simplify it for you.
The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to think that something is missing. And ironically, when we think that something is missing, you internalize that something is missing. When you internalize that something is missing, you now don't have the capabilities to activate the knowledge that you already have to make that work, because you have the preconceived notion that there is something you are missing. You are still looking for something missing, you are still looking for some missing secret, not realizing you are the only missing secret in the universe. When you have the capabilities directing that conviction to a degree of understanding that you already know enough, and you have all that is necessary to materialize your desired reality, you will get off this cyclical hamster wheel of shifting for looking for something new. You can go ahead and now make that simplified.
Absolutely. Here's a simplified version. Basically, when we think in a third dimensional way, we often believe that we're missing something important. This belief actually stops us from using what we already know. Instead of realizing that we have all the tools we need, we keep searching for some hidden secret. Once we understand that we already have everything we need, we can break free from that cycle and stop endlessly searching for more. Let me know if that helps.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Can you just say it back to me the way I said it, like exactly word for word? Maybe just alter a little bit of the grammar.
Of course. Here's your original text with a bit of grammatical tweaking. The natural tendency of a third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, we internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the knowledge we already have. This means we keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we ourselves are the missing piece. Once we direct our conviction and understand that we already know enough and have everything needed to create our desired reality, we can break free from that endless cycle of searching. Let me know if that's closer to what you had in mind.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I'm glad it worked out. If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
I like that. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, we think something is missing. We internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the knowledge we already have. This means we keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we ourselves are the missing secret of the universe, the only missing secret of the universe. Once we direct our conviction and understanding that we already know enough and have everything required to recreate our desired reality, we break free from that endless cycle of searching. Can you do it again, but this time use more of the words like understanding instead of understanding, and not use the word need but require, and also say that you are the missing secret, you're the only missing secret to the universe, and that the conviction to a degree of understanding that you already know enough and have enough. Can you just add those and just still alter the grammar of the way, like say it the way I said it, the entire thing, but just add that line.
Absolutely, I got you. Here's that version. The natural tendency of a third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, we internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the knowledge we already have. We keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we are the only missing secret in the universe. When we direct our conviction to a degree of understanding, we realize that we already know enough and have everything required to materialize our desired reality. In that moment, we break free from the endless cycle of seeking something new. Hopefully that captures what you were looking for.
Yep, that looks like it. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information, to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, we internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the knowledge we already have. We keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we are the only missing secret in the universe. When we direct our conviction to a degree of understanding, we realize that we already know enough and have everything required to materialize our desired reality. In that moment, we break free from the endless cycle of seeking something new. Bar. Let me reread this back to you all. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind, I'm just going to copy that, slap into my own thing, paste. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, we internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the knowledge that we already have. We keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we are the only missing secret in the universe. When we direct our conviction to a degree of understanding, we realize that we already know enough and have everything required to materialize our desired reality. In that moment, we break free from the endless cycle of seeking something new. Bar. Mr. Kennedy. What is this?
In Dimension 4, all of your intuition starts to just completely go away. And in fact, it's worse than going away because you still have the intuition and it's wrong. It's really bad to guess what's true in Dimension 4. Mathematicians often specifically study four-dimensional topology because there's a lot of behavior in Dimension 4 that's very different from lower and high-dimensional settings. It's also just the lowest dimension that we don't understand very well yet. So easy to make a mistake. Every time I finish a paper, I have like 3 days of like, but is it true? We have to ignore our intuition and proceed directly from axioms and definitions and theorems. So what is four-dimensional topology? Topology is the study of abstract spaces. These spaces can have wild behavior. So we tend to focus on category of spaces that are slightly more motivated by the physical world. These are called manifolds, which are really symmetric spaces. A manifold is any space which, if you zoom in close enough, just looks exactly like flat, what's called Euclidean space. Normal space that you learn about in school, a line, a plane, three-dimensional space, and so on. When you zoom in close enough, you can't tell the difference between any two manifolds. But when you look at the global structure, zoom out, look at the whole manifold all at once, they can have wildly different properties. A one-dimensional manifold, or a one-manifold, would be a manifold where at every point I can zoom in and it looks just like a line. One example would be a circle. A circle isn't a line, but if I zoom in really close, it looks like a line. Two-dimensional manifolds are much easier to imagine. They're surfaces. Things like the boundary of a ball is called a sphere. The sphere, like the surface of the Earth, is a two-dimensional manifold. Because even though the Earth is not flat, it's very difficult to tell that. If you zoom in really close, you can only see a very small portion of the Earth. It looks exactly like a flat plane. It's like, let's say you're an ant and you're sitting on a basketball. At any point, I can go forward, backward, I can go left, right, and that's it. You can't tell that that surface is not just flat and goes on for forever. In contrast, a three-dimensional manifold is more like the space we live in now. We're all living inside of a three-dimensional manifold. At least I can only see a very small portion of the universe, and it's very hard to tell if it's just real space that goes on for forever. But that does mean that it is a three-dimensional manifold, even if it's hard for me to know the global structure of it. And so it's three-dimensional because at any instant, there are three different perpendicular directions that I can move in.
See how this video just popped up?
I can go left, right, and now I can also go up, down. So that's different from two-dimensional space. A four-dimensional manifold is like our three-dimensional space, except there's a new perpendicular direction. So in a four-dimensional manifold, starting at any point, you can go forward, backward, you can go left, right, you can go up, down, and now there's a new dimension that I don't have a good name for, something like forward and backward in time. And it's totally perpendicular to space. It doesn't change your position in space. Imagine you're in a movie, and this is time zero. The movie hasn't started yet. You have this three-dimensional space around you. And now you have your remote control, and you're gonna press play on the movie, and you can see in the bottom of the screen the time of the movie, the run time. So right now it's time zero, but time is gonna start increasing. And so if you pause at any moment, you still have a three-dimensional setting, but now that time value has changed. This is actually a four-dimensional space because time is itself a different direction. So a four-dimensional manifold is any object that locally, if you zoom in close enough, looks just like standard four-dimensional Euclidean space. Four-dimensional topology is a study of these four-dimensional manifolds. There are a lot of them, and we develop new techniques for how do we study these objects? What are the connections between four-dimensional manifolds and physics, or partial differential equations, or complex geometry? So as an example, let's say you conduct a scientific experiment and you have a data set and you measure 4 different variables. Then your data lives inside of a 4-dimensional space because you have these 4 numbers that can all be different from each other. It doesn't have to mean a physical space. In my office, I very often draw pictures of 4-dimensional manifolds, where I do that by drawing a sequence of 3-dimensional pictures, because that's, I think, just logically the best way to do it. But it's important to remember that even though in our drawing or our imagination, it seems like this 4th direction is special, the time direction, we have to remember that topologically, all of the directions are the same. To a mathematician, there's complete symmetry.
Not
Let's
bad.
look at one specific
This is interesting
example
about.
of a 4-dimensional
She's talking about
manifold,
fourth
one
dimensional.
that isn't just standard Euclidean space. In order to get there, we need to start off by understanding some lower dimensional manifolds so that we can go up by analogy. So first, the very lowest dimensional manifold I'm going to consider is a circle. One way that you could construct a circle is to start out with, in fact, a line segment. which doesn't look like a circle, but I'm going to add the rule.
And the funny thing
that
is,
if
I
I'm
understand
walking along
all
line
this.
segment and I go off the
My
left
level of
edge,
awareness
then I
is
need to come
just,
back on the right edge.
I get it.
And vice versa. So even though these 2 points look like they're different points, I'm just declaring that actually these are the same point now.
Yeah, they
If
are.
I do that,
That's
you can
one
imagine taking a
dimension.
piece of string, gluing the ends together, you get a circle. So this is the same thing as a circle.
That's a dot.
All right, I'm going to use this idea to construct a 2 and a 3 manifold very explicitly, and then we're going to get a 4 manifold by analogy. So here's our 2 manifold, a surface. So this is a picture of a torus. This is the surface of a donut. It's not the inside of the donut, it's just like the frosting on the outside, so it's 2-dimensional.
Yep.
And one way that I could construct the torus is I'm going to start out with the analog of a line segment. In dimension 2, that would be something like a square. It seems different from a torus, but what I could do is exactly the same idea here. I'm going to declare if I go off the left edge, then I'm going to come back on the right edge, and vice versa. So even though these 2 points look like they are different points, I'm going to declare that now these are the same point. So imagine taking a piece of paper
And folding
and
it.
gluing the whole left edge to the whole right edge, and if you did that, you would get a tube.
Yep. Basically
Well, that takes care
folding.
of some of the boundary, but the square has more edges than the line segment did. So I'm going to do the same thing and say, oh, if I go off the top edge, I'm going to come back on the bottom, and vice versa. So these 2 edges are actually the same edge, which means here, I'm going to take these 2 edges, and I'm going to fold my tube so that these get glued together as well.
Yep.
And if I take this tube and I fold it, I actually
Ta-da!
get a torus. So you can see that this is the same object that we
Love
started
it.
out with. So maybe you can see where this is going. I'm going to repeat
This
this
is
idea.
easy.
The 3 manifold is the 3 torus, and I'm not going to attempt to draw a picture because this is an object that does not fit inside 3-dimensional space. We cannot imagine the whole thing at once like we can with the torus and the circle. That's why it's important that we did these by analogy first. I would take the analog of the line segment or the square,
She drew a
but in
cube.
3 dimensions, which is a solid box. And I'm going to add the same rules. I'm going to say if I go off the top,
She knows how to explain shit good. Good job,
then
girl.
I come back to a point on the bottom.
Yep.
So even though these squares look like they are different squares, I just declare that actually all those points on the top are the same as the points on the bottom. It's like video game logic. If you run off the screen, you come back. Okay?
Yep.
I'm going to do the same thing.
That makes
for
sense.
The left and right faces.
Yep. And then the front
which
and
are
back
opposite
get
each
the
other.
same
Just declare
thing.
that actually those are the same. But the front and back faces of the cube, which are opposite of each other, I'm going to declare that those are also the same. So it's totally analogous to what I did here. And if I do that, I'll still have a 3-dimensional object, so it's always 3-dimensional. But now I won't have any edge because I got rid of all the edges by gluing them together. So this is a closed 3-dimensional manifold called the 3 torus.
That makes
so
sense.
the first one that's hard to visualize.
So-
but we did
so
all of this
simple.
careful work by analogy.
So
Is
simple.
the 4 torus. And so I
Oh,
can take
so
a
simple.
4-dimensional box, and we know how to draw those because we talked about movies. I'm going to take what seems like a 3-dimensional box and add my time dimension. So this is the box at time t equals 0.
Yep.
And I have the box at time t equals 1, and let's say t equals 2. And maybe I'll stop there. Maybe I'll just have time go from 0 to 2. Okay? And now I'm going to glue all of the opposite faces together to get a nice closed manifold. If I'm at a point in this 4-dimensional object and I run off the top, which could happen at any time, then I need to come back at the corresponding point on the bottom.
Yep.
So I'm going to glue all the tops to all the bottoms.
Makes sense.
And I'm also going to glue all of the rights to all of the lefts.
And all the lefts to the
and
rights.
then I'm also going to glue all of the fronts to all of the backs.
Right.
And the last thing I have to say is, well, what about this time direction? If I'm a person living in this 4-dimensional space and I go all the way up to the last time t equals to 2 and try to keep going into the future, I don't run off the space. Instead, I come back at time t equals 0. So I just come back on the opposite side of time, just like I did for the space directions.
Basically, it's a enclosed loop where time doesn't exist. Because if you're coming back from times 2 to times 0, since you're running out of time, you come back to 0, which encases everything. You're seeing all of it in one continuous frame. Thank you, universe, for 5D is weird. We're not quite done. We're going to start our play out shortly. We literally just have to start our play out. We don't have to do anything else except for maybe our ab pull down and our abs, and that's it. And I have to do my grooming as well. I got to do my grooming today.
Okay, and that rule gives me a 4-dimensional manifold called the 4 torus.
Nice.
4-dimensional topology is a special area of topology because there are techniques that work in high dimensions that fail, specifically in dimension 4 and below, and certain coincidences that hold in dimensions 1 to 3 that stop holding when you move to dimension 4 and above. For example, with 4-dimensional manifolds, this is the first setting
4-dimensional
where our
manifolds.
notions of continuous and smooth equivalence start to differ. The difference between smooth and continuous equivalence is easiest to imagine in really low dimensions. Like, think about a circle. A circle is smoothly equivalent to an oval. We can stretch the circle, just grab the sides and pull it, so it's not a symmetric
Flat
anymore, it's an
Earth.
oval. But at no point do I ever stop the circle from being a nice smooth curve. It just gets longer. But there's another way of turning a circle into an oval. It takes more steps, but I could first pinch the circle and make corners and turn it into a square. I don't have to break the circle to do that. I just fold it up, make it a square, and then I stretch the square out to be a rectangle and smooth the corners back out, pat them with my hands, and turn it into an oval.
That makes sense.
But it turns out that when we go into higher dimensions, at least 4, sometimes there are ways of turning one manifold into another where I have to add corners and I can't just avoid them. And so these spaces might be continuously equivalent, but not necessarily smooth. There are lots of 4-dimensional objects, infinite families of 4-dimensional objects that are continuously but not smoothly equivalent. So that's the first really different behavior.
I love
of the
this.
main aspect that people study in these two notions of equivalence. The big open questions, the things that I think are really interesting are giving new examples of weird
She
behavior.
draws them out,
Does
too.
there exist a mathematical object with this property? And if the answer is no, then that's great, and I would like to understand that explicitly. But if the answer is yes, something I often do is try to create the specific example, like just a literal picture of it.
The law of complexity.
If you say that evolution began at the origin of life, then you're discounting all of the chemical and cosmic complexification that brought us to that point in which you could have the first living
All
cell.
right, we're going down the rabbit hole. Well, we're not gonna do that right now. That was a really good video, though. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That was a bar. That was a bar video. That was fun. How she drew all that blew my mind, but also it didn't, because I know how this. So basically, she just proved me correct all along with the fourth dimensional thinking. Because 4D is just basically just adding time, but time in that realm is not linear. It's cyclical because it comes right back. I'm gonna rewatch that video again. Whoever's here, this is something I require you to hear, because I summarized something that I wrote down, and then I sent it in ChatGPT to summarize it to make it more efficient. Which then I took the text and copied it. You're gonna love this one. This is for your third dimensional thinking mind, so pay attention. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe. Hey there. Well, that is me though. I wrote all that out. That is actually me. That is actually me. I just had her modify some words, but that's me, basically. So pay attention again. Yeah, it was her, but it was me that typed out the original, or I wrote out the original. So yours truly, you're welcome. Your third dimensional thinking mind is always looking for something new. And it always will look for something new because it believes that I'm going to paraphrase now, I'm not reading verbatim, but it always will think that it's missing. Hence why I told all of you from the get-go that you are not learning, you are remembering. But you all think that, and look, I got caught into this too. Everyone keeps thinking that they're learning, and if I catch any of you learning, I'm gonna slap you all silly with that, because you ain't learning, you're remembering. So I'm gonna beat it out. No, I'm kidding. You use whatever word works. But no, seriously though, you're just remembering, because like, you're not missing anything. The only thing that really you have to know is your awareness. When it's meant to be into your awareness, you will be made aware. Not a moment sooner. That alone should give you a lot of peace in your heart to know, oh, okay, so I may not know what I don't know now, but that doesn't mean I won't know it. If I'm meant to know, I will know, right? And based on that information, that should set you at peace to stay in the now. Because the goal to this, the reason why all this is to basically stay in the now. So like when I explain, I only made it this way so that I could talk about it. When we keep looking for information, Angel said this in her voice message before the dark night of the soul in the summer, like early June. She said, you know, people are always seeking information. Yeah. I wrote it down so that you could pay attention because, you know, it's something that I still catch you doing a lot at times. You don't need to, all the stuff that you write down, stop writing stuff down. You have all the answers. So like, I see you remember when I was speaking to someone and like they were making lots of notes and they had a bunch of paper. You don't have to have all that stuff. All you have to remember is that you are in the now. What else do you have to know? You know enough, you have enough, you've been enough, you were born enough, and that's all you need to know. You don't need to make down any more notes. You don't have to have pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of notes. That's why I made that. It was for myself, because I don't have to make any more notes. I'm done. So like when I see people saying, make sure you're taking notes and all that, no, you don't have to take notes. You just have to know that you have enough. And when you have enough, you can know that you can be, you know, you can easily remember that you have enough. And when you remember that you have enough, you eliminate this idea that, but I don't know enough, right? So, anyways, thank you, I will definitely. I will definitely do that. But anyone else who's listening, pay attention because, again, our natural tendency is to always keep looking for new stuff. Seeker of information, seeker of knowledge, seeker of wisdom. But then when we internalize it, so now I'm practicing as if I'm speaking to an audience right now. But when we internalize this idea that we think we are missing something, then we stop and that belief stops us from activating the wisdom that we already have within us. Because there's an energy that blocks us. Okay. This is interesting. I needed someone to model Christ in my life consistently, and I didn't get it. Lots of people talk about it, but that's not living it. I could care less that you tell people the way. Show me you love your neighbor as you love yourself, and you love God with all your heart. People are turned off by Christianity because of the hypocrisy of exclusion and the spiritual egotism that your way is the right way. Good job, mister. Come be a catalyst. Okay. All right. We got the play out to do. Damn, man. That The Chosen has a bunch of songs playing, I guess, in the show, and it doesn't like it, and it blocks. I'm not even showing the dang show too, you know. That's the funny thing. And it still catches gets a copyright. Silly. So silly. This time I'm going to take off my mic. I'll be right back. Because whoever was here with me, you got to hear me use the bathroom. I love it. No shame. I don't care anymore. Doesn't mean I'm going to do that often. But, yeah. That's so funny. All right. One sec. All right. Since we're done push-ups, we're done all of our mobility training. We've done squats. We've done leg raises. All we gotta do is ab pull downs, and we are pretty much ready to rock and roll. I like what our brother Jay, he wrote down something interesting. He wrote down something very powerful in his notes. I took a screenshot of it. Hi, baby. He wrote down this. I needed someone to model Christ in my life consistently, and I didn't get it. Lots of people talk about it, but that's not living it. I could care less that you tell people the way. Show me you love your neighbor as you love yourself, and that you love God with all your heart. People are turned off by Christianity because of the hypocrisy of exclusion and the spiritual egotism that your way is the right way, and therefore the only way. I love it. I fucking love that. Him and I are on the same conscious level. I don't care about all these things. All I care about is one thing. You returning back to your true power. I don't care if you use religion. I don't care what you use. I don't care if you see God inside of you or outside of you. At this point now in this journey, I started to come to the realization that it really doesn't matter what you choose to entertain as long as you know to be in the now. I don't care what everything else. You can tell yourself the king of the world. You can call yourself the greatest person alive. I don't care what you use. As long as you live in that joy and you live your greatest life, you use whatever works at this point. No more putting anybody in a box. I mean, I hadn't put anybody in a box, but and I don't plan to be putting people in boxes. Well, regardless, you're always going to be in a box. So if you're going to be in a box, you may as well be in the box of infinity. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Cool. I really like what our brother said though, and I wrote it down. No more notes though. That's it. That was the final note I'll ever make. Know that you already have enough. If you hear a bar, you want to write that down. Write it down, but like, there's no point in knowing stuff if you're not embodying it. This is what I find, that people are just chasing information like I used to do. It's a phase that you'll ultimately let go of the phase of chasing information. Just know that it's all in the now. One of you is here. I don't know who's here though. Someone's here. And whoever it is here, just know that you already have all the answers. So, I saved you a lot of time and energy and effort. You should be relieved. You should be rejoicing. You should be celebrating. But will you celebrate though, is the question. Knowing that you know enough, you have enough, you've been enough, and you were born enough. Will you know this? Will you embody it? I am going to change the microphone because I know that this microphone is going to die since it's past 3 something. Yes, sir. I'm going to get some water. I will. I will have an awesome play out, sister. I will. Alright, baby. Alright, baby. Baby, baba, baba, baba. I'm glad I captured this story of you. Okay. Are we ready? I said, are you ready? Are you ready? Well, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Okay. If you don't know where that's from, that's Michael Buffer, the legendary commentator that would always do that for like boxing and old school WCW and WWF main events for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Okay. So this one, nope. I can do their 1 million one again, but we did that one already. This is their latest one. 30-minute fat burning HIIT cardio play out at home. No equipment's needed. For those of you who are going to be doing this with me, yeah, we got some work to do. We got some play out to do. We'll do this one. Let me see what the layout is. "40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest, no repeat, and then the finisher is 30 seconds of play times 4. So it'll be 4 exercises and there's no rest. So there's no excuse. Let's do it. They're gonna give you a warm-up, so they should be giving a warm-up here. Maybe. We're gonna get rolling. No warm up. So let's go ahead and just do some arm circles. This is why I do those things before the play out, but this is a quick way to warm up your body. All right, let's go. So I already saw the first exercise. It's prisoner squats. So you're gonna put your hands over your head and you're gonna go down. And I believe you're gonna be either touching your knees yeah, your knees to your elbows. Let's go. So remember, there's no repeat. So we're gonna do 2 push-ups and then shoulder taps. So 2 push-ups. So I'm gonna do it in this angle. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. So right, we're doing reverse lunge to right front kick, only the right. I'm gonna go ahead and kick just the right. Aren't you so glad to see me kicking? I'm glad I see myself kicking daily. Left side now. Alright. Mountain climbers are next. So there's gonna be abs in this. Just because we're doing abs here doesn't mean we're not doing abs after. Make sure you suck in your gut for this. There we go. Make sure you breathe through that nose. If you're having a hard time through your nose, then out through your mouth. In through your mouth and out through your mouth. So 3 squats, then a jump. One, 2, 3, jump. 1, 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 2, 3. Bicycle crunch. We're on our back. This is abs. So you're gonna put your hands over your head, behind your head. Bring your right elbow to your left knee, and your left elbow to your right knee. Keep your lower back flat as much as you can, and go. You're going at a normal pace, not slow like this, and not fast like this. Normal pace. Sprinter up is next. I gotta get Honey to allow my channel to be able to listen to her music, because I'd be listening to her music all day, y'all. It'd only be Lindsay's music. Sprinter up. So you're gonna come up, touch your feet or your knees, make sure your lower back touches the ground first before your shoulder blades do. I'm opting for both my feet and my knees. Just watch. You'll hear more of Honey's music on my stream because her music won't be copyrighted on my stream. Squat the cross punch. So you're gonna go down, and when you come back up, you're gonna punch. Okay. Sumo squats to calf raise. So you're going down like this, and you're coming up with your toes. And you're going back down and then back up. Just like that. Very good. So we're doing cross mountain climbers now. So you're gonna bring your knees to your elbows. So your knees, let me rephrase that. Your knees to your opposite elbows. There is no apologies. Gotta stop saying sorry. I gotta cut that word out. Your knees to your opposite elbow. Go. Right knee, left elbow. Left knee, right elbow. Very good. So we're doing pike shoulder taps. So pike shoulder taps, going into pike position and tapping like this. So these are pike shoulder taps. You want to make it harder? Bring yourself closer to your feet. All right, we're doing lateral walk with a jump. You're gonna basically go like this, and then jump, and then walk back. Jump, walk back. Let's go. Speed skaters. So skaters are like this. So he's not touching his feet, he's touching the ground. So he's going like this. Plank jacks are next. Yeah, should be good this direction. So you're basically doing a jumping jack while in plank position. So make sure you suck in your gut here. We got some grooming to do in a bit. Narrow push-ups. Standard, wide, narrow. So your elbows are basically they're close to your obliques, your rib cage. Dad's friend is over. Since I already did my push-ups already for the day, these don't count. I did them earlier. Stagger walk. So stagger squat walk. I'll go on the grass for this one. Actually, no. Pop squats. Pop squats are like this. I get to do summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. I get to be like Naruto. Summoning jutsu. High knees or run in place. Remember to breathe through that nose. Ooh. Side lunge to knee drive to the right. Okay. Left side now. Oh. Let's go. Curtsy lunge to the right, squat. Or curtsy lunge to squat right, my bad. Whoa. Left. Blast off push-ups. Whew. Burpee jack, y'all. So we're doing two jumping jacks when we come back up. So we're gonna go down, push up, come up. 1, 2. One, 2. We're gonna have another burpee coming up. Plank toe taps. So keep your legs wide here. Your right hand touches your left toes, and your left hand touches your right toes. Opposite hand to opposite foot. Okay, so we're doing step through lunges to the right. So you're going forward and backwards. Other side. Jumping jacks to power jacks. Almost there, y'all. Okay. So these are power jacks. Jumping jack, power jack. So you're bringing your hands upwards like that. Okay. Push-up burpees. bet we have one more burpees to do after this. So he's actually stopping. I mean, when you're doing regular burpees, there's a push-up in it. So he's basically going up, coming down, stopping, push-up. So this is what he's doing. All right, we got the finisher now. 4 exercises, 30 seconds, no rest. Push-ups, air squats, sprints in place, and then burpees. Yep, standard burpees. Let's go. Standard push-ups. Breathe through that nose, out through that mouth. Air squats are next. Okay, sprint in place. And then we have burpees next. Congratulations, y'all. Whew. Congratulations, we've done it. Good job. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right, let's get on our back. We're gonna do some stretches quickly. We're gonna get straight into abs. So I'm gonna eat first. I'll eat my meal first and then I'll groom. So the rest of the afternoon will be grooming. Gotta take advantage of the sunlight out here. Otherwise I have to go inside and do it and it's annoying. I'd rather do it outside. It's easier. Ugh. Go ahead and bring your knees towards your face and kind of rock your spine. Keep forgetting to do this one in the morning. You don't have to touch your head with your knees. Or I should say touch your knees with your head. This is just for my own flexibility's sake. Very good. Upper body. I saw what you were doing, third dimensional thinking mind. Nice attempt. Get your ass back in the now. Thinking about a person. I'm like, what you doing? Stop that. They don't exist anymore. They exist, but they don't exist in my current reality, so the only thing that matters is right now. Okay. It's time for abs. Let me pause the music for a moment. Okay. So you know what I'm about to say when it comes to abs. Ab exercises don't give you abs. You already have them. They're hiding under a layer of fat. See, like I have the abs, but there is still a little bit of fat. As you can see, I can still, right? But the abs are right here. So your abs, I'm real proof of pudding that your abs are actually hiding under your layer of fat. If you squish in your gut enough and you lower your body fat percentage enough, you will see your abs more. So with that being said, take it from me, who has watched all of the fitness gurus out there saying that do these abs and you'll get your six-pack abs. Chris Heria, nope. Athlean X, nope. Bully Juice, nope. Jordan Eow, nope. Tiff and Dan, nope. Even though I love them. I love them all. All of them, nope. You get abs through through the kitchen, through nutrition, through hydration, through stress management, through mindset. It really starts with mindset. Everything starts with mindset. Through habits, through conditioning, through your training, your strength training, your resistant training, your cardio. If you're boxing, if you're dancing, if you're fighting, if you're wrestling, if you're not singing, but if you're prancing around, doing gymnastics, running, sports, you get abs through that. You burn enough fat off of your abs. Don't burn fat. Ab exercises don't burn fat. Say it with me. Ab exercises don't burn fat. They don't spot check fat. It's like even though you're targeting there, it's not burning fat off. You're burning fat by doing cardio, by doing resistant training, by nutrition, I've done fasting, I've done certain diets. They all did not do it. It didn't work for me because it was a mindset thing, but also it came down to per person, because what may work for some may not work for all, and what may work for you may not work for some. So you must find your own unique way, and that's by a lot of trial and error. But key tips is to have more protein, less carbs. But again, I've seen people who are eating more carbs and proteins, and they're shedding fat like no tomorrow, and they're eating all kinds of stuff, and they're losing weight and they're gaining muscle. So could be placebo. When you're doing these ab exercises, like, what's the point then, right? Why are we doing these ab exercises? Well, we still have to train it because it helps us to lift heavier dumbbells when we're doing overhead press, when we're lifting with deadlifting, or when you're holding like plank holds or any kind of hold where you have to hold. This is where your core is going to help engage the rest of your body and send energy so you can handle it. Otherwise, you're gonna be like doing this a lot. You'll be like vibrate. Stronger core, less vibration. Weaker core, more vibration. And you'll see. So make sure when you're doing abs, you keep your lower back flat to the mat. If your back is arching, you're gonna miss a lot of the movements. And when I was first starting to do abs, my lower back was not flat. It was arching a lot. So I missed a good 2-3 months to, properly get my back flat. But eventually I got my back flat. I started forcing my back to be flat. Now it's so natural that I don't have to think about it. My back is just flat. There are certain exercises where your back is gonna arch though, and that's normal. But majority of the exercises that you're gonna do, your back should be flat. So anything where you're lifting your legs up, you can bend at your knees, and you don't have to keep your legs straight, but you can also put your hands underneath your butt to give your lower back support if it starts arching. So make sure you put your hands underneath your butt. Anything where we're lifting our torso up and our butt is still planted on the ground, make sure your lower back touches before your shoulder blades do. Otherwise, if your shoulder blades touch the ground before your lower back does, you're gonna miss the entire point of the move. And there's no point doing the move. So do your best to make sure your lower back is touching the ground first before your shoulder blades do. Other than that, make sure you breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. If you can't breathe through the nose at the present moment, like it's clogged, sometimes my nose is very cloggy, I breathe through my mouth. And you're gonna suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core. So this is expanding. See, I got the pregnant belly, and now this is contracting. So sucking in your gut, pulling your navel, contracting your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. That's all basically the same thing, different words. That's it. That's all you have to know. So let me pull up a ab routine. Mr. Bubba, you gotta get off of here, Bubba. Get off of my mat, Bubba. Let's see. Let's kiss wife. Hi, wife. I love you. Which one do we do, boy? Which one do we do, boy? Which one are we doing, boy? Yeah, boy. Which one are we doing, boy? I don't know, boy, but we're gonna figure it out, boy. Yeah, boy. Sorry. No, why am I saying sorry? I don't say sorry. I don't ever apologize. Thanks to sister. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Da. Well, hello there, Supra. You're looking very tasty, Supra. Sorry. Stop saying sorry, damn it. You gotta cut that shit out, boy. Okay. We got this one going, so let's get rolling. We got this going, so let's go rolling. I like that. So this one should be 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Yep. We're starting with leg switches. So put your hands underneath your butt. And bend at the knees if you're having a hard time keeping your legs straight. I'm gonna opt to keep my legs straight here as best as I can. Let's go. So, reverse crunch plus leg opener. So put your hands underneath your butt. Again, reverse crunch, leg opener. You don't have to keep your hands underneath your butt for this one if your lower back is staying flat. If you're having a harder time keeping it flat, then yes, put it underneath your butt. Because I've spent enough time doing this, my lower back has been able to stay flat on the mat. But there are times where I do put my hands underneath my butt because I'm like, it's just easier and more control over the movement. Like leg lowers, I definitely put my hands underneath my butt for this one. I can keep my hands under, like out of my butt. And it does keep it flat. But sometimes I lose a little bit of balance. So my hands keep me balanced as well too. So when I'm coming down, like there's a balance. So that way, like if I'm coming without the hands, sometimes one side comes down on like an angle potentially, whereas the hands, once they engage or they hit the hands, it's gonna be flush in. It won't be going like this. So this one, scissor crossover, definitely underneath the butt. So you can keep your legs bent like this and do this, or keep your legs straight. Both are effective, totally up to you. And if you can do it a little bit higher, or you can do it lower. The lower, the more challenging it is. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Cross crunch. You're gonna bring your opposite elbow to your opposite knee. So left elbow, right knee, right elbow, left knee. And you're gonna squeeze your core with cross crunching here. Now if your elbows can go beyond your knee like that, amazing. If not, touch the elbow tip with your kneecap. And that will suffice too. Make sure you're squeezing that core. Every time you're coming up, you're squeezing. You're building resilience with your core when you're doing that, by the way. So we're doing butterfly crunch. So put your hands behind your head, bring your feet together like this, and then you're gonna bring your elbows to your knees, your knees to the elbow, and meet in the middle. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you walk off the darkest ground, well, gravity keeps you straight down. It pulls you straight down. I haven't quite memorized the lyrics yet. Single leg extension. So this one has an extra caveat. So when you're bringing your leg forward, you bring your torso forward and then back. That engages your top core a little bit more, so you get more engagement. But if you just do this, like this is enough too, but you get more engagement when you bring your face forward. Again, you can keep your hands underneath your butt for this one, or keep it to the sides. Let's go. Let's go, legend. Oblique heel taps. So obliques are your side ab muscles. So you can either bring your feet together and touch and really contract your core or your obliques, or bring your feet out wide like this and reach for your heels. So for those who are keeping your feet closed, you're reaching between your toes and your heels. For us who are keeping the legs wide, you're reaching for your heels, but you're doing the same thing where you're contracting your oblique muscles. We should be doing like a plank move in a moment, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yep. Plank knee tucks. You're gonna be in a high plank, and you're gonna tuck your knees into your chest. You can also bring your face towards your knees. Just make sure you don't kick your face. I've done it. I've overshot my knee to my face and I had no control over it, and I hit myself. Hence why when you're doing these moves, they're also mental. It trains your hand-eye body coordination. Hand, eye, body, leg, foot, hands, body. I already said those words like 3 times. It just trains your body coordination. All right, spider crunches. You're gonna be on your forearms now. You're gonna bring your knees to your elbow. So this is focusing on your obliques. I live in my own world of make-believe. Made-believe or make-believe. Make-believe. Make knowing? Make knowing. Sure. I live in my own world of made knowing. Congratulations. We are finito. Finito, people. Finito, finito. Finito, finito. Finito, finito. Finito, finito. Finito, finito. Okay, babe. We're gonna stretch for our abs. Ooh. I have a couple of stretches to do. So, yeah. Child's pose. We do a wiggle and a shake, shake. A shake, shake and a wiggle, wiggle. And then we're gonna do cat, cow. So cat, cow, cat, cow, cat, cow, cat, cow. I'll do this one as well because Caroline does this one a lot when she does abs. We were just doing Dan's play out. And then this one with the lower body. Let's go. Okay. Now the stretch that I was supposed to do earlier, that I didn't do, which I'm doing now. That's funny. Okay. Come on, legs. Stay straight. Two more times. Oh my gosh. It's harder with the shoes on because the shoes add more reach because the heel is like thicker. So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. We're done. We're done, son. We're done everything. So I'll start grooming after I eat. We done, son. While I'm grooming, I'll watch an episode of Chosen. Holy moly. I'm gonna quickly go do my face. And if you're wondering what the hell that I just meant by that, I'm gonna quickly go do a quick razor on my face. And yes, you're in the washroom with me again. Don't worry, I'm not gonna pee in. Whoever was here, yeah. You heard the. Nice. Okay. The music's gonna play in a moment. Point. It's easier to groom the face, or the face in the washroom than it is to do it outside. Apparently the Blue Jays, which is the Toronto team, made it to the playoffs. So we'll see what happens with them. That still doesn't change my, my feelings towards Toronto. I mean, the Raptors won the NBA Finals in 2019 before COVID hit. Some says that was a fluke win, because Steph wasn't playing. He was injured. And he didn't have the full team. If Steph was playing, they would have lost. Who knows? Okay, cool. My face is more lined up now. Good stuff. It's more lined up, except for the inside of my beard, but it's okay. That's no big deal. That part can be done at a different time. I'll leave my blade out here. Hey. Huh? Yeah. Yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to be.
No, I know.
Every time I.
Yeah.
Everything good?
Everything's great. You?
Hanging in.
Hanging in.
I like to do hanging.
Why is that?
Huh?
Why is that?
Well, when I say hanging, I mean I'm making it one day at a time.
You're living in the present moment.
When you get to my age, you don't know if tomorrow you'll see to live tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But that could be at any age, though.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I say just hanging in.
Yeah, being in the now.
Hoping to open my eye tomorrow.
Oh, you will open your eye tomorrow. Trust me.
Tomorrow is not promised to no one.
It's true. The next moment's not promised to anyone either.
I can be sleeping in my bed and my airplane flying in my house.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, y'all. What time is it? 4:38. We're gonna eat just now. So like this part of the beard, I leave for now. I'm supposed to do it, but I'm letting a little bit of the hair grow so I can line it up properly. But I look good. So I basically just did here, here, and here, and here. The one thing I'm good at is my lines. I'm pretty good. I usually draw a mark, like a mark line, so I know where not to cut. And then I just keep it like, like this, and yeah, so. Yeah. It's true what you said though, about any moment can be, you can be taken out in any moment.
But there is a proverb, right? Or an adage, I think in North America they call them adage, tomorrow is promised to no one.
True.
You can...
But I also added a new one, says no moment is promised to anyone, because you can be taken out.
Saying,
Yeah.
Well, they put it in a broad perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just walk out the road to go in my car and somebody run me down.
Yeah.
I can see you 1 minute and the next minute.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
You can drop
I
with.
just talked to this guy 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
You can get a massive heart attack. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Brain aneurysm, heart attack. Yeah.
I live life one day at a time.
Yeah.
I think even my wife accepted that way now. I drink my beer. I do my work. And I try to live a positive life.
Yeah.
I've seen so many of my friends die out, but most of my friends are elder people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've always been in a domino club. I play with a lot of these older Jamaican guys that were all retired.
Right.
I would play domino with them Friday night, and by then the next Friday night,
They're not there.
they die.
Yeah.
And then next, I went right over there at the
Woodbine?
No, the funeral
Oh.
on
Albion?
Albion.
Yeah.
I remember I went to 5 funerals in about 5 months. All the
Damn.
guys from the domino club was dying out.
Damn.
Lied. Lorna, holy fuck. They were dying out, it seems as every month. I remember me and this girl played domino the Friday night, me and Lorna. But she was in dialysis.
Mm.
She was healthy, strong and healthy. The next week I hear she died.
Mm.
So I think sometimes people, because of the impediment to their illnesses too,
Yeah.
they lose the will to live.
It's true.
So they just neglect themselves. I prefer to die than go through all the pain and the suffering and the sorrows and this and that.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is your room.
Yeah.
You know, our house is situated just like this. I don't know. I think, no, because we had maybe they cut out the window and put in the door.
Mm.
Because our house is just like this.
In the back?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's the exact configuration like this.
Mm.
So maybe they cut and put in that door because we don't have a door.
How do you guys get? You have the one
No,
in
we
the
got
kitchen?
The door we got the door.
Like the kitchen one?
The kitchen.
Mm.
But not this door.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So what I do? You walk through the kitchen door, and just like the bricks, I got all the bricks and stuff here. So it's just like a patio.
Gotcha.
But I don't know, just a big window there. So I think maybe they cut out the window and put in this door.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, because they.
It looks now that you bring it up, because now that you say it, looks very unnatural.
Yeah, because I don't think they were thing, and then they put on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I never looked at it like that. He helped me see something that I haven't seen, and I see it all the time. It's interesting. Perspective. Perspective is everything. Perspective is everything, y'all. All right. I'm going to take you off the tripod. That's enough of the tripod. Back onto the little mini tripod. big tripod. This tripod it's coming handy. What's up, bro? Oh yeah, perception, perspective, everything. You are here. It was you that was here. Hopefully you didn't hear me using the bathroom earlier. If that was you, congratulations, you've been initiated. Yeah, man. Perspective is everything. Perception is power. I'm gonna get my food. Oh, it's 444. Look at that. It's 444. See, I don't make this shit up, bro. Look at that. Okay, cool. But there's somebody else was here. I went to pack some dishes, but I had to go. I totally forgot I had the mic on, and normally I take it off. And I'm like, I went, and this is those are one of those unconscious moments. And yeah. I'm gonna groom myself shortly. I'm gonna unwolverine myself in a bit, but I'm gonna eat first. Yeah, quite the fascinating day, bro. That video with Nero was good. I wrote down some stuff that basically, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but I'm gonna say it right now because I had ChatGPT kind of run it through, make it more simplified. I'll read it. This is regarding the third dimensional thinking mind. The natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, we internalize that lack, and that belief stops us from activating the wisdom or knowledge we already possess or own or have. We keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we are the only missing secret in the universe. When we direct our conviction to a degree of understanding, we realize that we already know enough and have everything required to materialize our desired reality. In that moment, we break free from the cycle of seeking something new. Hence why I stopped being the seeker of knowledge and seeker of wisdom and the seeker of truth. Our sister Olga sent me a text earlier to watch a movie called The Shift. I downloaded it. My sources. I had to download it from my sources. It's made by the same. It's the Angel Productions people are made the same, the Chosen show. So I'm going to be watching that later, or I watched that while I groom. I don't know. I'm debating on what I'm going to do while I'm watching, while I'm grooming. Whether I watch an episode of Chosen or watch the movie. We'll see. She told me from beginning to end, it's going to be basically a lot of perspectives. So I'm going to be tuning in to see what I'm going to cultivate from this show or from this movie. So I may put it on once I finish eating, and then groom out here, capture the sunlight as much as I can. It's easier to do it out here than it is inside because I then have to be in the bathroom and doing and it's too much work to do it inside. So yeah, it is a great synopsis. I sent the message to myself on WhatsApp so that I could keep it, because this is a reminder that you have all the answers and that you don't have to go looking for something outside of you because you already have it within. But our third dimensional thinking mind loves to look for that new information, thinking, oh my God, I'm missing this new trend and this new, and it's the fear of missing out. It's FOMO. That's what this is. It literally boils down to FOMO. But when we let go of FOMO, of thinking that you're not on I don't have the latest information on manifestation. The universe adheres to principles. So basically, you know, the universe, it doesn't care about your techniques. All it cares about is your principles. It hasn't changed from thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands of years. The universe is not some sort of like operating system that you have to download patches for it to work. That's the best way of saying that. I'll be back out in a moment, just toasting bread. And I'm gonna pack some dishes quickly. And you see, that's the reason why I watched Nero's stuff, because he's not teaching me what I don't, I already know all this stuff. The thing is, he's helping me to shape my words more effectively, so I can keep it simple for all of you. And then of course, I add my own little flavor to my own version of what he says, making it even more powerful. So I usually take what someone says and make it more powerful. Let me just quickly wash this pan out. As bread is toasting. Do I have water outside? I think I do. I think I have water outside. Yeah. So the universe doesn't care about your new technique. All it cares about is your frequency, which is a combination of your thoughts, your emotionally charged, your emotionally charged thoughts, your beliefs, or your knowingness, your conviction, your perception, your expectations, your, what else? See, I keep forgetting, there's seven of these things. Even Nero forgets his own thing. Thought, emotional charged thoughts, ECT, perceptions, belief. Oh, reactions is the sixth. And then there's a seventh one. Ah, it's okay. I'm coming out. Warm that up. We got fries and a chicken burger. This is what we do. We switch the buttons. We put it underneath, then we switch it on the top. Because we put the bottom on the top and the top on the bottom. Silly goose. Silly, silly, silly goose. Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. I wonder who got caught in the crosshairs of me using the bathroom earlier. Well, sucks for them, because they shoot. Because they got it. They got. They got. They gonna get got. You know me, I can't come eat until I'm finished like cleaning. And when there's something that bothers me, I have to clean it right away. OCD. That's one thing I do have, OCD. Well, I don't have it, but you know. Ooh, yeah. And of course I hit my arm and my bread is falling into the ketchup. Oh my God, what is happening here? What is happening here? Well, aren't I glad I brought this? Okay. I am gonna switch around, or actually, no. I'm gonna sit here and eat. Oh, 5:55 on the live stream timer. Let's go. Let's go. Say Yep. I'm gonna wait till The Chosen. I'm gonna watch The Chosen. Season 3. Episode 5. I should be on episode 5. Ooh, this one's gonna have some graphics. I can't see anything. Oh my God, I can't see anything.
Woody?
I heard that.
That doesn't sound good.
It's never good in the third watch of the night.
I can't see anything.
There's too much blood. The clot is absorbing it too fast.
I have nothing left to stop the flow.
Pull the sheets off the bed.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
Press down on her stomach. Contract the womb.
Oh, she's pregnant.
Did I lose my baby?
Or is that a... Did they actually... She actually got pregnant?
I'm here. No. Oh.
Hold on. I gotta see if I watched this episode first. Okay, I did watch this one.
If this trouble of yours at home has anything to do with the wife,
Okay, I did
all
watch
can
this one.
suggest is you should get. And how many more does you could?
Okay. So, apparently Eden was pregnant, as this was 2 weeks earlier. That's interesting. So this song gets me copyright. Can you believe that an intro thing gets me copyright? What? In the water. On the water. All right. Okay, so this is a little girl who's been in pain.
It took everything just to get her breathing again. So?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah,
This weekend.
this is the episode.
I believe I can do anything more.
Oh, no.
Last night when I was watching this episode with Lindsay,
Please just
we
breathe, my child. Please just breathe.
Oh no, you're good. I was grabbing stuff. I was saying I'm gonna be growing after I'm done eating. I'm gonna unwolverine myself. But I don't know if I'm gonna watch an episode of Chosen or watch the movie called The Shift. Olga sent it to me, which is made by the same Angel Productions who produces this show. And apparently there's a lot of perspectives in that movie. The Shift. But there's 2 movies called The Shift on YouTube. But the movie's on YouTube, but you have to pay or rent it. I downloaded it through my own, means. So I might watch that while I'm grooming myself. Let's see what kind of insights I'm gonna pick up. Yeah. So what else I was saying was our mind, besides reading what I shared, it has this fear of missing out, FOMO. It's FOMO basically, FOMO of information. The universe is not some operating system. Let me rephrase that. The universe is not some Windows 95 that has to be upgraded to Windows 11 with the newest and latest and greatest tech. It is the hardware, and it adheres to principles. It doesn't give a shit about operating system and patches and stuff. And so it doesn't care about your techniques and your stuff, as long as you know that it's coming from you. So like the universe, or us, our third dimensional mind, is thinking it's always missing information. And it's missing because of FOMO. Ooh, this is the latest technique, or this is the latest person talking about this thing, right? Everything that has been shared is nothing new. It's just that now that we have more access to people like Nero and stuff talking about stuff and have mastered their mind to a point where it's brought forth their desired reality, you know, when I'm watching his stuff, he's just mirroring back to me better ways of saying some things that I already know. However, like, is he teaching something that I don't already know? No. But, let me rephrase it. However, you know, when there's a bar, I'm like, oh, that's a nice way of saying that. That's a bar, I'll write that down. Oh, I'll make note of that. I'll make note of it. Like today. Our brain, our mind, I should say, just doesn't like this thing of like missing out. It wants to feel like it's keeping up with everybody else. But implying that you have to keep up with someone else implies that you're behind. And if you're behind, and you tell yourself you're behind, then you're behind. Yeah, exactly. It's then the application, exactly. It's the application piece that makes it the challenge. Because our mind gets tripped up with this. What's happening in the third dimensional world. This person's doing this thing, and that person's doing that thing, and oh, that person's over there doing that thing, and like, we get distracted, basically. There's levels of distractions. There's a lot more distraction, and there's a little distraction, and there's no distractions. It just comes down to how distracted are we to apply that wisdom into our daily life. Because, you know, I saw another video earlier about the fourth dimension. Scientist girl was explaining fourth dimension, and someone in the comment said, so the fourth dimension is the dimension of gaslighting delusions. Yeah, you're right. It's the delusional gaslighting in the fourth dimension, which is necessary because our third dimensional mind can't handle delusion it likes linearity, it likes logic, it likes following a sequence, a pattern. It recognizes these things, but that's the problem. That's why reality is backwards. Reality actually operates from a multidimensional aspect, and we're attempting to operate from a third dimensional perspective, which doesn't work half the time because we're basically always behind the ball. Because reality is played backwards. And we've been taught backwards. What we've been taught is actually backwards than what the universe is, and what we think the universe is doing is backwards than what we are supposed to be doing. Universe goes this way, which is the aligned way to flow, and we've been conditioned to go this way, which we think we're going to flow going this way through hard work, hustle, and grind, and all kinds of stuff. But in reality, the universe is like, okay, you want to go that way, go for it. Your third dimensional mind wants to create this thing. Whereas, well, I would say the universe is more operating like this. It's just like, I'm doing this, but really it's just operating in a cyclical thing where it's like, nope, I can go here, 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 here at the same time. And it doesn't follow any logic or linear path. It can go like, it can jump here, there, do this, here, 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 here. But our mind, our third dimensional mind goes like this. But it also likes to go backwards, thinking back, forward, doing this. Which then, guess what happens? It screws us. Big time. And then we think we're missing things because this person has the newest information on how to manifest your desired reality, or this is the next best thing that you should do in reality creation, or this is the best next thing to do in self-love or mindset, or all these friggin' techniques. The universe is not an operating system, it's the hardware. We've applied the software fixes to the universe, which is like, the universe is like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you applying Windows 11 Pro on my hardware? I don't require Windows 11 Pro. I'm whole and complete now. Why are you installing Windows 11 Pro on my hardware? And then on top of that, adding hot fixes and programs. Using technology lingo right now for my tech people. The universe is the hardware. We're installing the software. And the software is not necessary because the software is irrelevant. The hardware is enough. But then how do you function with the hardware? You are one with the hardware. It's just that simple. No, it's not. Well, then you're obfuscating it. Because that's what the third dimensional mind wants you to do. It wants to follow a linear, sequential pattern that makes sense. It basically wants to make things make sense. Or wants to know that things make sense. It doesn't like things that doesn't make sense. It hates it. But if we can break the things that don't make sense and make it make sense, and live from that, the so-called delusional or the magical, we've seen it many times on the live stream. We've experienced it countless of times on the live stream. The synchronicities. The synchronicities are a great example of the delusion. Like I said, the universe doesn't adhere to software updates. It's not an operating system. It's the friggin' hardware. It's got infinite RAM, it's got infinite hard drive space, but it doesn't require, it has the perfect operating system called, what are we gonna call the operating system of the universe? The universe operating system, UOS. There's Mac OS, Linux OS, there's Windows OS, so we'll just call it Universe OS. The universe has its own OS, and you're attempting to install Windows 11 on top of Universe OS. There we go. Universe OS is perfect. It doesn't require any software updates, it doesn't require hot fixes, it doesn't require anything. Universe OS operates on principles. Windows 11 operates on techniques, let's say. Sure, if you're not a Windows person and you're a Mac person, you're attempting to install Mac OS 26. Do you think Universe OS requires Mac OS 26? You're just installing, you're bogging down the system. Literally, you're putting a jacket on top of something that can't be jacketed, if that makes sense. That's like saying taking the entire ocean and scooping it in this bottle. Yes, you'll have the ocean in the bottle per se, but you don't have the entire ocean. You have a portion of the ocean, but to say that you have the entire ocean in a bottle is kind of ridiculous. So it's the same concept, like you installing all these techniques. These techniques are basically software that you're installing onto your already bogged down operating system. And in order to get back to the Universe OS, you have to get back to zero state. And what is zero state? The day you were born. That version of you. But how do you get back to that? When you have your memories, right? Because it's your memories and your experiences that's tethering you to this current plane and how you operate, because of your memories and of your past and your current present and your experiences that you've experienced with those memories, that you've associated emotional charge stuff. Like, of course, like, you know, if I see certain people, it stirs up an energy around me. I don't think it would anymore. Like, if I saw Ari, I'd be like, oh, what's up, other version of me? Or Zoe, what's up, other version of me? Or some of my old friends who betrayed me. Yeah, we're defragging, but we're removing the OS from the universe's OS, essentially. Because like defrag, yes, in a sense, like we are basically, because defragging is essentially taking all the pieces and putting it together. So in a sense, yes, we're not only removing the original, or sorry, the OS or the updates, we have to defrag and bring everything back to sequential order in order to get back to zero state. Because the universe's OS right now is fragmented with a bunch of shit that has to be unfragmented or defragged. I love the fact that I can add technology to my talk. So easy. And anime and video games and playouts. I can interlink all my stuff together. I love it. I love it so much. The universe's OS is perfect. Like, you don't have to ever install a software update. It doesn't require a hotfix. It doesn't require software. It doesn't require patching. It doesn't require anything. It's perfect. But then this is the argument I'm going to hear from some third dimensional minds. But I'm not aware of this thing. I'm not aware. Well, of course, they're going to have to go through their layering, right? Again, that whole Tony Robbins, you know, that phase and all that, they're going to have to go through the phase until they're going to realize they didn't need all that stuff, but it's going to give them the wisdom, the depth to know when they're ready to help someone else that they didn't need all that stuff. So it's, in a sense, like it's the journey of unfoldment for them to realize that it goes back to the now. Not some past or some future, the now. But that's the argument that's going to happen immediately. I can already tell you, because I know if this was me, I'd argue the same thing. I'd be like, but we need to learn this thing. We have to learn this thing, because if we don't have this information, then how do we let go? Because then we're just like lost little puppies. We have to keep learning. It's important that we keep learning. I'm a lifelong learner. I'm a lifelong student. When you get to this phase of the journey, you stop learning. You remember. It's not the word. What is learning? First of all, isn't it just taking information and becoming aware? What's the same? What's remembering? Taking information and also being aware of it. Shifting the paradigm. Learning and remembering are basically one and the same. But remembering is, oh yeah, I already have access to this. But learning means that I don't have it yet, and I have to go and acquire it. But you're not acquiring it because you already have it in your, you have it within, you're just being aware of it. There's a difference. This is why I use the word learning or realizing or uncovering or discovering or rediscovering, because learning for me implies that you currently do not have such info inside of you, and you got to go seek info outside of you, which outside of you doesn't exist because everything's within you. Every person, everything is inside of you, but because your mind's thinking, but that person's outside of me, that they're not me. You're gonna have to go through your layers. So that's why, like, those who come on in the future, whether on this channel or the other channel, I will have to meet them where they're at, because I can't tell them, like, I'm gonna say, look, you're gonna have to learn this thing, but I'm gonna tell you right now, when you get to the level I'm currently at, you're gonna let go of learning. You're gonna get to a point in your journey. There is a point in your journey where the learning stops, and you will just start remembering and taking things in. You instead of you learning like this, you're going like this. You curve straight up. Because again, if we go back to what has been said in that text that I saved for myself, the natural tendency of the third dimensional thinking mind is to look for new information and to believe that something is missing. Ironically, when we think something is missing, not know, when we think. Thinking is not knowing. That right off the bat is a trap right there, thinking. When we think something is missing, we internalize the lack. Or we internalize that as lack, or we internalize that lack. And the belief stops us from activating the wisdom that we already have it. Because we make the assumption that we don't know it. We make the assumption, oh, but I don't know. We say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And there's a nuance to saying I don't know, because I don't know keeps things open, because when you say I know, kind of closes it. But there's a paradox to this, because saying I know implies that you actually do know, you have the answers within you. Saying I don't know implies that you don't actually have the answers inside of you and you have to go seek it outside of you. So like when I hear people talking about this, it comes down to how you can see words and how you can take the meanings of these things, and it can be altered. Because most humans, when they say I know, like they say it in a sarcastic, arrogant way when they don't know. Like, I already know that, right? Like, but I say I don't say I already know that. I say that I'm remembering, or I say I already know because it's within me. There's a difference. I already know this because it's within me. So it's choosing your words wisely and feeling those words as you're speaking it, not just saying words. So then we keep searching for some hidden secret, not realizing that we are the only missing secret in the universe. Because we assume that there's something so mystical. And when it's so basic, we don't entertain the basics. We think it has to be something so sophisticated that, like, once we reach this so-called sophisticated, like, information, that we'll reach the peak. Do you know how dumbfounded it is to be in the now? It's dumbfounded and profound at the same time. Because the now is one of the things that the third dimensional thinking mind does not like. I can tell you that. It hates it. It hates the now. It desires to look for chaos. It desires to look, even though you're not looking for chaos, it desires some sort of chaos to some degree, of past or future. It doesn't desire to be in the now. It doesn't like this thing called the now. Until you stop thinking and you allow your multidimensional mind to take over, which is usually from your heart, and you be in the now. When we direct our conviction to a degree, that's conviction. Heart to throat, conviction, right here. This is conviction, right here. These two chakras are conviction, right here. Confidence, conviction. To a degree of understanding, we realize that we already know enough and have everything required to materialize our desired reality or live your greatest life. Insert word there. To live your greatest life. In that moment, we break free from the endless cycle of seeking something new. So all these people are, I'm a knowledge seeker, I'm a seeker of wisdom. Stay far away from these people. Because, well, I stay far away from them because I'm not here for knowledge seekers and truth seekers, and I used to say this stuff. I've been on all the phases. I've been through all the phases, so I can see all the phases, and I refuse to be on the phase where I'm like Tony Robbins knowledge seeker, or the Blue and Matthias De Stefano and Marcus Aurelius' phase of truth seeker. I'm a truth seeker. Look at that. Look at the sun. Bang. Truth seeker. I like how the sun just comes and it distorts the camera lens. Yeah. We should look at that for a moment. It's pretty badass. Maybe I should put it under my head. Shiny. Or on top of my head. Shiny. Bang. Look at that. I'm sending a Kamehameha. That's pretty badass. That's pretty badass right now, bro. That's pretty badass. Bang. 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 Hope that's not bothering you, but yeah. Bang. Yeah, the soul star lights up. I definitely have to go start grooming because it's going to start getting dark and stuff, so I'm going to go grab my stuff. But basically, yes, our mind does not like this thing called the now. Okay. Let me go get my basin. Actually, let me go use the bathroom first. All right. Cool beans. Oi. Oi. It's grooming time. This is a beautiful thing about my headband. I can keep it right here so you all can see. You all can still hear me. got my soapy water. I'll move you all back a bit so y'all can see me. I wonder if I should do it over there. Yeah, I'm gonna go on that side. It's easier on that side, actually. The sun is facing this way, so my skin will be, I'll be able to see my skin easier. So I might be watching The Chosen. Almost forgot that I could put the microphone on my headband. Yeah! I have soapy hot water in here. So the soapy water is with it's cocoa butter. So I'm like shaving my arms. Getting that done. See, this is why a laser is going to be important for me in the future. So I don't have to deal with all this extra hassle. And it's easier. Yeah, I definitely chose the right direction to face. Because I can see what the heck I'm doing. Doing the arms are kind of annoying to do because I have to like get through all these like little grooves and all these little curves, and because you know my biceps are pretty big. I'm gonna watch an episode of The Chosen. Hi, babe. Let's watch the episode together, babe.
Jairus.
Just breathe.
Yes. Come with me.
My child, yes.
I know this is painful, but I believe arrangements need to be made. I'm afraid she won't make it much longer. Yes, of course. You know the tradition. Rabbi Judai said even the poorest man in Israel must hire at least 2 flutes and 1 professional wailing woman for his disease. You simply tell me how many flutes and how many mourners you can afford, and I will make the arrangements for you. No. Jairus, I'm sorry, but... Please, don't do anything unless she dies. I'll be back soon.
Yep. We gotta tackle the body in a moment. The arm's almost done. The arm is the annoying part to do. Okay, I'm getting distracted with the... Like, I'm not getting to see the show properly, so... Let's not do that. Let's watch a YouTube video or something. Not 9 most powerful minutes on YouTube. Okay, let's see what this is gonna do. Let's see this.
You've chosen to live as your real self.
Have you? Have you chosen to live as your real self?
The illusion of being a human person.
Okay, sir. Who's wearing rabbi clothing?
That are always disappointments or always futility.
This is Pete's channel, by the way.
And ultimately, meaningless manifestations of narcissism.
Yeah, you speaking like that already is I can already tell by your third dimensional thinking mind, sir.
That life of meaninglessness.
I'm listening, though.
Have you overcome the tendency to be seduced by the sensory, by the imaginary, by the worldly, by the temporal?
The temporal. That's a word that's showing up a lot lately. The temporal.
False lures that capture the mind on the hook of Maya and cause all of the suffering that you have ever endured. To free yourself from the hook, you must no longer desire the bait.
Yes, you must not desire a debate, but the thing is, you came here as a third dimensional human to experience the third dimension.
From any greed, from any arrogance and hubris of the ego, to be somebody.
Third dimensional thinking mind, sir.
When you have let go of all of those desires, to look good for the other, to gain approval, to be an object of desire.
I agree with
to
that.
claim a territory, a niche, to free yourself from submission to the rules of the game. Only then does the game itself fall away as an illusion of no relevance.
True, I agree with that.
The only judgment that should matter to you is the final judgment that will be rendered by your own self.
I don't subscribe to the word judgment, boy.
Truth or the cowardice to avoid and to live in the narcissistic mentation bubble that gives one a sense of superiority and illusory freedom that is based upon the false idea of being a creature in space-time rather than the creative power that is dreaming this world of space-time
Yeah.
as its own reflection.
You know, I'm very open-minded to hearing things, so I'm just giving this guy a shot.
Majestic dream.
What? You dressing as some sort of priest makes you think that you are letting go of the illusion? Please, boy, if you wanted to, you should be stripped naked.
The great gift that is offered in exchange for your liberation from the ego
Third dimensional thinking mind.
is the blissful realization that you are beyond all of that and
You
have
are.
the power to transform the world through your own observation of eternity underlying time
Bar. I
and
agree.
love pervading even a world of hate.
Also agree
and
with
of
that.
truth overcoming the veil of the great lie.
There's no truth except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. This is when you're Quecto sane, this is what happens.
You gained the power of truth,
Truth is subjective.
which only comes after crossing the portal of humility
I don't know about that.
into emptiness.
Emptiness, yes. Humility, I don't think so.
Have you let go of all of the sanskaras of the ego, its tendencies to betray itself, to misuse the body, as some instrument of enjoyment,
That I agree.
as a safety valve. To reduce its anxieties. Or have you become that eternal self that refuses ever to fall into Maya? Have you realized that you have the power to live in bliss, in love, in stillness, unshakable, unperturbable?
Big word, sir, big word.
And to bring peace into this peaceless world, and love into this world of conflict and hatred,
Agree.
and truth into this realm of ignorance, and to graduate from the need to reincarnate into such a world.
Well, I'm not reincarnating because this is my final lifetime, boy.
By attaining union with its creator. This is why we are here. And this is the moment of the climax, the final exam.
There is no exam.
The moment of truth. Will you choose truth or will you choose the lie?
I choose what I choose.
Cowardice or courage?
Courage, obviously.
Will you take the step into infinity?
Don't have to take the step, I'm already there. Another bar.
And leave behind all the petty thoughts of the ego mind.
It's already left.
And receive the grace of the infinite, eternal, blissful presence that is the presence of God as yourself. You have the right to claim this destiny.
It's already
Will
claimed.
you claim your birthright? It cannot be claimed in the future, only in the now.
I already claimed it in the now.
And the sanskara to wait creates a perpetual waiting, a perpetual self-rejection. It is always now or never.
And they both start with the letter N.
May you take this counsel very seriously.
Oh, I take it seriously, all right.
And allow yourself to enter into the Holy of Holies.
Yeah,
within
I don't.
your heart. And abide as the one self, here and now.
And that was the most powerful 9 minutes? Yeah, I don't think so. Get out of here, Pete, with that. That wasn't the most powerful 9 minutes. Get out of here.
There is a stubbornly persistent myth that the fourth dimension is impossible for us to visualize, depict, or even imagine as anything other than an abstract mathematical notion.
That's if
where
you
math and
believe
physics
that it's
explainers
difficult.
regularly say things along the lines of, it is impossible for us to visualize four dimensions because we live in a 3D world. Or, our 3D brains are just incapable of conceptualizing
Our
the
3D
fourth
brains.
spatial dimension. This video
3D mind, you mean. Your brain is not the
are meant to
fault
push
here,
back
it's your mind.
against this idea. In this series, we're going to learn how to think in four dimensions. We'll learn how 4D geometry works and use geometric logic and lower dimensional analogies to build up a new world that we can both see on a screen and in our heads. We'll learn to visually understand all sorts of 4D shapes such as hypercubes, cubinders, and hyperspheres. We'll learn what curved space means, and eventually, for the more mathematical crowd, how to visualize things like quaternions and complex functions in their natural four-dimensional realm. All I want to do in this video is build up an idea of where a fourth dimension lies and what 4D space is. I'm also going to present a simple but versatile mental model of 4D objects that I've never seen anywhere else. One important point. The question of whether the fourth dimension exists in the physical sense is irrelevant. We will consider 4 dimensions from a mathematical perspective, not a physical one. Let's quickly understand what we mean by dimensions. A single point has 0 dimensions, and a line segment has 1 dimension that we'll call length. A flat shape, such as a square or a circle, lives on a plane and has 2 dimensional length and width. The infinite plane it lives on is made from 2 perpendicular axes, the x and y axis. Any point on this plane can be described with a pair of xy coordinates. Now we can add a third axis, called the z-axis, that is at right angles to both the x and y axes. Now we can talk about solid objects that have volume, like cubes or spheres. It takes 3 coordinates, x, y, z, to describe a location in 3D space. Naturally, a 4th dimension requires 4 spatial coordinates, which means adding a new axis.
Time.
We'll often refer to this as the w-axis, but the names are arbitrary. This axis has to be perpendicular to the other 3, something that is impossible with only 3 dimensions. In fact, this new axis is perpendicular to what we would think of as our 3D universe. That is what makes it so hard to conceptualize, as we don't have a physical reference for a 4th axis. If you link yourself to physics, time regularly plays the role of the 4th dimension in what we call space-time. To define an event, you need to know where and when the event occurs. This means you need 3 spatial coordinates and 1 temporal, meaning time, coordinate. In Einstein's general relativity, space-time takes center stage. Mass and energy cause space-time to curve in on itself, resulting in the physical effect known as gravity. Beyond that, there are more exotic theories in physics that make use of multiple dimensions of space that we can't see. In this series, however, I won't be focusing on space-time, general relativity, or physics. A dimension is an abstract notion that can be almost any type of continuous numerical information. If you want to measure the temperature at every point in a room, you're dealing with 4 dimensions, 3 spatial and 1, well, thermal. If you conduct a survey that has 4 numerical questions like age, weight, height, and income level, that's 4 dimensions of data. In mathematics, the notion of a dimension does not have to correspond to anything physical. Our challenge is to learn how to think about a 4th spatial dimension without worrying about what, if anything, it represents. Now that being said, time is a great way to introduce the 4th dimension, as we're so familiar with it. Think of time as a gateway drug to 4-dimensional thinking.
Ooh, 4-dimensional thinking.
That pops into existence at a certain time, hangs out for 10 seconds, and then vanishes. The cube's existence over that time interval is a 4-dimensional object. This is easier to see if we show the cube moving through time along a virtual time axis. Every instant or slice of time during that interval represents a 3-dimensional cross-section of that cube's existence, 3 spatial dimensions, like a still frame of a movie. But now consider just the cube's top surface, a 2-dimensional square. Over the cube's lifetime, that top square's existence is also 3-dimensional, 2 spatial and 1 temporal. In fact, every square cross-section of the cube also has its own 3-dimensional existence. No matter how you slice it, the 4-dimensional object is composed of an infinite number of 3D slices. We'll come back to this idea down the line, as it's crucial to understanding 4D shapes. But this is also a good time to talk about the limitations of using time as an analogy. For us, time flows in one direction, forwards. We're not able to move backwards in time. And it's not straightforward to think about time as a spatial direction. For instance, how do you measure the angle between a time dimension and a space dimension? How do we rotate an object from a spatial dimension to the time dimension? And wouldn't that process itself take time to occur? Not only do we not need time to visualize 4 spatial dimensions, but we need time to measure the duration of events. We simply think about space differently than we think about time, and focusing on time exclusively will not help you visualize 4D geometry. But really, where is the fourth dimension? You can't see it, and you can't touch it, so where the hell is it? The short answer is that it is perpendicular to our 3D universe.
Yep.
But what does that even mean?
I cut
Let's introduce a
myself.
concept that we would use frequently to help us try to understand higher dimensions: flatland. If you're at all interested in this topic, you've come across it before. A 2D universe filled with 2D beings that we'll call flatlanders. Much like us, most flatlanders have a hard time visualizing higher dimensions.
Yep. I've been talking about
Going to
this.
focus on one
When you're 3D, you can't
intelligent
see
and curious
4D. When you're 4D, you can't
Freddy.
see 5D.
Freddy has studied
You can
quite a
see,
bit of math.
you can see
and
all of the
understands
others.
higher dimensions as a mathematical abstraction. But he desperately wants to visualize a 3D universe, particularly where
desperately?
the strange third dimension is. Assuming we can communicate with him, we might tell him to imagine a 2D planar universe just like the one he lives in, but is separate from his own. Just as two lines that don't intersect are parallel, this new 2D universe is parallel to his own, but just slightly offset. To Freddy, this is a novel concept. Lines can be parallel, but there's only one plane. The plane, the one that he lives in. He's never had to conceptualize another plane before, parallel or otherwise, even though it's trivial for us. At first, Freddy might imagine these parallel planes as overlapping squares that are offset from each other like this. The problem with that is that the planes are supposed to be parallel, and therefore they can't intersect. And he can imagine a plane outside his own universe, even if he can't see it directly. This new parallel plane is offset from his own along the third dimension. That means that if you pick any point in Freddy's plane, there is a corresponding point in this parallel plane that is closest to it. The line segment connecting these 2 points is perpendicular to both planes. Now say that there are many parallel planes, each slightly offset from the previous one. And in each plane, we'll mark a point that is closest to the point on the previous plane. Now let's draw a line connecting all the points. This line can be thought of as an axis along the third dimension. Now, all Freddy sees is a single point, but this new axis points through his universe at this point, connecting the corresponding points of all these parallel planes. For the moment, that's the best he can do. What does this mean for us? In order to think about where the fourth dimension is, we need to think about a three-dimensional space, just like ours, but parallel to our own and slightly offset. What does that mean? There is no parallel space. There's just a space that we live in. But if Freddy can do it, so can we. Just imagine a cube that lives in 3D space, and then imagine another cube that lies in a different 3D space. At this stage, we'll have to rely on our imagination. The two spaces appear to overlap, but somehow they don't intersect. Just like two planes can appear to overlap, but don't. This is our first exposure to the concept of three-dimensional planes, or hyperplanes. I'll call them 3 planes for short. Now, choose a point in our universe, and mark the point closest to it in this parallel 3-plane. Now imagine several more hyperplanes, as many as you like, all parallel and offset by some small amount. Each has a point marked that is closest to the point in the plane adjacent to it. Connect all these points to get a line. This line forms an axis that is perpendicular to our home plane, and it represents the fourth dimension. All we see is a single point in our home plane, but this axis points through our universe and extends infinitely in both directions.
Let's see if there's anybody else here. So my dad's
Let's try
friend.
conceptualizing this by
I hear
falling
other
back on our
voices.
crutch, time. We'll briefly go
I
back
hear
to the idea that there's only
voices in
one
my
3D
head.
universe, but one that extends forward and backward in time. Now, each parallel plane is just another moment in time, and each point represents a single location in space at a particular time. Connecting all these points gives a timeline corresponding to that particular location in space. And we might think of that timeline as our fourth dimension. But as we have already seen, time only flows one way, and everything that is past can never be again. All these moments in time will be lost, like tears in rain. Let's return to our spatial 4D model. Each 3-plane exists separately from all the rest, and given the means, we would theoretically be able to travel forwards and backwards through this new dimension, visiting any parallel plane we like.
I'll be right back.
Time is free to be, well, time. But what is this 4-dimensional space exactly? Let's think about Freddy in his flat universe. He's starting to get an idea of where this mysterious 3rd dimension is by thinking about planes outside of and parallel to his universe. He now wants to understand exactly what 3D space is. Let's help Freddy out with an analogy. He already knows that you can think of a square as an infinite number of parallel line segments. In fact, you can construct a square by starting off with a line segment and sliding it in a direction perpendicular to itself, generating the square as it moves along. This process is called extrusion. To understand 3D space, Freddy needs to think about extruding a 2D object. If you take a square and extrude it along a perpendicular direction, you get a 3D rectangular solid, say a cube. This is a new concept for Freddy, but trivial for us. This is like looking at a neat stack of paper. Each sheet of paper is essentially 2-dimensional, but with a very thin 3rd dimension, its thickness. Stacking up sheets layer by layer generates a 3-dimensional object. In particular, a cube is made up of an infinite number of 2D squares. So Freddy might think of a cube as a hypersquare. This new object takes up space in a 3D universe. We call it volume, but Freddy might think of it as hyper area. It would take Freddy a while to come around to the idea that from the point of view of the 3rd dimension, solid objects like squares are now thought of as being flat. Now let's think 1 dimension higher. To conceptualize 4D space, we have to think about a 3-dimensional object like a cube and extrude it along the 4th axis. We're able to do this because from the point of view of the 4th dimension, 3-dimensional objects, which we normally think of as solid, are perfectly flat, simply because they have no extent along the 4th dimension. Just like Freddy, this is hard to accept at first, and will definitely take some getting used to. Stacking up 3D cubes like this generates a 4-dimensional object, an example of which is a hypercube, also called a tesseract. Each cross-section of the hypercube is 3-dimensional and lives in its own 3D hyperplane, just like ours. We can move around in 4D space by moving in a 3D hyperplane and shifting that 3-plane back and forth along the 4th axis. Here it is with all 4 axes shown. The 4D space this object takes up is referred to as hypervolume and would be measured in quartic units, such as quartic meters instead of cubic. Now, I will have a lot to say about hypercubes and related shapes in later videos, but we've covered a lot already, and all I want to do for now is to finish up this video by leaving you with an extremely useful mental model of a 4-dimensional object to ponder. As we mentioned, one of the difficult things about visualizing a 4D extrusion is imagining a 3D object as flat. We might be able to imagine it, but it doesn't feel right to us, especially at first. To help us, imagine taking a 3D object, like a cube. We then project the image of this cube onto a piece of paper, or maybe a blank playing card. Now, this is a 2D projection of a 3D object, but we easily associate parts of the drawing with the 3 dimensions. It has length, width, and depth, lined up with the X, Y, and Z axes. Our brains have no trouble interpreting this as 3-dimensional, especially if the image is on a screen and can simulate rotating in 3 dimensions. We can even plot the position of a particle in 3D space, moving it along the X, Y, and Z directions. Essentially, this card is acting as a virtual 3-dimensional plane. But projecting this object onto a flat surface frees up a physical dimension, the dimension that is perpendicular to the card or the screen. We can think of this dimension as our fourth axis, which is perpendicular to the 3 dimensions depicted on the surface. This allows us to stack up many such virtual hyperplanes, each with a cube projected on it. I call this the deck of cards model. It allows us to conceptualize 3 dimensions as flat, and gives us an easy way to think about a 4D object as the continuum of hyperplanes, the full deck. Now we can show a particle moving in all 4 dimensions, the x, y, and z directions, and now along the w-axis, that is, through the deck, and we can see that motion from multiple angles. If we allow the cards to act as ultra-thin screens, we can show the cubes rotating in virtual 3D space, just like they would on a computer screen. All of this is meant to help us visualize the idea of 3D.
I'm gonna go shower quickly, so I'll be back in about 15.
The fourth axis pointing through the deck.
I'll have to rewatch this video.
We'll return to this model frequently, as it gives a great way to visualize.
Because we got to get into 4D thinking even and beyond, like with visualizing. Because now this stuff is showing up on my stream. So I'm going to put on some music. I'll be back. Let me kiss my wife first. Shower time, wife. Let's go. I'm back. Had to put cream on my skin, do some extra shaving. Was in the shower with wife, you know. And yeah. I'm just gonna pack away my clothing. I have to cut my nails, my fingernails. So I'm gonna put the mic back to the music so you don't have to see me do that, because like, that's gross. I know. I'm human in some cases, as much as I don't like admitting that. All right. Yeah, last bit of the sun for the day. Apparently Toronto won the game today. It doesn't really make a difference though. But I'm gonna check something. Holy shit. That was their season? Okay. All right. First in the American League East. Huh. Blue Jays clinch AL East title with win over Rays. Are the Blue Jays like the top team in baseball right now? Oh, wow. Toronto Blue Jays apparently are the top team. Well, it's them versus Yankees. New York and Toronto are the two top teams, but Philadelphia is the top team in all of baseball present. Actually, hold on. No, Milwaukee Brewers is the top team in general. I mean, in their own league, Toronto's technically above New York. They have the same. Could Toronto actually win the World Series before I leave Canada? I mean, the World Series doesn't start, but like, I don't really watch sports anymore, but this is fascinating. Do you know the last time Toronto Blue Jays won the World Series, I was 9 fucking years old? That was 1993. That's why 1993 holds a special place in my heart. That's when the Blue Jays won. The Maple Leafs were actually pretty damn good. They should have won the Stanley Cup that year, but Wayne Gretzky screwed them over. I had 57 field trips that I didn't have to pay a dime because, you know, we didn't bring money to school. It was all paid, so mom didn't have to give me $2 to buy anything. Like, well, she gave me money to buy, you know, things when I'm on like field trips, but like when it came to food, they were always providing food. I was in grade 3. I was 9 years old. That was the last time I was actually a single digit age. 1993. I like that year. Let me see. 1 minus 10. 10, 19, 19, 20, 21, 22. So that equals 4. So 1993 equals 4. I was seeing if any of it equals 9. That'd have been funny. Damn. Okay, Toronto. All right. I see you. I see you. All right, Blue Jays. Milwaukee has the best record in all of baseball, though. Milwaukee? Really? Milwaukee Brewers. 97 wins, 65 losses. Toronto has 94 wins, 68 losses. New York has 94 wins, 68 losses. Philadelphia has 96 wins, 66 losses. And then LA Dodgers, home. Yo, San Diego is actually, wow, 90 wins and 72 losses. Holy shit. Let's go. But they're not the top. They're just behind LA. San Francisco is 81 and 81. And then Arizona's 80 and 82. And then Colorado, 43 wins, 119 losses. Wow. They got the worst. Damn, son. I can hear dad in the garage with the congratulations to the Blue Jays, blah, 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 blah. That's wild. You know what'd be awesome? The San Diego versus Toronto in the World Series. I'll call it right now. Home versus home. Previous home versus new home. And San Diego wins. That would be wild. And guess what? I'll have the biggest laugh. You know why? Because then I'll be like, so, what happened, Toronto? Nah, we'll see what happens. You never know. You never know. That's crazy. I honestly don't watch sports anymore, so I had no idea. All I care about now is my woman and the Supras. Look at that face. That has a face. Look at that face. It wants to eat somebody alive. It wants to eat some humans. Supra. They actually are like champions in something, so that's good. But now let's see them actually pull out a W in the playoffs and not the pressures of the city. They crack under pressure. That's why they need this guy on their team. They need a him. This is him, by the way. This is the true him. That's the true him right there. That guy's the true him. He's the true him. That's not Super Saiyan 1. That's Super Saiyan 2, fool. Yeah. Yep, me too. There's so many tasty Supras. Like look at this scary monstrosity. It's ready to eat somebody alive. It wants to eat somebody alive with that face. It doesn't have a happy face, dude. The Supra has a face. It wants to beat up somebody. Huh? Who's this? There's wife. Hi, wife. Wife has changing color. She has changing color stuff on. She has changing color like outfit. I love you, wife. I love you so much, wife. Look, this is Goku. This is actually Goku.
He didn't tell me, well, no, Sean, you don't realize Goku's the main character. He goes, trust me, Sean, you're going to like this character. That's all he said. Trust me, Sean, you're going to like this character. So I show up to work, and I'm walking through the halls. I'm seeing kind of Goku everywhere, but I'm still not putting two together. And so I'm working
This
for a
guy is
couple weeks,
Goku.
and I'm struggling with the character a little bit. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. And then Chris just pauses. He goes, you do realize you're like the main character on this show, right? And I'm like, I am? Oh, wow. Like, I totally Goku'd out. It was art imitating life, imitating art. And so I was shocked.
Yep. He's Kakarot. Man, this guy gets to be... That would have been my dream, bro, if I got to be Goku in real life, like, you know, voice actor. Yep. Yeah. Anyways, back to Supra. The Supra is wild indeed. Supra, Goku, my wife. Yeah. GTRs are not bad, but I'm still a Supra dude. Damn. Look at that collection. Ooh, here's something. This is cool. I know it's backwards. Some goodbyes are set you free. Some goodbyes set you free. That's so true. Some goodbyes set you free. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, there's a pink Supra, bro. Wait. Well, that was, it doesn't show a full pink Supra, but it showed a little bit of a pink Supra. Pink rose steering wheel. Interesting. We got to get some steering wheels, bro. Oh, this is the site that I was looking for. I got to copy this link because they have the shifter knobs. Ooh. Check this out. Check this out. I saw this, I was like, wow, this is a shifter knob? That's wild. Look at that. Pink Sakura flower. Look at that. That's a shifter knob, bro. I would so rock that. Like in my car. Like imagine you walk in the car. Yo, what is that? Is that a plant? No, it's my shifter. That's cool. Holy shit. It basically looks like... Look at that. I was looking for this site. It showed up on my Facebook ad and I lost it. And now I found it again. So that is a pretty sweet shifter, isn't it? It's only $57 too, bro. Wow, okay, all right. First they had steering wheels. I didn't know they had shifters. Cool. Ooh, they have a Sakura collection. Look at this bad boy. Steering. Wow, they're like pink heart. Wait, can I get a bigger picture of it? Yes, I can. I can zoom in. Look at that. I don't like the writing, but I'll definitely take the shifter or take the steering. That's pretty badass. As long as I can detach it. You know the steering wheels that can be detached and you can take them out of your car. If I can do that, that'd be pretty cool. $240 for the steering wheel. That's not bad. I dig it. I dig it. They have seats. Ooh, yeah, let's go. Of course there's a Supra behind, but it's all sold out. Unfortunately, these seats are sold out. That's lame. That would have been awesome. Oh well. I don't care about your t-shirts and your hoodies. We got floor mats. I wouldn't get floor mats in Canada. I'd get floor mats in San Diego. There's a floor mat. This is sold out though, unfortunately. All the good ones are sold out. It says brake parts, not hearts. But it's sold out, unfortunately. They have a samurai dude. Damn, okay. Some of them are still here, but like they're not ones that I would personally pick, in my opinion. They have nice seats, but they're sold out. Like, and the behind is a pink Supra, MK5 Supra. That's a nice seat, actually. Damn. I gotta find me stuff. So at least this site, at least this is giving me ideas. It's giving me visual representation now of like, okay, for the car. I can have that shifter, because I don't give a rat shit about all those other crappy ass little shifters. I want something that looks cool, like a stick, like when. That's cool. What the fuck is this? What is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is that? Is this a wrap? I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's a wrap. I can get Princess Pink wrap for the car on this site. $848. I don't know if they do the installation. I'm sure. Maybe I go to a shop and I bring the pink. That way it just saves me on buying their vinyl and I have my own damn vinyl. Cool. Elevate your car's aesthetics with lowered Empire's vinyl wrapping. This product is of the highest quality, featuring a PET backing and stretchable material. Available in glossy, matte, color changes and satin finishes. Choose from a variety of blah, blah, blah. Need more pics or video? Contact us. This is in California, looks like. Glossy pink. Ooh, okay. This site is giving me ideas. I like this. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Very good. Very, very good. Interesting. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it a lot. I like it. Download image. Yeah, boy. Ah, shit. What the fuck? No! Son of a... What the hell's going on here? Yeah. Is that a higher quality? By the way, this is wife. This is wife in one of my favorite video game characters as well. Her name is Shion from Tales of Arise. She dressed up as the moment I saw she dressed up as Shion, it was over. I was like, yep, I'm like, I've already was marrying her. I'm like, yep. Just yep. I was like, yep. Yep. wife. Live streams at 674. Why do I keep saying sorry? Stop that. Live streams at 674 minutes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just gonna grab something to quickly nibble on before I continue watching the episode. I'll have to restart the episode since I couldn't see what the heck was going on in the first little bit. I love my wife so much. I love wife with and without makeup. That's wife without makeup. Right, wife? Want me to get you something? Yes. I'm gonna go get her something and myself something. Probably a peanut butter slice. And an apple, maybe. If I have to choose, dude, between the MK4 Supra or the MK5, both manual, and let's say that the MK4 has been like fully restored, like the engine has been cleaned and the block has been rebuilt from like, it's basically brand spanking new. I think I would choose the MK4 Supra. Something about it. Like, the MK5 Supra is great, and I still love that car very, very much. But I think I would choose the MK4 Supra more. And the reason for that is because there's something about the 2JZ engine that I just enjoy, and it's like fully like Toyota. You know what I'm saying? Sure, I lose a little bit of the newer technology that's in the B58 engine. But the thing is, that Toyota Supra will no longer be supported. And it's like they're, like, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because they're going to end the partnership with BMW. So when you have to take that car in, let's say you didn't modify it, what does one do? Do they take it to Toyota? Or do they take it to BMW? Now, of course, someone who has a 2JZ GTE Supra probably isn't taking it to Toyota for it to get oil done. They're probably going to some mechanic to do that. That, or they're doing it themselves. That's the one thing I'm gonna have to make sure I have a really reliable mechanic who mods shit and knows how to change oil and all that stuff when I'm in San Diego. Like they're like legit. Only the legit. Okay, wife, I'm coming. I'm coming, wife. I'm coming. She's gonna nibble on my bread, my apple. We always share food. Yeah. Sounds good. Enjoy. Love you, dude. Love you, baby. Love you, bro. I'll see you. Enjoy that dinner. Oh my. Okay. Season 3, episode 5. Skip that.
Woody?
I heard that.
That doesn't sound good.
It's never good in the third watch of the night.
There's too much blood. The clot is absorbing it too fast.
I have nothing left to stop the flow.
Pull the sheets off the bed.
She lost her baby.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
Press down on her stomach. Contract the womb.
Damn. That's rough. She lost her baby.
Did I lose my baby?
This is 2 weeks prior to whenever the episode takes place.
I'm here. Oh.
That sucks. I gotta lower down the volume of this. I always get copyright for this. Come, child, in the water. It's jump in the water. Come, child, jump in the water. On the water. You would think this wouldn't get copyright. In the water. I really like this show. I don't know, I just like this show a lot. Never thought I would. But here we are.
He took everything just to get her breathing again. So?
Sorry.
What do you mean?
My heart is weakened. I don't believe I can do anything more.
Oh, no, no. No, no, dearie, my love. Please just breathe, my child. Please just breathe. Just breathe.
Jairus.
Just breathe.
Yes. Come with me.
My child, please.
I know this is painful, but I believe arrangements need to be made. I'm afraid she won't make it much longer. Yes.
That sucks.
You know the tradition. Rabbi Judah said even the poorest man in Israel must hire at least 2 flutes and 1 professional wailing woman for his deceased. You simply tell me how many flutes and how many mourners you can afford, and I will make the arrangements for you. No. Jarvis, I'm sorry, but...
Please, don't do anything unless she dies. I'll be back soon.
Damn, even my other video had copyright with Japanese music. I'm like, ah! They're not even talking to each other.
Whatever it is, you are right, and I'm sorry.
Whatever it is.
Yes.
He hasn't paid attention. He hasn't paid attention to his wife.
Morning, Ima.
How did you sleep?
Much better. More room to stretch. Nice not to have Thomas's feet a handbreadth away from my
You
face.
could have reversed and slept with your feet towards the door like Thomas and I did.
But then I'd have to wake up to his face and morning breath.
Boys, don't start.
You see? And he still claims that he's not jealous of me and Thomas's trip.
Again with this jealousy thing.
You've been talking about it ever since we got back.
Thomas?
He's probably not even made it to tell Dory yet about.
Oh, of course. His intended Rema. She makes wine?
Mate, she mostly just learns to read now. She's still a vintner, even when she's not making wine.
Oh, that's right. She ran a business that required making things that taste good. She's got a great palate. Is she an honest woman?
What in Israel?
You do know she's with her Abba right now, don't you?
Oh, right. How about Magdalene and Tamar? Do you find them trustworthy?
Follow Jesus. That's enough. Is this becoming more than just a hobby?
You have been spending a lot more time.
I'll be back. I smell barbecue. I smell barbecue. Ooh, yeah.
And money. I sold the boat.
What? Why did you do that?
It's hard work. It's always hard. Now the merchants are up earlier.
Is this because we left?
Boys. My father taught me how to fish. He fished his whole life, raised 6 kids, went to synagogue 2 times a week, and died, waiting for the Messiah. Then I took over and turned this boat into a fleet. Raised you boys, fed 100 families, went to synagogue, and waited for the Messiah till I was old.
Abba, you're not old.
Abba. And
My
Ima.
legacy was waiting for
Abba
the
and
Messiah.
Ima.
As much as it was fishing, I only fished to make ends meet until you got your real jobs. Your lives led to this. Chose you. Now, I'm free to try something new too. Right?
Yes, you are. Nice.
Wish me luck.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm going to buy an olive grove. Can you believe it?
Did he say an olive grove?
An olive grove.
Nice. I can see it clearly now. The sun is gone.
We're almost there. Dad. That Z's not a zealot. Still think he feels murderous?
You really do say anything that's on your mind at any time, don't you?
Not anything. Say what I think other people are already thinking. I have strange thoughts too. I do not share those.
You're having one now, aren't you?
I don't know. Do you ever wonder if bats swim?
So, why do you ask about Z?
Because I saw Simon talking to a Roman officer yesterday.
What, he was being questioned?
No. Looked like they were having a stroll.
Hey, Simon would never betray us.
I know that. But it's strange to see him with a Roman. You know, because they attack us and tax us.
Men like Matthew used to collect those taxes. You've seen what Jesus does to those who...
The girl.
Don't touch it.
I know. It's fresh.
It's blood. It's the girl who's bleeding out.
someone hurt you?
I'm not hurt.
You need a doctor. Does your head feel like... Can you see clearly?
Listen, you don't have to help me.
Go into town and get the doctor.
No! Don't. I've wasted all my money on doctors.
Dad. Maybe he could help.
The master has not been out to the public.
What are you talking about?
We're followers of a rabbi. Very special one. A different kind of doctor.
No. Different kinds of doctors only make things worse.
She doesn't want this. It might not be safe right now.
Sorry. Shalom.
Wait! This rabbi of yours, you said he was special?
The most.
Is he the man who healed the paralytic at the pool of Bethesda?
So many more.
You know him?
We're his followers.
Where is he now? I won't talk to him until I'm clean, of course, but I just need a moment. And if he's the holy man they say he is, I don't need to waste his time. I could just touch his garment.
That's a superstition.
Maybe for other holy men, but I'm not talking about other holy men. I'm talking about him. I've heard what he can do, and I saw him give his sermon. I'm talking about him, his garment. I'm able to go to synagogue. I felt... Mother just told me.
Oh yeah.
God, no one. Come all this way. And I've waited so long to meet him.
You could help us, look.
It's funny, I never bought land to use for anything. Only to sell it again.
Are you feeling sentimental when you negotiate the price?
We got a pretty good deal. With the size and trees in the ground.
Dying trees.
Are they?
They're pitiful.
If the trees are bad, then why are we doing this?
It's within the budget we set. We're going to make the best of it.
It's exciting, isn't it?
I need answers. You! Hey!
Tamar.
Why are these trees dying?
It's my Abba. He's sick. He didn't tend to it.
See? The land's fine, just needs caring for.
Why didn't you do it?
I was away. I got married.
But you know how to grow olives.
I grew up in this field.
How much to teach him?
What are you doing?
Well, I have to look after my father. But I could stay on until next harvest. For 70%.
Oh, thanks anyway.
50. But I will work only 1 day a week for that.
30%, 2 days a week. And we don't pay, we have to replant any more than 5 of these trees.
Deal.
What's just happened?
Looks like you have a boss.
I have a boss?
More right here, easy. More. Easy. There's a lot. Go more. 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 Getting closer. More. Okay. Easy. More. Easy. More. Easy. More. It's about to catch. Okay, now come inside and help me. Okay, I'm grabbing one side. Hold it. Okay. Easy. Hold it. You got my side? Easy. Okay. Easy. Okay. Oh. Okay. Up. Ah. We got it. Oh, sticks. Were you not supposed to touch me?
That may be true.
Did you refer to us as dogs or something?
What do you call us dogs? Among other things. Rats, vermin.
You didn't drink from my flask last night. You acted like I'd offered to kiss you or something.
Kissing or drinking from the same vessel is not the same as working together to solve a public health crisis that affects both of our communities.
Alright. So, are we allowed to?
بس الأيورا رagati nella universe Christ food It didn't work, by the way.
What?
Telling her she was right.
Did you mean it? Or are you just saying it to placate her? There is an art to this sort of thing.
I don't even know what I did. How could I mean it? I tried to make it sound sincere.
Son, it doesn't work if you don't know what you're conceding, no matter how sincere. Is there another woman?
No.
Are the kids all right?
I don't have kids yet.
Well, you shouldn't be taking marriage advice from the enemy, that's for sure.
You offered it.
I just meant that that line has worked for me many times. Come on, let's get back to it. Shovel.
This is interesting.
What about you? You have kids?
2. Well, 2 children in the house. My son and a servant boy, the same age. They're friends.
Child slavery. And you wonder why people find it distasteful.
His mother worked for us, and she died giving birth, and we raised him as our own. Is that so barbaric? His other options would have been far worse, I assure you.
No, your merciful kindness is dazzling. You deserve a medal. It was just a joke.
It's not funny. Do not make light of my situation.
Situation?
Just shovel.
Fine, I went too far.
I don't want metal. I want...
What?
Keep going, then we can have this cleared by lunch. You're gonna need a mason for reassembling. You know what?
What's up, person? It's getting dark. By the time the stream's over, it's gonna be like whoosh. Stream has 12 minutes. So I'm just watching the episode out. But it won't finish before the stream ends.
Jairus, are you all right? I don't have time for your pity. What? It's my daughter, Neely. She had a horrible episode in the night. She's dying. I'm looking for information on healing. Your daughter is... Yes. Take me to him. You know of whom I speak. I need him now.
Jesus.
I don't know where he is.
Of Nazareth.
You have an idea?
Of Nazareth, not Nazareth. Nazareth.
Often don't know where he is. But I will take you to them.
It's weird though. They performed healing. That's what I don't understand. They performed healing while they were away. So they can still perform the healing when he's not here. And there's a woman who's bleeding. And there's 2 of them who could have healed her, but they didn't. And it's so weird. And now, like, I don't know. It's weird. Because these guys have the power to heal now.
How can you be sure?
Well, they always have the power to
I saw him
heal.
with Jesus at Matthew's house and the house of Zebedee. Andrew, son of Jonah, this is an emergency. Open up. On synagogue authority. Andrew, are you there? Andrew! Andrew! Oh, who are you?
I'm new here.
I'm the Capernaum synagogue ruler. I must speak with Andrew's rabbi.
He's my rabbi too.
Take me to him.
I don't know where he is. And even if I did, I wouldn't be at liberty to disclose. Shalom.
My daughter's name is Neely. She's 12 years old, and her eyes are closed right now. But not forever. It cannot be forever. Do you hear me?
I'm very sorry.
If you have blood in your veins, you must help me.
But all I can tell you is that you might consider asking Andrew's brother.
Interesting. But he could have healed her too.
He's back.
At the house?
Just this morning.
Now to the breaking of my fast. Thank you, Eden.
Of course.
Wait, you fasted while you were away? No, just overnight. 8 hours. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who brings forth bread from the earth. Eden, these pickled cucumbers are magnificent.
Something's wrong.
You know, Rabbi, I've been meaning to ask you about fasting.
Thing I'm very happy not to be doing right now.
John required us to fast at regular intervals. He said the sacrifice of fasting is integral to any serious commitment to God. And yet, you've never once asked any of us to fast. Oh, there was the time on Shabbat where we ate the head of grain, but we were just hungry. It wasn't intentional fasting.
What are you getting at?
Well, the Pharisees fast all the time.
Make a big scene out of it. Disfiguring their faces.
If it's such a big deal to them, and they find out we don't do it, I don't know, don't you think they could possibly weaponize that against us?
Can the wedding guests mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? The days are coming. The bridegroom will be taken away from them. And they will fast.
Taken away?
Hold that thought. When you fasted before, what did you pray for?
Your arrival.
Right, so what would be the point now?
Exactly. Eden, do you have any wine fermenting right at the moment?
Yes, in the back room.
Little James, can you please take down that empty wineskin? Sure.
Ooh, I feel a lesson coming.
Eden, when you last checked on the wine, what was it doing?
What it always does at this stage. Sort of bubbling, popping out little plumes of air now and then.
James, how does that wineskin feel?
Stiff? Not very flexible?
So if Eden were to put her new wine into that container, what would happen?
I don't know.
The old leather can't stretch anymore.
The new wine would keep expanding and it would explode.
And so new wine must be put into fresh wineskins.
I'll be the first one to admit that I don't get it.
The ways of the kingdom I am bringing into this world will not fit into old containers or frameworks.
Yep. That's a bar.
Being revolutionary is fun.
The wisdom that I'm bringing into awareness in the world is going to require new containers. Yep. The wisdom that I'm bringing into awareness into the world is going to require new containers. that current containers can't understand or can't conceptualize or hold. Yep, this is going to be interesting. That's a powerful lesson right there.
Those are some of his followers. That's Simon's house.
So John made you fast as he preached a message of repentance. And you will again when I'm gone. But as I'm here, preaching a message of salvation, now is not the time.
I still want to know what you mean by gone.
What did we miss?
Shalom, Rabbi. This is him.
Shalom, Yosef.
I know you.
Do you?
Stand with me.
I have heard, and I have read accounts from.
It's so dark you can't even see me.
You do miracles, right? You are a healer?
Of more than just physical maladies.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you all inside, because son of a oh my, that was a spark. That was quite something there. My oh my. Oh me oh my. That was quite something. Okay, Google, turn on light. Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Let's see how fast I can get this. Look at this. Sorry, my bad. A spaghetti mess. That's why these cables how much time do we have left? Oh, okay. Thank you all so much for coming on today. I really appreciate you. I know we're kind of on the ground here, but tomorrow's upper body play out. It's gonna be another warm and beautiful day. Remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality, and everything you desire is truly here and now, and creation is finished. Remember that your mind's gonna think that you don't know enough, but you already know enough, because you already have enough, because you've been born with enough. And that is more than enough that you must know. Yeah. Just know that I love you, I'm proud of you, and with that being said, thank you so much for everything. I'll see you tomorrow, and may your heart be your guiding key, always and always, and enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, or afternoon, or night. Bye. Okay. Later, y'all.